Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Erasure and Multi-Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It had started as a fling, it really had. Inko had been fooling around with a boy from class 1A from the hero course. A year one while she was a year above him even if she was just in the general studies course. The fling had become something more, a relationship really. She'd been so happy to see him and talk with him, even if most of the time he would just smile and nod, content with just listening to her voice as she rambled away. Then she had gotten Piarjin and T, the two had been in a hurry to lose their innocence with each other, positive that her birth control would prevent her from getting Piarjin and T, so she didn't have him wear protection. She'd found out a month later after having morning sickness for at least a week, that she'd fallen Piarjin and T at 16 with her boyfriend's kid. Now, Inko's parents had been insistent that they would stick by her whatever she decided. They believed everything should have its chance at life, but wouldn't force their daughter to keep a child at so when she chose to keep it to term, she was pulled from the general studies course, pulled from UA as a student, and put on home life. If she couldn't handle being a mother, Inko's parents had made a deal with the principal that she could return as a general studies student next fall, and her child would be raised by them. Inko would be the child's older sister in a way. Her child would never know, and she'd almost pulled through with it. She'd wanted to give him away to her parents and asked to return to school. Yet, when she made that one last push, after 9 months of carrying her beautiful son, she'd gotten to hold him. She'd gotten to hold her black, curly-haired baby boy, and it made her weep from joy. Inko held him close to her chest, a smile on her face as she cried. Then she saw his eyes open and she laughed. His eye color would change, but for now, those black orbs on her baby boy's face reminded her of Shota, and that was enough. She kept her baby, and her parents were supportive. "What's his name?" a voice asked. The nurse next to her was holding up a clipboard and pen, wanting to get the name down. "Izuku," she told him softly as she caressed the baby's cheek softly. "And the father's name?" he asked, making her pause. She hadn't thought about whether she was going to put his name down. She'd been so worried about getting ready to prepare for a kid that she hadn't gotten to really think about him for months. Inko turned to her parents for that one, silently wanting their input. The gentle smile and encouraging nod that her mother gave was enough. Shota Aizawa. The nurse wrote down the father's name, smiling at the form before smiling at her. "Izuku Aizawa, that's a nice name." The man told her, but Inko stopped him quickly. "The last name is Midoriya, actually. He won't be taking on his father's name." Her parents had certainly been surprised about that, but Inko knew she had to. Shota had talked so excitedly a few times about becoming an underground hero, she hadn't forgotten about that. He would be in his second year at UA now. Inko knew that he would be able to access Izuku's medical records if they had his last name connected to Izuku. She had to protect her secret, she had to keep Izuku a secret from him. Whether he remembered her or not was a different story. Either way, the last name Aizawa would one day be connected to a pro hero, and she would protect her son as much as possible. The nurse had given her a strange look as he crossed out Izuku's full name, only to write it again. He showed her the kanji, ensuring he got it right. Izuku Midoriya fit her little ball of sunshine so perfectly. When she ensured that it was right, the nurse again gave her a strange look, before leaving and shutting the door. Inko had given herself an ultimatum. If Izuku hadn't figured it out by the time he was an adult, and he looked at his birth certificate, she would be forced to tell him. Until then, she would keep her son in blissful ignorance. He wouldn't know, and if everything worked out all right, then hopefully he never would. Now came the task of figuring out her son's quirk. When Izuku's eyes changed to a lovely forest green at 9 months, and stuck, well, no one could blame Inko for crying over the loss of a pair of eyes that she missed looking at so much. It was after much talking and much consideration that she took Hisashi's deal. Hizashi Suzuki had offered to help pay for her home, for her expenses, for Izuku. He had been her best friend since she was in her first year at UA and he had a fairly rich family. His parents had approved of him giving her monthly payments to help out with Izuku, Even said that if the boy asked, Hizashi was his dad, out on big business trips to help keep Izuku safe and warm in his bed. Eventually she'd agreed, giving in to her friend's will to help her. That was how Izuku Midoriya came to be, through a need for support while she raised her son. She bought a small flat, her parents coming over on weekends to give Inko the well-deserved break she'd needed. So when Izuku started talking about how he wanted to become a hero, and was begging for his Quirk to come in, she panicked. He was too young to learn that Hizashi wasn't his father. The boy was eager to hope for a Quirk like his fake father's. After all, fire breathing wasn't something to joke about. She'd panicked over it so much that she'd looked online for months to try and find a doctor who would lie to her son. Someone who could crush his dreams of becoming a hero before the boy had a chance to ever think of meeting any underground heroes. Shota's name hadn't been on the roster of graduated students after Izuku had turned one, but that was normal for underground heroes. They would have no record of being a student at UA to protect their identities and statuses as pro-heroes. He'd been a pro for at least 2 years, and if he was the same as he was in his first year at the Hero Academy, then he most likely had quickly risen to the top as the best underground pro-hero. So, nearly a year after Izuku had started becoming obsessed with heroes, she finally found a doctor who would lie to her son. He'd take a fake X-ray scan and show it to Izuku. He'd be told that since he had an extra joint in his foot that he would be quirkless for the rest of his life. Yes, the science behind the extra joint had been debunked, but it worked. Her son's dreams had been crushed and she hated to see Izuku cry, but she just hoped that he made it through and gave up on being a hero. His quirk hadn't even risen out of dormancy from being told he would never be able to be a hero. This 4-year-old boy had his dreams destroyed and it hadn't happened. Inko could only laugh internally. Of course her son would have the same rationality as his father. Shota had always been reasonable, rational. He'd never hoped too much or wished too hard, and Inko saw that in her son. Somewhere deep down, Izuku had known that there was no guarantee that he could become a real hero. There was no guarantee that he would have a quirk, and Inko's respect and pride for her son had grown immensely that day. At 4 years old, he'd known deep down, and she only knew that because with how hard her son cried, no objects had started floating in the air, and his eyes hadn't magically turned an electric yellow like Shota's would when he would use his quirk. Izuku was rational, impulsive and reckless, yes, but rational. She thinks that's the worst thing about her son. The best trait of his father was the one that he'd ignored in the first place for her son to be conceived. Inko didn't ever really understand why out of everything he'd gotten from his father, his rationality had to be the trait he got. How could Inko deny her son a visit to the park? It had been a week since he'd been told he was quirkless, and that was the first time he'd wanted to leave his room all week. So, she got him dressed in something simple and walked him to the park. Well, Izuku had always been able to make friends with people. She shouldn't have been surprised when he could do it with older people as well. Inko had been sitting on a bench doing some light reading when she'd glanced up at her son, who was staring at someone as if he was God. He'd gotten up from his swing set and walked over to the man who was walking his puppy. Inko brushed it off. She assumed he just wanted to pet the man's dog. "You're Erasure head, aren't you?" Izuku had asked quietly, tugging on the man's sleeve. Shota hadn't even been able to comprehend how this kid could know. "How did you know that?" he asked, crouching down to get to Izuku's height. The boy smiled, poking at the gray scarf around the man's neck. His puppy was curious now, sniffing at Izuku and liking at his face. Shota examined the child who was now happily petting his dog and letting it lick at him. He had black hair and green eyes. The kid looked familiar in a way, but Shota couldn't put his finger on it. He reined his dog in so the boy could get a break from the slobber and handed him a little rag. He wiped off his face thoroughly, making sure to get all over. "You have a big scarf like he does, and those yellow things." He pointed to the goggles hiding underneath his capture weapon. Shota took them off his neck, the boy looking at them curiously as he held the rag in his little hands. "They're called goggles. Do you want to try them on?" he asked nervously, not sure if it was even okay for a kid this small to know he existed. Shota was meant to be an underground hero so he wouldn't get recognized in public, and even then, why would a kid know who he is? How did this 5-year-old know about Erasure Head and what he looked like? Either way, the kid dropped the rag and took the yellow goggles from him to hold, happily looking through them as he got trampled by the brown and white puppy again. Shota took his confused state to slip the goggles on over his head, letting them fall around the boy's neck. "I'm Shota, what's your name?" Inko heard the man ask as the energetic puppies still crowded around the boy. Looking over, she'd almost dropped her book, seeing as Shota was crouching in front of his own son and asking for his name. He was smiling so gently, but he looked tired. The first she'd seen of him in almost 5 years, and he looked just as tired as before. With a puppy by his side and a scarf around his neck, she'd watched as her son petted the dog and responded to him. Izuku Midoriya. What's your dog's name?" The last name had rang some sort of recognition through Shota's eyes, because now he was looking around. She looked back down to her book, even if she still kept listening. It was like she could feel his eyes when he caught sight of her, and he'd stuttered before he'd been able to properly answer Izuku. "Her name is Sanka." Inko couldn't help but smile. "How old are you?" "I'm 4. The boy said excitedly, holding up 4 fingers to show the underground hero. "Oh, how old? You must have such a cool quirk. What are your parents' names?" he asked Izuku as the boy tried putting on his goggles. He'd given the compliment without realizing. The boy had looked so much like Inko and had her last name, he was kind of anxious to hear the father's name. A little bit away on the bench, Inko relaxed a little, knowing Izuku couldn't say who his real father was. "My mommy's name is Inko, and my daddy's name is Hizashi. Mommy can make stuff float with her hands. And daddy, he can breathe fire. I wanted to be able to make stuff float too." The boy sounded disappointed, and it made Inko's heart ache just a little. "Why can't you?" Shota had asked, a worried look on his face. "I'm quirkless," came the boy's answer. It was simple and to the point, but it confused Shota. No one was quirkless, everyone had a quirk. He looked at Inko again, eyes staring into the side of her head. She'd lied to her son? And the boy's father, had she lied about that too? Shota couldn't imagine that this kid would be the product of his ex-girlfriend and his best friend. Then again, there were other people named Hizashi in Inko's life, right? Maybe this was a different one? No, it couldn't be. Izuku was 4, Shota was with Inko right before she left UA and they'd been together. Though he couldn't imagine this kid would be the product of them both, they'd only ever done the deed once. "Really?" he asked, sitting down properly now as his knees began to ache. "Yeah, I wanted to grow up, become a hero to protect mommy. I can't now," he told Shota as the man fixed the goggles to sit comfortably on Izuku's face. "Well, who told you that?" the man asked as Izuku took his hand. He wanted to swing on the swings, and he would demand that Shota swing him if it came down to it. "Everyone," he told the man plainly, dragging the man's dog leash off his wrist as he went over to his mother. Inko glanced up from her book again, acting clueless as she was handed a dog leash. "Izuku? Where did you get a dog leash, honey? And what are those goggles doing on your face?" she asked, making the boy point to Shota, who was a little behind him with his hands nervously in his pocket. "Did you take those?" "Never mind that, Izuku, honey, you can't demand people play with you," she told her son gently as she took the dog leash from him. Shota took that as a sign to approach. "Hi," he told her gently as he waved anxiously. He was obviously anxious about seeing her again, especially after nearly 5 years. "Hello, sorry. I'm Inko, so sorry about Izuku. He just doesn't know how to ask politely sometimes," she told him as she stood up and held out her hand. It had hurt them both a little, hearing her speak to him as if she'd never met the man before in her life. No, it's fine. I don't mind, I just don't have anywhere to put my dog," he told her as he motioned to the puppy in Izuku's care still. "I'd be more than happy to watch your dog if you want to play with him. I know how it feels once you speak to him, you're attached to his hip for the next half hour. I'd like to know your name first if that's okay," she said as she sat down again. Izuku cheered happily, handing over the dog leash that had an equally excited puppy on the end. Mom, this is Erasure Head. It's him, he's so cool, isn't he?" Shota felt himself almost turn scarlet at the boy's praise. Normally underground heroes never got any attention. Shota Aizawa. Inko nodded, letting the two walk away from her so she could finish her book. She'd brought the dog up onto the bench with her, and it curled up in her lap to doze off after being around such static energy that was her son. When she looked up, she promised herself she wouldn't cry as the man swung his own son on the swings. Izuku could have had that. She was 21 and Shota was no doubt 20 now. He definitely looked the part. So she left it be, enjoying the sight in near tears. Her son finally had a chance to play with his father, even if he would never know it. And a half-hour later, when Izuku had tuckered himself out and fell asleep on her side, Shota sat next to her. So, he started, taking a deep breath. "Tell me one thing, can I get that?" "One thing?" he asked, making Inko nod her head as she realized the sun was still slowly going down. "Tell me he isn't Yamada's." The man told her, knowing that she would tell him the truth. He just saw so much excitement and loudness inside the kid and he hated it. He hoped that the Hizashi he'd mentioned wasn't his best friend. It had Inko chuckling as she took the yellow goggles off of Izuku's head and handed them back to Shota. No, he's not Yamada's." "Take care of yourself, Shota," she told him as she stood up. Before the underground hero could get more words out, she was gone, carrying her son down the street tightly back home. Inko would not let herself cry in front of Shota or Izuku. A year later, Izuku complained about a ringing in his ears. It had gone on for weeks, buzzing, ringing, and other phantom sounds. The poor boy had even crawled into her bed crying several times from the pain. It had started affecting his sleep schedule so badly, and Izuku had looked ashamed to admit that he was in a lot of pain during the day. She'd taken him to the doctor, who checked out his ears and ran some tests. "Kakin was just playing, I swear," he would tell Inko and the doctor after sadly admitting that his explosive friend had been a little too close to his ears with his quirk lately. Katsuki was 5, and had become cocky. Izuku had come home crying because of the boy before and Inko drew the line now. Her son had hearing loss. Granted, it was light enough that the boy didn't need hearing aids, and due to that, tinnitus. When he was released from the hospital, where the doctors told Inko that there really was nothing they could do to help besides giving him low doses of child-safe painkillers, the woman dropped her son off with her parents and marched her way to the Bakugo household. She angrily explained to Mitsuki what had happened, what her son now had to deal with for the rest of his life, and the woman had screamed at Katsuki. The boy was shocked. He hadn't meant to actually hurt Izuku in the slightest. He had just wanted to seem cool in front of his friends. Mitsuki had still grounded him, taking away all of his toys for the week. Katsuki didn't use his quirk that close to Izuku and his ears for a very long time after that day. Everything had been peaceful after that. The teen had gone through life never really having material possessions outside of his hero analysis books, which Inko had tried to convince him out of doing for months. The boy had his father's perception. He was good at analyzing fights and identifying quirks as well as their weaknesses. It was almost scary how Izuku could predict what a hero would do in a fight when they would watch it live streamed on the news together. Honestly, it had reminded her too much of the underground hero every time it happened. Izuku was turning more and more into Shota as time went by, becoming more and more perceptive as he got older. His room hadn't had too many material items, remaining bare for most of his teen life just as Shota's room had when Inko had dated him. The things that mattered most, like his analysis books, schoolwork, and computer, were very obvious in the room. The teen had all might merchandise, but in all honesty he'd slowly been getting rid of it all. Inko knew the boy had his father's perception. He was good at analyzing fights and identifying quirks as well as their weaknesses. It was almost scary how Izuku could predict what a hero would do in a fight when they would watch it live streamed on the news together. Honestly, it had reminded her too much of the underground hero every time it happened. Though that hadn't happened, because one day she saw her son run into frame on a news channel. A live feed of a sludge villain holding a middle school student hostage. The boy had looked a lot like Katsuki if Inko looked close enough, but either way, her son had run into a widely expanding fire and dragged his childhood bully free of the enemy. His ears ringing violently as he heard the explosives pop close to his ears. Honestly, Inko had been worried. The situation was a stressful one. Her son was known to be reckless and abandon all self-preservation if it meant helping someone else, no matter how bad they were of a person. He'd been stupidly reckless, but there hadn't been any sign of a quirk activation, so Inko was a little less scared. Still, her son had been chewed out by several pro-heroes and then by her. The probability of her son's quirk revealing itself got lower every year. And Inko hated that Izuku might probably never know his quirk, but at that moment, she was just happy he'd come home unscathed. Izuku's working out now, asking Inko to make him food a certain way at certain times. The teen had put himself on a strict regimen and she's scared. He's got that determined look on his face, the one he makes when he's working on earning something. What the hell was he trying to earn? Inko had no idea, but he'd put in the application to take the hero course entrance exam and that terrified her. She'd learned of Shota becoming a teacher there. It was relatively public knowledge that he was a teacher there now with underground hero work as a side job. What if he met the teacher during the exam? What if Shota recognized Izuku because he looked so similar to her, or recognized her last name? Inko was terrified, but she didn't show her son that. Izuku would work for his place in that school, hero course or not. He was allowed to pursue a higher education. She'd never denied him his need for knowledge and wouldn't start now. So, when she got a phone call from Nizu about how Izuku had broken almost every bone in his body from his quirk, all to save one girl, she was shocked. A quirk? Her son? Inko had to ask if the Chimera's ears had gotten worse with old age. However, they hadn't, and Izuku really had broken all of his bones. The woman had to go up to the school to make sure that the boy got home safe. When she hung up, the tears wouldn't stop falling. Izuku had a quirk. She had no idea, but from what Nizu had said, it wasn't Shota's or hers. It hadn't even modeled it in any way at all. Some kind of enhanced strength quirk, and Inko was afraid. She was terrified at how her son had gotten a quirk and never told her, never said anything at all. So, she went up to the school, doing her best to avoid the hero course wing of the school so she wouldn't be spotted by Shota, and found her way to the nurse's office. Chiyo remembered her, and greeted her sweetly before leading her to the bed where Izuku slept. Her son was okay, he'd be in a lot of pain for a while, but he was heavily drugged at the moment for said pain. Does he have any disabilities? Illnesses? Chiyo asked gently, making Inko nod as she ran her hand through Izuku's wavy hair. He's had tinnitus and minor hearing loss since he was 4, poor thing. Sometimes it still makes him cry, she told the nurse as Chiyo wrote it down on a sheet of paper. Good to know, he'd been complaining about a ringing in his ears when I had gotten him somewhat conscious to heal him. The nurse excused, ignoring the look that the mother gave her as she put that small sheet of paper in her white pocket. Let me get someone to help you get him to the car, the nurse said, walking off to find Hizashi Yamada. So the woman nervously loaded her son into the car, silently hoping the sound hero wouldn't recognize her. She doubted he would, considering that it had been 15 years since they last spoke to each other, but she could never be too careful. She took her son home that night and prayed Izuku didn't get into the hero course. Her prayers were not answered. Izuku had gotten in, and she had to somewhat fake her happiness for him. After Izuku's first day of school, the teen came home excited. He told her all about his day, about his teacher. His father was his teacher, and Izuku had no idea. He'd helped her make dinner, ate, and then went to his room to do his homework, leaving Inko alone in the dining room. She'd called Nizu, not having used the number in her phone in years. She still called him though. Hello. Came from the receiver. Nizu, hi. It's Inko Midoriya. She introduced, making the chimera give out a sound of glee. Inko, darling. How have you been? Izuku got into the hero course. I was very excited about that. You must be so proud. The principal told her, and Inko swore she could feel the cockiness in his voice. You put him in class 1A, she started calmly. Why would you do that? She asked him. How about I come over for some coffee tomorrow, while your son's at school? We can talk more then, okay? The animal asked, and Inko couldn't really refuse. If Izuku heard her, she felt she might die of shame. Yes, that'd be lovely. Please, come around early, I'll make lunch. She told the chimera as Izuku left his room, grabbing a glass and filling it with juice before taking it back to his room. Lovely. I'll see you tomorrow at say 11:30. Inko agreed to the time, and the phone call was over. It was concerning, seeing her son work so hard. Shota would catch on for sure of the similarities if he bothered looking at Izuku more than once. Nizu had appeared at 11:30 sharp, punctual for a principal of a prestigious school. Though, Inko had expected no less than that. She let the chimera inside and shut the door behind her, leading him to the kitchen table where she helped him into a chair. "How do you like your coffee?" Inko asked, to which the chimera smiled. "Dark, 2 spoons of sugar." "Thank you, Inko." The woman got the principal's coffee, and then her own, setting his mug down on a coaster in front of him. The woman slowly took her own seat across from Nizu. It had been such a long time since they'd truly seen each other in person and talked. "You have concerns about what class your son was placed in?" Nizu asked as he sipped his coffee. "I thought he was taking the General Studies exam. I was not aware that he would be taking the Hero Course exam or that he would actually get in," she told the principal as she stirred her coffee idly. Nizu seems to understand why she was anxious. The principal knew everything after all. "I see," Nizu commented from behind his mug. He knew things that she didn't even know. Inko was in the dark about some things that Nizu would not disclose to her, but as he started their conversation he would reveal some stuff. The chimera would make sure that Inko would know what he knew. So, by the end, if Inko was crying, ashamed of herself, then no one would know. Nizu would keep all her secrets, and he would wait for her to tell Izuku herself. It was rare that Shota Aizawa wasn't already in the classroom, already asleep in his sleeping bag as the students filtered in. He normally came in quite early because his class was troublesome. In fact, it had been the reason for the conflict to even occur in the first place. Katsuki Bakugo came into class early, he was punctual and went to bed early, he was dedicated to becoming the top hero, so he came in early, just as Izuku Midoriya and select others would. The ash blonde had apparently been in a bad mood that morning, considering that he wasn't indulging Denki Kaminari, Mina Ishido, Eijiro Kirishima, and Hantasiro in their stupidity that morning. However, Denki pushed, and Izuku felt slightly scared for the teen as Katsuki got more and more irritated with him as the rambling continued. The teen knew what it was like for his childhood bully to have a truly bad day, and it seemed that Denki was pushing the limits of his control. The teen set his things down and then went to the front of the class, joining Tenya Ida and Ochako Uraraka for small talk before the bell rang. That's when he heard it, desks clattering to the ground as Katsuki grabbed Denki's collar. He dragged the blonde back to the wall, pinning him as his other hand came up to ignite small explosions very close to the teen's ear. Denki looked scared, not jokingly, not sarcastically. This wasn't a joke. Denki was terrified of Katsuki at that moment. "Listen, I'm only gonna say this once, the battery." Katsuki growled out angrily. "Leave me the F alone, and go take a swan dive, or I'll make you." Izuku heard his words, and everything drowned out in his ears as his childhood bully spoke. He was trained on Denki, who looked shocked, but also scared. The blonde had glanced at him and apparently hadn't liked what he'd seen because it seemed Izuku was scarier than Katsuki by just a glance. Everything was static. Izuku couldn't hear his classmates, the explosives. All he could do was slowly drop his hand from where it sat on Ochako's shoulder and slowly start his approach to Katsuki. He was seeing red, and the explosions died in Katsuki's hands suddenly. To anyone around him, Izuku looked far too calm as he stalked towards his childhood bully, eyes glowing a disturbingly bright yellow, hair a little more lifted on his head than normal. That wasn't what was scary though, it was that the teen refused to blink as he gauged one for all in his system. He wanted to cause pain, but not damage, so he tried to keep the level as low as possible as he got up to the two. Izuku grabbed Katsuki by the scalp, yanking his body back by a fraction so Denki could escape from the wall. He kept quiet, not speaking as green dashes of lightning quaked over his skin. With as little force as possible, Izuku slammed Katsuki's head into the wall, making an indent in the drywall, or was it metal? The teen didn't bother to think about it, holding Katsuki's face in the dent as he let out a fragile-sounding breath. Izuku hadn't noticed, however, that his homeroom teacher and English teacher had slipped in the room right as Katsuki's face collided with the wall, seeing in full glory as Class 1, as resident, problem child, used a concerningly similar quirk to Shota's. "Katsuki, The next time you tell someone that, it better be me. 'Cause guess what? He continued before giving Katsuki a chance to answer as he forced the bully to look at him. Next time I'll pull through with it. Unlike in middle school, I won't hesitate to swan dive off a roof. The words sent a cold front through the classroom. It hadn't been the first time. Denki had been terrified he was never going to go through with what Katsuki had asked, but to just know that Izuku had been told to do it before. The whole class was speechless. Finally, Izuku blinked, dropping his childhood bully unceremoniously with a cold face before turning to Denki. Worry immediately covered his face, genuine worry. He started pestering his classmate with concerned words, examining the side of his face that had been in close contact with Katsuki's explosions. "What the hell did I walk in here to?" Shota asked, still stunned as he stood in the doorway. His most problematic yet eager to learn student had just slammed Katsuki Bakugo's head into a wall, told him he'd better place his death threats on him next time, and then dropped him to the ground, all while looking like he had while in UA as a student. Hizashi was in even more shock, as if he was watching a manufactured memory. Izuku looked just like his friend at that moment. He looked so similar to Shota when they were teens as he stood up for a fellow classmate. His jaw dropped. He'd never imagined Izuku could act that way, let alone do it in front of an audience. Shota silently closed it for him. Denki assured Izuku that he was fine, just a little shaken up, before he turned to his teachers sheepishly. A hand running through his hair and tugging at it in increments as he gave a guilty sigh. "Mr. Aizawa, Mr. Yamada, I think I need to go see the principal, and Kakin needs to see recovery girl." He grabbed his things and stood by Shota's side, looking at his shoes. "I think I need to see All Might as well," he told his homeroom teacher with a dejected tone. Shota couldn't deny him that right either. Toshinori had openly talked about being his mentor, of course he would need to speak to him. "Come on," he said simply as he left the room, silently leaving Hizashi in charge of his class. The walk for a few minutes was silent, until the teacher couldn't keep it in any longer. He had to ask questions or else he would burst, and he'd never felt that way before. He'd never felt the need to spit out so much FNG nonsense before, and yet he did. "Okay, stop." At the demand, the teen did as told. "What the F was that? You just slammed his head into a wall with your quirk while subduing his quirk with my FING quirk. Are you hiding sheet? Are you lying to this school? To everyone? 'Cause if that's the case, I need to know right now." There'd never been that much emotion in his voice before. For someone who lived ever so rationally, this was the most irrational he'd acted in 15 years. "How the hell could you, my resident problem child, go up to Bakugo, a guy who I've seen beat the shit out of you on a daily basis for weeks, and just slam his head into a wall? How, Izuku? I need you to tell me right now, because I'm honestly so effing close to expelling you and not even bothering with Nizu." The teen would never admit that he flinched at his teacher using his first name. "And what's all this with swan dives off of roofs? Why has he told you that before? What kind of game are you playing at, antagonizing him into giving you death threats? Huh? Pulling through with them? Are you a effing dumbass?" For the sake of not drawing attention to them, Shota kept his tone low, still severely set off. "Please, let's just get to Principal Nizu's office, please. I can explain, I swear." The teen tried telling him quietly, even if he was scared of his teacher for his choice of words. He'd never seen the pro hero so set off, so angry, so emotional. He wasn't given another angry spell of words. Izuku was simply grabbed by his uniform collar and dragged to the office of the lab animal. The anger coming off of his teacher was palpable and it made Izuku exceedingly nervous. Walking into the office was much less scary as he saw the normal form of his mentor sitting in one of the chairs. The teen couldn't rush to the number one pro hero's side fast enough, but was stopped by Shota's hand in a death grip on his collar. "Let him go, Aizawa," Nizu told him softly, a smile on his face as Izuku rushed away from his teacher. Toshinori wasted no time in asking Izuku if he was alright, asking why he was here and what was going on. "I'll tell you what's going on, All Might. He just slammed Bakugo's head into a wall, with my effing quirk. My quirk? Talking about swan dives and sheet." The pro hero couldn't help but look at his protege with surprise. He's hiding things, Nizu. I'm his teacher. He's been hiding something this entire time. I knew he was, but now I can see what it was. The underground hero was angry. He was emotional on an almost painful level. All his bottled emotions exploded because of his problem child. All because he'd witnessed Izuku use his quirk, multiple quirks. There was no such thing as two quirks, and it drove him mad. Sit down, Aizawa. Let Midoriya explain himself. The teen looked a little worried, but with a reassuring nod from both Nizu and Toshinori, he took a deep breath. You're right, I was hiding something, Mr. Aizawa, but it isn't what you think it is. The teen started, making the teacher roll his eyes. Of course it isn't, get on with it, Midoriya. The teen flinched at his almost venomous tone. He deserved that, Izuku would admit it. I was born quirkless. The sentence was casual, prideful, and it shocked everyone in the room. Toshinori and Nizu had meant the situation, not how he'd gained one for all. Nizu hadn't even known the full nature of how Izuku came to be Toshinori's protege. Yeah, and I'm your dad. The comeback was boring, unamused. Stop spouting lies and tell me the truth. Aizawa was getting impatient. Izuku knew that. It's true. I was born quirkless. I was born with the joint in my pinky toe. I have 2 joints in my feet, not 1. I have the X-ray scans at home to prove it. He told his teacher with a slightly rude tone. I spent all of my life quirkless, analyzing heroes because I wanted to be one even if I didn't have a quirk. Then one day, he stopped talking. If he kept talking, he'd get Katsuki in trouble. Was that worth it? He weighed his options, a surprising 50-50 outcome in his head. One day, the teacher asked, indulging in the story. One day I was writing in a notebook, my final year of middle school, and Kakin saw it. He knew how much I loved my notebooks, how much I wanted to become a hero. He practically destroyed it with his quirk and tossed it out the window. Told me to take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a quirk in my next life. Now that was news. All middle schools with incoming UA students were supposed to give full behavioral reports of those students over the years. Nizu slowly pulled up the boy's file. What's this student's full name? The principal asked casually. Katsuki Bakugo, Toshinori told the principal all too eagerly. It had been too long since Katsuki had to deal with a consequence for his actions, and the man was all too happy to help rat him out. I'd met All Might later that day. He'd originally saved me from the sludge villain that Kakin had been taken hostage by. It was my fault that he'd originally gotten away. I'd wanted to ask All Might if I could be a hero, even if I was quirkless. I was shot down and left on a roof. The glare that Shota shot at Toshinori was scary. If looks could kill, Izuku thought hesitantly. I heard the commotion later that day. The sludge villain had tried making Kakin his next target, and like a dumbass, I had run in to help him, causing more trouble for the pro heroes in the end. Seems I've been a pain in the butt long before I was dubbed your problem child, but after that I was told by All Might that I was good enough to inherit his quirk. My dumb luck of not dying and rushing blindly into a fight got me my quirk. One for all, I'm the 9th holder of it, and well, I can't control it. That's why I break my bones so much. It's why I broke almost every bone in my body in the entrance exam. I'd gotten my quirk a little while before the exam and had no real training for it whatsoever. Nizu gave Toshinori a glare. He would be speaking to the #1 hero after this was all over, chewing him out. Even then, Toshinori wasn't happy. The man wanted no one to know about One for All unless he explicitly told him so, and it was frustrating not being able to tell Izuku to stop spouting off the man's secret. Wait, let me get this straight. The teacher stood up, running his hands through his hair as he processed everything. You think that because you have an extra joint in your toe, that you were born quirkless. And have been quirkless this entire time up until a while before the entrance exam when All Might, #1 pro hero, gave you his quirk? And had no idea you had a quirk that is the exact same as mine, until this morning when you decided to slam your childhood bully's head into a wall and talk about your past trauma? The teacher watched Izuku nod his head. I wouldn't necessarily call it trauma, more or less just an inconvenience in my life that ended up helping me get into UA. The teen watched his teacher start chuckling. What FING bullshit, he told him as he looked to his boss. You believe that? He asked the animal, who nodded his head. Considering I was made aware of the fact that one for all would be passed on to a student, yes. I had to know, and the story is true. Tashinori does possess one for all. Ask him how he inherited it if you'd really like. The principal turned to the student now. Izuku, you do know that the threat Katsuki Bakugo made to you in middle school is not on file, right? You are aware of our policy regarding student threats and bullying, correct? The teen nodded, rubbing his neck as he replied to his principal. Yes, sir, but the middle school I went to discriminated against people who didn't have quirks. Even if I tried to file a complaint or have a teacher or staff member do something about it, I wouldn't have been acknowledged. By my last year in middle school, I'd learned to just brush it aside and know that one day I'd be better than my bullies. He's a lot better now, too. Kakin hasn't been beating me up every day. In fact, we're quite close on his good days. Please don't punish him. The teen explained, but still smiled at his hands. It felt good, you know, he told the three adults. Giving Kakin a dose of his medicine, slamming his head into a wall and making him feel helpless for once. 10 years of bullying and helplessness, and I could dish it right back, all because I couldn't stand to see Kaminari go through what I did. Shota didn't know how he felt about that coming out of Izuku's mouth. He'd said something similar once in passing during his own time at UA, all because of a kid. It was concerning, that's what it was. Izuku wasn't speaking like he normally would. It wasn't fast-paced with that almost disgustingly positive tone to it. It was slow, calm and calculated. It sounded almost villainous, the way he said it. It sounded more like him than anything though, Shota thought as Nizu gave Izuku his full attention. What did he do? The question was futile. I know you guys have high-tech cameras with audio placed in every classroom, sir. Why don't you see for yourself? The teen offered, hands clenched into fists as he remembered what Katsuki had said, what he'd done to Denki. His hair started rising from his scalp, angry and uncontrollable with this new ability that he never realized he used. Shota was too aware of Izuku, Quirk activating as his face turned sour. Nizu pulled the footage up on his computer, projecting it up onto a larger screen on his wall. Izuku had to look away, hearing it would be bad enough. At first it was general chatter, Denki bothering Katsuki playfully. Then the desks flew everywhere and Izuku had to tighten his fists, breathing deeply as his hair stood on edge more and more. Listen, I'm only gonna say this once, FING battery. Leave me the F alone, and go take a swan dive, or I'll make you. Came from the footage, and it took Izuku's breath away. He was so angry, glaring red-hot holes into one of the walls of Nizu's office. Shota needn't watch more, now watching Izuku with a more concerned look now. The sound of Katsuki's head impacting the wall made Izuku relax, clenching and releasing his hands as a way to divert his stress from one for all or his excessive lip biting. This new quirk of his that he hadn't even realized he'd activated for a second time, deactivated. Izuku took the time to shut his eyes, breathing a little as he rocked on his feet once or twice. His eyes stung, they burned and he was sure that it was going to be a pain for the rest of the day, but he shook it off. Damn it, get over here, problem child. Shota grabbed him again, making the teen flinch before relaxing as the teacher pulled out eye drops. He tilted the kid's face up and opened up the tiny bottle. Don't blink, he told him as he put eye drops in his eyes. Nizu and Tashinori watched with small smiles, Izuku blinking away some tears as he was let go and the drops settled. He glanced at his palms, crescent moons on his skin from his nails, so red it looked like they were close to bleeding if he hadn't relaxed his hands sooner. I understand the situation now, and while it was excessive, you did what was right, and with all this new information, I don't think it's possible for us to continue to let Bakugo stay in 1A without putting in safety measures for the other students. Shota's words hadn't made Izuku feel any better, if anything it made him feel worse. I'm still confused about something though. The principal rested his chin on his hands. Midoriya, you said that you thought you were quirkless because you have an extra joint in your toe. Did your doctor tell you that when you were young? The teen could only nod his head. That's wrong, quirks aren't based on a joint. They're based on emotional response. Children can't normally regulate their emotions and therefore raise their quirks from dormancy. Even quirkless people have quirks, they're just so subtle people don't notice them. It seems you were just so well regulated in your emotions that you hadn't realized you had a quirk till now. Nizu's words hit Izuku like a truck. He'd had a quirk the entire time? You mean I was just such a rational and well-regulated kid that I never got my quirk? I had to be so mad at my childhood bully to finally raise my quirk from dormancy? The teen asked, making Nizu nod his head. Yes, we did previously think that it was because of the extra joint, but later learned that it wasn't, as people with 2 joints in their pinky toes gained quirks later on in life, just like you did today. Nizu's words pounded through his brain. He'd been lied to for 12 years. When did you learn that? He had to know, was it him being lied to since the start or not? Had that doctor purposely lied to him? Had he been led on in some sick game for his entire life? Quirks have been around a long time, I'd say at least a good 50 years. Nizu told him, making Izuku tear up. He'd been lied to all this time, and it was even worse. His quirk was the exact same as Shota's, his teacher's, and you rarely if ever got a quirk that differed from your family members. His mom had told him his father had breathed fire, for Christ's sake. His mom could float small objects and his dad could breathe fire. Where did the quirk Erasure and cancellation come from? So, where did my quirk come from? Quirk cancellation isn't me. Genetically, I have never come into contact with that quirk. My family history is with fire breathing and floating small objects. I'd be similar to Uraraka and her quirk or endeavor. Not Mr. Aizawa. Even if it isn't that, would that mean the small margarine for error happened to make me have the same quirk as him, or am I related to him? I don't think either are a plausible option, he told the principal as he started his rambling. Mumbling about genetics and the scientific research that had been done on quirks for centuries. Nizu gave Shota a disapproving look. The teacher ignored it. He would ask questions later, but the principal didn't need to try and spout out something the teenager might not want to hear. We'll figure it out later, but for now let's get you checked out by Recovery Girl. I need to make sure you didn't hurt yourself when you decided activating 2 quirks at once was a good idea. The teacher had him pick up his bag, leading him out of the office. Toshinori followed them out, not wanting to face Nizu's wrath just yet. Stay here a minute, he told the teen before shutting the door again. He looks a lot like you, Nizu commented with a small smirk. Shota hadn't heard him though, too busy trying to wrap his head around how this kid, his student, could have his quirk and not be related to him. He was an only child, his parents well into their old age, and he never remembered them mentioning an Izuku. The kid would have been mentioned at some point in his life even if they were vaguely related. He crossed his arms angrily. Something was wrong. Nizu knew more than he let on, and he could tell because of the stupid smirk on his face. I'll worry about why he has my quirk later, right now I need to help him with the one I know about. Shota's trying to think. Izuku had said he'd gotten his quirk some time before the entrance exam. How long before the entrance exam had he had his quirk? Was Izuku saying he was years behind his peers in terms of quirk control? Was that why he broke his bones so easily when he used his quirk? The questions rattled inside the teacher's head. He needed answers that Izuku seemingly did not give him answers to. And why would that be? Nizu's words finally registered now. Because he's had a destructive quirk for almost 2 that I've been trying to help him improve with as if he'd had it his entire life. He's only had it for months, and I should have realized it sooner. The kid treats his quirk like a gift, like something precious that can be taken away if he isn't good enough. That man is putting too much stress on him. Izuku's a kid, not a hero. I should have realized what All Might was doing earlier. Shota was mad, the dots were connecting. The excessive spending time together, the quirk, the way he treated and taught Izuku. It was all coming together. Izuku wasn't his protege, he was Toshinori's toy. A pet. He was playing with Izuku like it wouldn't affect him at all. The boy already had phantom pains in his arms and legs. Shota wasn't stupid, he could see when Izuku snuck 2 ibuprofen during class or when he'd flinch and hold his arms close to him as unnoticeably as possible. Toshinori was putting Izuku through too much to treat him that way, and he couldn't let that happen. He had to stop the man from spending too much time with Izuku. It was bad for the boy's well-being, and for some reason Shota cared just a little too much for Izuku. Apparently though, Nizu had heard his words. The man had muttered out all of his concerns to the principal, and the rat had sat there and smiled through it. Like father, like son, the rat thought to himself. While I can agree with you, Midoriya, spending too much time with All Might can be concerning, you need to remember that this quirk, your quirk, has just shown itself to him today. Izuku cannot control it right now, and who better to teach him than you, the man who has known his quirk his entire life. Shota knew what he was getting at, if he was thinking properly. Take the time Izuku spends with All Might, and slice it in half. The first half, you can begin teaching him about your quirk, his quirk, and the other half you can work him through one for all. I would recommend recruiting the help of one Hizashi Yamada. After all, you have never dealt with a self-destructive quirk before, and he has. The Chimera made a point, so the man nodded his head and ran his hands through his hair. All right, I'll see what I can do. The principal gave him a nod and the underground hero left without another word. Leaving the office to see All Might speaking to Izuku, who looked upset. I just cannot believe you didn't consult me first before telling him. Toshinori's voice was low to avoid people catching on, and Izuku was stuck looking down at his feet. Obviously they hadn't noticed he'd left Nizu's office. But isn't it my quirk? He could hear his student ask. Oh, so they were arguing about Izuku telling him and Nizu about his quirk. Your quirk, yes, but it's my secret to tell. Shota clears his throat now. Izuku looks afraid, glaring holes into his shoes. He wouldn't let that continue. Problem child to the infirmary. He told him, holding open an arm to signal that he wanted Izuku beside him. The kid was more than happy to rush away from his predecessor. He quickly slid himself into place at Shota's side, almost hiding into it as he walked away with his teacher. For the majority of the walk to Chiyo's office, it was silent, but eventually he had to say something. Izuku was deflated next to him, all the normal confidence and bright aura that he had was gone. Problem child, what's wrong? He asked Izuku, causing him to tighten his grip on his uniform jacket. Just worried, sir. That couldn't be right, Izuku never called him sir. The teen was respectful, but he'd told Izuku to not call him sir. Simply because on a fundamental level, Izuku and Shota were very similar. Shota had loved analyzing people when he was younger. He loved battle tactics, studying and taking notes. He was rational, logical, he was determined. Just like Izuku, and somehow it's gotten him a high-paying job with 2 dogs and a very spacious apartment that was missing something. He could admit that something was missing in his life, and it was something to take care of. Shota's dogs could only do so much for his little dark spot in his chest. Would he ever admit that when he looked at Izuku that he felt like he had a purpose? Never, because the kid would probably tell everyone, well, he wouldn't. Shota knew that, but he could fear. After all, Izuku was his problem child, and he needed something to take care of. Izuku did that for him, helped him fulfill this parental instinct that he'd had for God knows how many years. Izuku would never know that though. Shota lets him walk into the office first, Chiyo's familiar face coming into view as she smiles at the two. Izuku sits on the bed immediately, knowing Shota only brought him down here so he could get a look over. The woman gives Shota a weird look, but smiles at her tiredly from behind his capture weapon. What's he doing here on both feet? Normally it's in someone's arms or on a stretcher, Chiyo joked lightheartedly. That made Shota nervous, but not as nervous as it made Izuku. Can I talk with you privately? Izuku was worried now for sure. Katsuki was in a bed a few feet over and he was anxious. Of course, lead the way. Shota noticed Izuku was uncomfortable, seeing as he was squeezing and rubbing his hands together almost violently, and went to his side. I'll be right outside, I just need to talk to her. You'll be okay, he reassured as he put a hand on his shoulder. Izuku relaxed at that, hands not wringing together as much as he calmed down. Chiyo couldn't help but smile. She knew that Izuku had his nervous tics, but seeing Shota calm him down brought her peace of mind. It ensured that Shota wasn't treating his son too harshly during class as well as outside of it. Izuku may not look like Shota, but she'd seen pictures of the kid as a boy. Nearly demanded that Nizu bring back at least one photo of the student from his childhood when he went to see Inko at the beginning of the year. She kept it framed on her desk. The boy obviously dyed his hair. wanting to have all green hair instead of his black locks like his father. His eyes were green as a kid, but he'd obviously spent a lot of time outside as of late because the boy had been just as pale as Shota as a kid. The reason she'd kept the picture on her desk? The results of the DNA test that she'd done on the boy from the entrance exam per Nisa's request was hiding behind the picture inside the frame. The woman followed him into her private office, sitting down behind her desk and smiling at the man as he sat down. He's here for a checkover, but not because I'm positive he's hurt. It's because he activated 2 quirks at once. Chio had a feeling she wasn't going to like where this was going. One of those quirks was mine. Well, that certainly wasn't what she'd expected. She was expecting him to say that it was some freakish thing that could have hurt him, not the Erasure quirk. What? I can't believe it either, but I've seen it several times. Chio, it's my quirk in and out. He's activating it just how I did when I was a kid, Shota explained as he tugged at his scarf anxiously. Chio glanced at the picture of the young boy on her desk and chuckled. Of course this boy would bloom late. She had known that he was registered as quirkless. It was on his medical forms. That combined with Inko's terrified look when she realized her son's quirk had done such damage to his body. Chio knew right from the start that Izuku had no quirk, how he'd gotten the quirk he had now. She had all of the answers for, but in Shota's mind it was impossible for someone to have 2 quirks, so she played it off. 2 quirks? Shota, that's impossible, you know that, right? The nurse was aware of how Izuku had one for all passed down to him, but since Shota had no clue, he was hesitant on spilling the boy's secret to her. He's had a quirk passed down to him by All Might apparently. I don't understand how it works, but he does have 2 quirks. Her gaze turned back to the photo again. The sweet boy in that picture was Toshinori's successor, of course she'd known. She was just happy Shota felt it important to spill the secret as it affected Izuku medically. The boy had so much selflessness in his body. So, Izuku has 2 quirks? And activated them both at once? Shota, were you unaware of his quirklessness? The teacher was disappointed that he had to nod his head, but Chio only smiled. The boy had kept it well hidden. Granted, he still treated one for all like it was a gift, but Inko had been such a nice woman, so Chio wouldn't have been surprised if Inko had taught her son that a quirk was a gift, something to be cherished and never taken advantage of. You know I don't look at anything other than names when I get student files. In fact, I've asked for Nizu to stop sending me the files and just send me a list of names instead, but he refuses. The nurse sighed, pulling out Izuku's medical file from the beginning of the school year. You have some catching up to do, especially for Izuku. The boy has a lot of medical problems, even before he started breaking his bones. Handing the man his son's file, Shota took a glance at the medical file. Tinnitus? Acute asthma? Hearing loss? ADHD? Wait, Izuku's had asthma this entire time and I've been pushing him far past what should be medically allowed? I don't even have an inhaler for the kid. Shota felt like pulling his hair from his scalp. The hearing loss and tinnitus, is that why he's been blanking out in class? I thought he was just pushing himself too far, not getting enough sleep or something. Not to mention the ADHD. I knew that Izuku had to be neurodivergent and I hadn't thought to check. Oh God, I've been negligent. The realization that Izuku had problems that the man hadn't been able to help with, simply because he hadn't bothered to look, made his chest tighten. Somewhere deep inside, Izuku had wormed his way into the man's heart. He found his problem child to be like the son he'd never had. The replacement to give Izuku the future that he could never watch Oboro get. You haven't been negligent, Shota. The nurse tried to convince the man, but Shota's mind was made up. But I have. I didn't know about all of this, simply because I hadn't bothered to look at his medical files. Chio, he could have died. He could have not heard a warning call, or I could have pushed him too far and he wouldn't have been able to scream for help. Chio, he could have died. The man was going into a panic attack now. His student had so many problems that he'd never been aware of. Izuku could have died at any moment, and the man was terrified now. The sports festival, the USJ attack, God, it was terrifying to know that his student had pushed himself so far and knew that he'd had those issues. Knew that those problems were there and no one else knew about them. Bakugo knows. The boys are childhood friends. Yes, you should have looked closer into the medical files. Yes. Thankfully, the boy was in your class with Midoriya. Bakugo carries Midoriya's inhaler during the day. The nurse came around the desk to hold Shota's hands, which had been ringing together into his capture weapon. You haven't been negligent. Midoriya asked that no one know, and it was against my wishes, but I had to allow it. Someone knew, and even if it was just the Bakugo boy, that was enough. You wouldn't have found it on your copy of the medical forms. Izuku and Inko had both requested it. The order came from Nizu himself. The boy was demanding that no one know, and Inko had to be sure that the boy's father would never show up on any UA forms. You wouldn't have known about it if I hadn't told you. Shota knew that wouldn't relax him. He'd need to talk to Izuku, give the boy a surefire scolding, and then coddle him afterwards secretly, in ways that the boy would never notice. I'd asked if she'd just not known the father's identity, but she did. She gave me full disclosure that the man could access the records here. She wants Izuku to never find out, and the only people who know are Nizu and myself. The nurse was trying to be vague. She couldn't just flat out tell Shota. The man had to work for it. That had Shota thinking about Izuku's father. Inko hiding who her son's father was. It was such a mystery for no reason. Though, it was normal. Maybe she hadn't wanted anyone to know that Izuku never had a father. Shota knew that information for sure. The teen had told him so one day, after the man had asked for his parents' phone numbers for teacher conferences. When Shota had only received one, Izuku had explained that he'd never had a father, that Inko was both of his parents for him. Yet, with the information Chio gave him, Inko was hiding it on purpose. She was hiding it from someone in the building. He has my quirk though, right? Why would Inko hide his father, if she knew who it was? He thought out loud, sitting up straighter in his chair as he processed what he'd thought about and said, Chio, you can run DNA tests, right? The man was pressing his limits. Izuku hadn't even figured it out yet, and he was more perceptive than his father. Only with Inko's XPLCT permission. It would be different if Izuku were living on campus. Nizu would be the boy's parental guardian. If you want this off the books, I can't help. She could see his shoulders slump. He'd wanted this to never catch Inko's ears. Never. Especially since he'd dated her during the time she'd become P-Arginin-T. If she thought he was looking into Izuku being his kid, well, she'd pull him from UA without a second thought. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, but still straightened himself up. Fine, I can wait. When he's 18 I can ask for that test, but for now, I'll treat him like he's my son, because damn it Chio, I can't risk losing him. Not again. Those words made the recovery hero smile and she walked him from her office. It was obvious that Izuku had moved from bed, moving his hands at his childhood bully, who was oddly calm, relaxed even, to be in Izuku's presence. His back was to the door, and yet neither of them noticed the return of the two adults. Taking long, what you think they're talking about? Izuku signed to his friend, smiling at the blonde even if he was sporting his normal frown. Probably you, Deku. You break too much. The blonde had signed back quickly, red eyes so focused on Izuku that he hadn't noticed the pro heroes walk back in. Not my fault Quirk doesn't work. Katsuki had chuckled at that. The boy really had no control over his quirk. I know, was all that he'd signed back to the boy. Sorry for this morning, I didn't mean any of it. The teen told his friend slowly. Katsuki could only ruffle the green, almost black hair. I don't care. Beat your butt anyway. The way Katsuki had signed to Izuku was hesitant, a worried look in his eyes for just a moment before a fierce anger appeared in it. Don't do it though. The sign was hesitant, but Izuku could only give a nod. Promise, explosion. The signing was smooth and Katsuki still chuckled at the nickname. Since they were little, Izuku had always called him Explosion as his given sign, and Katsuki in return had called him Bunny, until he'd called him Deku. When will you stop calling me Explosion? The teen asked, frowning deeper than usual, but Izuku could only shrug. When you stop calling me Deku, he signed in return. That was when Katsuki noticed Chio and Shota at the door. The teacher looked like he was watching a priceless moment, a soft smile on his face as he looked at Izuku. Chio was just nodding her head, happy that the two had decided to get along. Izuku waved his hand in his face, but when Katsuki didn't look back at him, he turned to see his teachers. Mr. Aizawa, recovery girl. The boy's voice was high, as if embarrassed to be caught using sign language. Shota, on the other hand, could only chuckle quietly into his scarf. The boy was a nervous wreck. Problem child, you're getting a once-over from recovery girl before we go back to class. Bakugo, you'll be staying here for a few hours for a concussion watch. I know recovery girl's Quirk fixes everything, but it's worth the lost class time. The teacher smiled at Izuku as he eagerly smiled at him. Izuku's smile was so similar to Inko's it was scary, but then there were times that the looks he gave reminded him of himself. It was those small moments when he thrived off the thrill of his fights, when he would glare at Mineta, when the boy would be tossed from the room to get checked over or healed and wouldn't come back for hours looking like he'd just woken up. Izuku was too much like him, and until he could get his approval for a DNA test, the man could do nothing. Yes, sir. The boy told his teacher, looking back at his childhood bully to sign him something quickly. It had made Katsuki laugh, even if his head was pounding. Nap, I extend going back by falling asleep. Chio ignored the sign, pretending she had no idea what Izuku said as she showed Izuku back to his bed. The once-over hadn't taken too long. If anything, the boy was just a little too tired. His blood sugar had dropped some from the adrenaline, but Chio assured that with a sugary snack, the boy would be fine. Problem child, let's go. Shota told him as he stood up, and Izuku diligently followed beside the man. It was silent for a while too, the boy having kept to himself. I read your medical file. Izuku stopped in the middle of the hall at his words. What? Why? I was curious, but also I really needed to. 2 quirks is unheard of, and Chio had let it slip that you were originally quirkless until right before the entrance exam. I had to look to see if I'd missed anything else important. Shota turned back to Izuku, threading his hands through the boy's hair. It felt like his own, the texture of it. Why didn't you tell me? About your hearing loss and tinnitus, your ADHD, your asthma, your... Shota had to pause for a moment. He had to collect himself before he got emotional. Your quirklessness. Izuku had flinched at that, and Shota was worried as to why. I didn't want you to be ashamed of me, okay? Izuku's words barely made it to his ears. Shota couldn't even believe what he'd heard. How could Izuku ever believe that anyone at UA could be ashamed of him? In fact, Shota would have been more impressed than anything. Ashamed? Midoriya, who put that in your head? Who told you I'd be ashamed of your quirklessness? He held the boy's shoulders tightly, trying not to show his anger lest he scare the boy. Everyone, I guess. After living 15 years quirkless, you really just get used to it. The bullying. I was just lucky that Kaken had always gone easy on me. After all, most of my peers and teachers didn't. The confession was groundbreaking in Shota's mind. Your teachers and Bakugo made you feel like this? He asked, but Izuku wouldn't respond. He couldn't. He knew his teacher would go back to recovery room's office and expel his friend. Not just them, my dad. Mama told me he left because I was quirkless. I don't remember much of my childhood because of all the trauma from Kaken, but it was good just my mom and I. He'd wanted to scream at Inko. His most promising student was most likely his FING son, but he had so many mental problems because Inko never let him be there. Inko never let Shota teach Izuku that his quirk, or lack thereof, shouldn't matter to himself or anyone around him. Midoriya? No. Oh my god, no Midoriya. Anyone would be FNG grateful to have you as their son. I know I call you my problem child, but you're my most promising student simply because of who you are. Shota's body protested, but he still got down on one knee to be eye level with his kid. You're reckless and break easily, but you have a heart too big for this world. You're so smart too, and it kills me to see such a brain go to waste with heroics instead of analytics. Your father wouldn't ever abandon you, especially if he saw what kind of man you grew up to be. Izuku looked like he wanted to cry, and even then he would never do it in front of Shota. You're just saying that, whoever put that self-doubt in his head, Shota would crush it. He'd crush them. The way I see it, you have my quirk, and you sure as hell act a lot like me too. If you were my kid, I'd be even proud. Yeah, you give me a heart attack every other day from breaking so many bones, but now we can work on it. I'm here for you, the teacher told him with a smile. Izuku had to take a second to gather himself together, and then gave a smile back at him. It was weak and still doubtful, but there was a sliver of confidence, and that was all Shota needed. Yes, sir. Good, now help me up, my knees aren't as good as yours. The laugh was worth it, and the teen helped his teacher off of the floor with a smile. Though, considering Izuku's medical files and his extensive amount of time spent in Chiyo's infirmary, he was pretty sure the teen's knees were just as bad as his. You want to test that theory? Shota shook his head. He knew that it would be too close to call. No, time to get back to class, come on. He pushed the boy from the back of his head, encouraging the teen to walk as they made their way through the corridors. It was a comfortable silence then, no need for tension now. It was nice, seeing Izuku so relaxed like he was. It was nothing like the walk to Nizu's or to Recovery Girl's office. This was calmer, more relaxed, and Izuku definitely felt it. His shoulders were slumped, still tense, but it was better, and he wasn't walking as if he was scared of who would see him. He looked normal, natural. Shota loved it. So when they walked back into the classroom, and Shota let Izuku walk over to his friends, Hizashi couldn't help but watch. Izuku's hair had been growing out, black peeking in over the green, and the sound hero had a few theories. Of course Shota would never be allowed to hear those theories. The man would kill him for making assumptions about him or his students. He walks like you, he couldn't help but comment. Shota had to glare at him, hiding his face deeper into his scarf. Shut up. The demand hadn't seemed to bother Hizashi, seeing as he smirked at him. You see it too, don't you? Shota ignored him. Alright, now let's start class. Seats now. Shota couldn't help but watch as Izuku was the last person to sit down, quite unusual. Then again, the day was full of unusual events. Knowing Izuku had his quirk made it a lot more difficult to focus on teaching. The idea that Izuku had all these problems and secrets made Shota feel heavier somehow. His body was more slumped, and it felt like he was carrying this weight made of superstition on his shoulders. Nizu's words weighed heavily on him. How the hell could he help Izuku? The kid was a 1 in a million chance. He was the kid who continued to surprise even when everyone thought all his cards were thrown out on the table. It was whenever the teen strained himself, rubbed at his ears, or even grimaced, Shota was filled with worry. He knew the kid could handle himself, sure that was nice, but now that the man knew about his kid's problems it was a lot harder to ignore his strange habits. He ignored how Izuku favored leaning his left ear towards the board, or how he would clench and unclench his fists from the chronic pain he no doubt faced from breaking so many bones. Shota was positive the boy hid his chronic pain from everyone, including Chiyo and Nizu. How could he ignore when he would notice Izuku struggling to pay attention in class? How could he ignore it when the boy was obviously struggling to hear him? It took all he could to act like normal, it really had. He'd practically dreaded watching Izuku walk out of the classroom to go home. Inko would figure it out, she'd know Izuku had his quirk, and then she'd pull him from UA. Shota was sure of it. He was so sure of it that he stopped the boy before he could leave class that evening. Shota had to stop him from leaving because if Inko got him out of his reach, well, he'd never see the kid again. He didn't want that. Today, it should be a secret. It's not going on your record, and I want to keep this under wraps until we can figure out why your quirk bloomed so late. You'll start training with me instead of All Might from now on, so that we can try and get both quirks under control. You're 15 years behind right now, so until it's under better control don't tell anyone. Not even your mom. I need to figure out why you have my quirk, how you have it, and we need to get it under control. Izuku's nod showed that he was paying attention to his teacher. Just keep it under wraps, don't get too emotional between now and tomorrow. Try and gauge your emotions just right so you don't set off the erasure quirk, and when you get to class tomorrow, I'll have a bit more that I can teach you and show you too. Help control it. Can you do that? The man was anxious, he would admit it. He wanted to tug at his scarf or his hair and rub his hands together. He was nervous. Of course, Mr. Aizawa, I know that it's a bit concerning that we share the same quirk. My lips are sealed, Izuku told him with a smile. Shota nodded his head and gave a goodbye, letting the student pass to meet up with Katsuki. It seemed they lived nearby and walked home together even though the blonde seemed to hate Izuku with every fiber of his being in front of other people. He couldn't wait to get home to espresso and sanka, He swore his dogs were better at relaxing him than he was. Then again, he was an underground pro hero. His therapist had practically demanded he had a service dog and an ESA. Taking a deep breath, the man started towards the teacher's lounge. It was time to recruit Hizashi Yamada to his cause of figuring out his problem child's genetics. What was that about? Katsuki signed to his childhood friend as Izuku caught up to him, glancing almost warily back at Shota. Izuku tugged on his sleeve, wanting to respond to the boy's question. Want today quiet, no talking about it? Katsuki scoffed, rolling his eyes as he rubbed at his face gently. What for? The sign seemed irritated, tired. Want to help me control first. Figure out what happened. That was actually pretty smart, Katsuki wouldn't lie. Then again, he wasn't going to say anything anyway. The boys knew too much about each other, spouting off about how Izuku had 2 quirks as grounds for putting Inko in an early grave. Okay, lips sealed. The two nodded in agreement as they left the school. Who knew that a few mad words would end up with such a big secret? It wasn't as if the tension the two boys had was gone, because most of the time it wasn't. Sometimes, it just went dormant, especially when the other really needed it. When Shota got to the teacher's lounge, he was eager to shrug off his hero suit and change into something comfortable. Yeah, sure, his suit was baggy, but that didn't mean it was comfortable. The amount of support items that he'd hidden into his suit along with the fabric the clothes were made out of made his suit uncomfortably hot and heavy. The rest of the staff were there, but Shota really only had his eyes on Hizashi and Toshinori. The number 1 hero had somehow made it higher onto his sheet list, and Shota could tell that the man hadn't been happy with Izuku for sharing the secret of One for All that morning. Shota, everything good? His best friend asked, already changed out of his hero uniform. He could really only shake his head, words were failing him and Shota really needed a break. It's about Midoriya, isn't it? The blonde asked, making several heads turn. It wasn't unusual to see Shota worried over his kids, but Izuku was special. He was the kid who had chess matches against Nizu for fun on Tuesdays, the kid who would give out little portraits of his teachers and peers because he found the way they were standing inspiring at that moment. Izuku was in everyone's heart, even if he hadn't really known it. Shota knew though, he knew almost every teacher had a headshot of themselves beautifully drawn sitting on their office desk at home. Izuku was the kid Namuri went to when she was having soup problems, asking for ideas before the boy had recommended her to Mei Hatsum in the support department. He was the kid that Hizashi had gone to when he was complaining of shoulder pain due to the weight of his speakers. Everyone had something special in their hearts for Izuku, and Shota's concern for him always turned heads. What is it? Higuri asked, eyes filling with concern at the man's nod. It's him, that's all. It's just him, and I'm such a effing mess. You know he has hearing loss and tinnitus? He's got ADHD, acute asthma, moderate hearing loss, and severe tinnitus. He can FENG speak sign language, and I ignored it. I had no idea until now, he told the group, tears clouding his eyes. He blinked them away. He doesn't have hearing aids, and I've been pushing him past the legal medical limit. I could have killed him. The emotions from Recovery Girl's office, mixed with everything else that had gone FANG wrong that day, burst from the bottle Shota had shoved them in. It had shocked everyone in the room, his words. None of them knew. It seemed Izuku had swayed Nizu to hide his problems from everyone, not just Shota. I'm not a teacher. I can't be a hero who protects and serves. I'm effing idiot. I'm a sheet teacher, how could I neglect to look at his medical forms? Namuri was the first to go to her friend's side, seeing as Hizashi was already there. I could have killed him in the Quirk apprehension test, or at the USJ, or even at the sports festival. I could have killed him, God, I'm such an idiot. The thought that Izuku could just very well be his son hadn't made him feel any better. Shota was ready to sob into his friend's arms, he was ready to spill everything, all of the secrets that Izuku had shared that morning. He didn't though. Instead, his knees went weak and gave out underneath him, dropping into Namuri's stable grasp. Shota was crying, he was crying because he could have killed his son. He could have sent him into an asthma attack, could have sent him into a battle simulation where the boy wouldn't have been able to hear him for his warnings, he could have gotten killed at the USJ attack. It finally weighed on Shota that Izuku had saved him far more than the pro had ever saved him. Izuku had been the one to make him change his expelling rule. Izuku had been the one to notice Shota struggling to help some of the kids in 1A and would slip analysis notes into the man's sleeping bag or desk when he walked by. Izuku was the one who helped him when USJ happened, came to his rescue and assisted him even when it could have gotten him killed. This boy with broken bones and a wounded soul had helped him so much throughout the year, and it wasn't even halfway over. Izuku had saved him in more ways than one really. Whenever he saw Izuku smile, he saw Inko. Whenever he was happily chatting away with his friends, he saw Oboro. Izuku had this nonchalant kind of cockiness to him, so unnoticed due to how kind he was. If Hizashi had noticed at all, he probably hadn't said anything, but it was so much like Shota from when he was younger. It made the man sob harder, because his son had all the guts and pride that Inko did, but he'd presented it in such an Erasure head way that the man couldn't look at him without seeing the similarities. The tilt in his head when he smiled. The roots of his hair were shining black when they'd been green 2 weeks ago. The bags under his eyes. The way he saw Izuku curl up under a tree on the grounds before class some days. How Izuku reacted to Ochako, just as he'd reacted to Hizashi during his own school days. It was there, it was all so Shota, and it was real, because he couldn't imagine it. If he imagined it, then it wouldn't be real anymore. Shota needed it to be real, because Izuku had been this magnetic force and the boy was like his son, and the pro thought he might break if it turned out he was wrong. The underground hero hadn't realized how much he'd been hoping for Izuku to be his until now. What does that matter so much now? How did you even learn this? Please talk to us. He hadn't noticed the way the other teachers crowded around him in worry. Toshinori had snuck his way out somehow, and in the back of his mind, Shota made note of that. Izuku might be my son, and I'm terrified of being wrong about it. It came out barely above a whisper, and some of the teachers hadn't heard it, but Hizashi, Namuri, and Ryo had heard, and that was enough. Your son? Shota, are you sure? Ryo's words were quiet, but they were full of hope. All of the teachers had at one point hoped that Izuku could somehow end up being theirs one day, even if it was irrational and illogical to think. Shota could only nod into Namuri's neck. He was positive. Izuku had his quirk, had everything that he had thought about being, mixed in with this beautiful dose of positivity. He did his best to stabilize his breathing, needing to calm down even if Namuri was slowly slipping them both to the ground. Shota and I walked into his homeroom this morning to find Izuku doing something out of the ordinary. It had been something that honestly had reminded me of Shota. The more I think of it, the more the kid acts like him, thinks like him, hell Izuku moves like him. It'd make the teacher's lounge go silent. No one had ever really made that connection before. The kid is always really stoic when he's by himself. It's rare that I see him alone, but when I do, he looks really blank-faced. Higuri mentioned quietly, a smile forming on his face. I think those are the times that I loved about him most, when he wasn't around people trying to keep up with their social pacing. He'd sit with a sketchbook and hide in a corner with earbuds in and kind of just enjoy himself. It's rare, but it's always really nice to see. The teacher pulled out his phone, opening it to show the group a picture of Izuku. He was curled up in the corner of what looked like an abandoned room, sketchbook in his lap with earbuds in his ears, the tiniest smile on his face. The boy looked tired though, he looked exhausted without his signature smile on his face. That's a nice picture, but why do you have a picture of my son on your phone? Higuri never answered his question though, because a voice spoke up behind the group of adults. I think you could be right, Aizawa, our promising young student could very well be your child. Nizu, of course it was Nizu. The principal seemed to know everything. For now, this will remain secret, no students will know. Neither will All Might, we will keep this under wraps, only the people in here will know of this possibility. Understood? The principal asked, and while it had made everyone uneasy, they'd nodded. Good, have a nice night everyone. See you tomorrow morning. The Chimera then left the teacher's lounge. He hadn't even really stepped inside, stopping at the door. It was weird what the animal had said, but they wouldn't dare argue with Nizu. Are you okay? Namuri asked Shota, who nodded his head at her. Yeah, I'm fine now. Thanks, Namuri. He slowly got out of her grasp, standing up with a slight wince at his joints, before leaving to go and change out of his hero suit. The man definitely needed to start bringing his dogs to school. Hey, that aren't Quirks genetic? Katsuki had asked on the train ride home, and since then Izuku had thought about it the entire walk to his apartment. Quirks were genetic, yes they could mutate when they were passed down, but not really. Katsuki had a mutated version of his parents' quirks, and so did Shota. Yet, Denki had his mom's quirk, a direct pass-down. He stopped to look at his hands. Shota Aizawa could be his dad. It was a possibility, wasn't it? Erasure quirk doesn't just randomly manifest unless he was related to his teacher in some way. So the boy took a deep breath and walked up the stairs to his apartment complex. He had an idea. It was stupid and his mom would probably never fall for it, but he could try. Inko was a smart woman, gentle and sometimes gullible, yes, but smart. So as he entered the house and announced that he was home by ringing the bell by the door, he took off his shoes and promised himself that he would follow through with his plan. Son, how was school? Inko asked him as he approached her to give her a hug in greeting. It was difficult to do seeing as she was stirring something in a pan on the stove, but he still did it anyways. Boring, he signed to his mother with a smile. Sniffing at the pan, he smiled, smelling pork. Katsudon for dinner, go wash up. Izuku quickly left for his bedroom, changing out his uniform to slip on a black long-sleeve shirt and a pair of sweatpants. He slipped out of his room again, phone in hand as he texted an online friend. He sat himself down at the table, phone haphazardly shoved into his pocket as Inko set down a bowl in front of him. Hey mom, do you have my birth certificate? The woman froze at his question as he picked up his chopsticks and began eating. Yes, why? She signed to him, but he just shrugged his shoulders. Saw nurse lady today, said she didn't have it. Asked me if I would bring to her for filing. Inko knew it was bullshit. Nizu had given her permission to keep Izuku's birth certificate off file due to who his father was, but apparently Recovery Girl hadn't known. It isn't. She played dumb. Inko could fix this. She'd call Nizu while Izuku was at school and ask questions, even if she knew the Chimera spoke in riddles most of the time. No, can I have it? I'll bring to school tomorrow so you don't have to drive. He told her, surprised that his ruse was working. In all honesty, he'd expected his mom to call him out on his lie and dig into why he'd wanted to see it. Sure, I'll get it after dinner, she told him as she picked up her own chopsticks. He smiled and nodded, continuing to eat his katsudon in silence. When he was done, he took his dishes to the sink and rinsed them thoroughly before putting them into the dishwasher. Izuku had even taken his mother's dishes when she came into the kitchen, offering to take them for her so she could go get him the document he needed. When he was done, he dried off his hands and went to the living room to relax. He sunk into the couch, opening his phone to respond to people and aimlessly play games on his phone. Here, be careful with it. The teen was surprisingly very calm when he got it. He'd expected to be overwhelmed, excited even. Izuku took it from her and smiled, holding it gently to his chest. Put in my bag for tomorrow. Need anything before I do homework? Inko gave a shake of her head, releasing her son's attention to go to his schoolwork as she went to the kitchen to wash the pots and pans from dinner. Izuku was almost giddy when he closed his bedroom door behind him, eyes on the envelope in his hands. He dug his hand into his pocket to fish out his phone yet again, opening it and calling Katsuki. What shitty Deku? The teen asked, obviously busy and irritated he was interrupted. I got my birth certificate from my mom. I lied and said that Recovery Girl needed it, and I have it and I don't want to open it by myself, so will you please stay on the call with me? The teen asked, rushing the words out of his mouth in a hushed tone, as if afraid Inko would hear from across the house. What? Call me back on video call, I want to see this. Izuku had hung up without another word and recalled his childhood friend and bully on video call. Katsuki took one look at Izuku and started laughing. What? The boy asked, envelope still tight in his hands. Blink, dumbass. You'll get dry eyes, Katsuki pointed out as Izuku realized Erasure had been activated. He quickly blinked a few times, doing his best to regain moisture to his eyes. Open it, his friend told him from his phone. Izuku couldn't wait anymore either, the anxiety had just been holding him back. So, he opened up the envelope slowly, taking out his birth certificate and looking it over gently. His heart stopped in his chest, erasure flaring up again as his eyes widened. There it was, his father's name in ink on his birth certificate. Shota Aizawa, Quirk, Erasure. His homeroom teacher was his father. Really, Izuku should have been expecting it. He was smart and perceptive, and that was like half of what Shota was. He was smart enough to know that quirks were purely genetic unless proven otherwise, like one for all. Blink dude, seriously, do you not know when you activate that quirk? Katsuki had questioned, breaking him out of his staring trance at the paper. What's it say? The blonde was excited to know. After all, his best friend had been without a father for his entire life. He wanted to know who he would be beating the sheet out of for abandoning him. Shota Aizawa. Quirk, Erasure. Izuku muttered softly under his breath, making Katsuki swear through the phone. Oh shit. So their homeroom teacher really was Izuku's father? How could the idiot get that lucky to have a hero father, hero mentor, 2 goddamn quirks, and a supportive mom? The blonde was almost jealous of his friend for the amount of luck that he had. Izuku dropped the paper, it made sense now. The sarcastic comment in Nisa's office, the way Shota treated the teen, the way he kept his distance unless it was needed. Shota had no idea Izuku was his son. He was under the impression that Izuku was just a kid, a student in his class who somehow kept becoming an impossible problem. He doesn't even know it either. Izuku's comment had Katsuki muttering his own little, oh shit, as he picked up the paper. Well, that just made things a whole lot more complicated. Shota didn't know Izuku was his son, and Izuku was painfully aware of his father's identity. The next day, it had been strange to see 2 brown huskies trotting around the teacher's lounge, but the others hadn't brought any attention to it. Hizashi was sitting beside Shota, who was still in his civilian clothes, as they thought about ways to figure out the problem with Izuku. Of course, Shota had wanted to just call it a day and treat Izuku like his son, but it would be weird if he'd suddenly started pampering the kid without having some kind of proof that they were related. What about his birth certificate? That has to be on file, right? Hizashi asked, looking through student files on his laptop. I tried that. Somehow Midoriya's birth certificate is like the only one that isn't on file. Hizashi stopped looking, rubbing at his eyes as he tried to wake up a little more. It was honestly far too early in the morning for him to be using his brain as much as he was. Why don't you just ask him if he knows who his dad is? Or like, ask Inko? You know she would never lie to you, Hizashi told him as he remembered his experiences from high school. I tried that. Midoriya was 4, I'd found her at a park and I'd asked her, she told me no. I know he's my son though, he has to be. I need to figure out how, that's all. Shota stretched, his back popping almost uncomfortably as he did so. The dogs perked up at his movement and trotted over to lay at his feet instead of in the room. Aizawa, what's with the dogs? Higuri asked as he sipped on his cup of coffee. Shota shrugged his shoulders, reaching down to pet one of them as he watched Hizashi scroll through Izuku's student file. They're my service animals, my Jima, and hopefully they'll be Midoriya's as well. The one dog perked up at the mention of the boy's name, ears twitching atop its head at its owner. Apparently, the dogs had heard the boy's name a lot, seeing as it was such a familiar name that it responded to Shota saying it. Did that dog just respond to you mentioning Midoriya? Nemuri had asked, far too tired to really focus on what the dog had done. Yes, that's Espresso, she's an emotional support animal. Her job has been very needed this year because of Midoriya. She's just happy she gets treats after putting up with my anxiety attacks. The way Shota had said that, it was as if he hadn't just revealed he had anxiety attacks over his student frequently. She tried to say something, letting her mouth open, but had decided against it. She shut her mouth again, and sipped her coffee silently. If Espresso is her name, Higuri started, pointing to Espresso. What's that one's name? That's Sanka, my service animal for my severe pain, cardiac arrhythmia, and my vertigo. Though Espresso is trained in helping people with hearing loss, I got her trained for it due to my line of work. Which means she can help me with Midoriya when he has problems in class. Higari smiled, knowing Shota obviously was too invested in what he was looking at to realize how much of a father the man sounded like. Already thinking ahead to help his son in any way he knows how, Ken smiled at the tired teacher. It wasn't very public knowledge that the man had medical problems, seeing as how he kept to himself, but it was nice to see him bringing in the service dogs again. Even if it was for the wrong reasons, it was still him bringing them in again. It would be beneficial for him and Izuku. We should get ready for class, Hizashi told his friend. He closed the laptop carefully and got up from the couch, downing the rest of the coffee. He set his cup down on the coffee table before moving to go to the teacher locker room and change his uniform. Shota knew he had to change. It was Nizu's protocol to wear hero suits while teaching, but the man just couldn't handle getting up to put on his heavy fabric-based suit. Still, Sanka nudged her nose at him and pawed at his leg until he got up. She understood Hizashi's social cue and therefore was demanding he get up to change out of his pajamas that he'd worn to the school. Begrudgingly, the man got up and walked to the locker, stopping by the door as he realized his dogs had followed him to the door. "Stay here, I'll be right back," he told them, watching them sit down before entering the locker to change into his uniform. When he was done and came out, he was holding 2 dog vests and a stack of papers. The vests went on the appropriate dog. Espresso's was all black, with a badge labeled Emotional Support, while Sanka's was red and labeled Service Dog. He filled his coffee mug up again for the second time that morning and walked out the door, signaling for his dogs to follow him through. While walking, he noticed someone outside the building. He vaguely recognized it as Izuku with the purple-haired kid from the sports festival, but he hadn't paid too much attention. As much as he wanted to go down to see his son, he had to get to the classroom and prepare for his hectic students. Hitoshi knew there had been something up with Izuku, especially during the sports festival. No one had ever been able to break out of his hold on them before, and somehow, Izuku had. So, when he finally saw the boy by himself, he took his chance to question him. He called out to him, but he'd received no sign that the 1A student had even heard him. Instead, the teen jogged to catch up to him, tapping him on the shoulder gently. The teen shouted, head twisting to face the general studies student. When Izuku saw that it was Hitoshi, he'd taken a sigh of relief. He shut the book he had seemed to be writing in, and put the pencil behind his ear as he stopped walking. Hitoshi took the hint and stopped with him. "Sorry," Hitoshi muttered. No, you're fine. Sorry, I've got hearing problems. I didn't hear you." "What's up?" the kid asked, making him tug on his uniform sleeve gently. "Well, I had a few questions about the sports festival." Izuku perked up at that, immediately excited at the conversation ahead. "Go ahead. Shoot them at me, I loved the sports festival. You were so cool." Izuku was really excited to talk about Hitoshi's quirk. It wasn't something that the lavender-haired boy was often used to seeing. After all, his quirk was not one that would be praised by society. "But, did you maybe want to sit somewhere?" "Wait, don't answer that, let me rephrase that. Sorry. Let's go sit somewhere," Hitoshi told him, realizing his question could have activated his quirk. "Yeah, let's go sit. I'd love to answer your questions. Now, I do have some questions of my own, would you mind if I asked a few?" The excited look in Izuku's eyes made it impossible for Hitoshi to reject him. It had been the first kind of positive praise for his quirk in a long time, and if Izuku wanted to learn about it and praise his ability, well, could Hitoshi reject that? The answer was no. The two sat down under a tree, Izuku having requested that Hitoshi sit on his left side. He waited for Izuku to settle down for a minute before he started asking questions. "Alright, what's up? What questions do you have?" The teen fiddled with the grass beneath them as he thought about how to phrase his words. Hitoshi really didn't want to accidentally brainwash Izuku during this. "I've been thinking and trying to wrap my head around it, but I don't understand how you escaped my quirk's grasp. It's not possible, it's never happened before." Izuku saw what he was doing. Hitoshi was refraining from questions to avoid activating his quirk. "You don't have to avoid asking questions. I don't even really know how I could break through your quirk. Turns out though, I've got the same quirk as Aizawa, my homeroom teacher. I don't have a good handle on either of my quirks, but I think when I broke out of your brainwashing my quirk tripped something with Erasure." It would make sense, Hitoshi thought for a second, before he processed the rest of Izuku's words. 2 quirks? 2? Midoriya, don't pull my leg. He told the other with a frown. Hitoshi knew it, this was a waste of time. Izuku was just making fun of him. He aimed to get up, but Izuku held his arm to keep him down. No, Shinso, please. I'm telling the truth, I can explain later when I know there aren't prying ears. Hitoshi looked him in the eyes and saw honesty in them. I swear I have 2. Trust me, I've been trying to figure out how I got out of your quirk too, but outside of Erasure mixing with my first quirk, which is a serious stretch, there's no way. Hitoshi was still skeptical, and Izuku couldn't blame him. I can explain the other one later, but I know for a fact that my Erasure quirk is from Aizawa. It had piqued the other teen's interest, really. Had Izuku looked for a sign that he could be related to his teacher? Hadn't been the weirdest thing he'd heard all year. Do you have proof? He asked, finally asking Izuku a question. The successor had no problems in fishing out an envelope from his bag, giving it to the other boy quickly. Look at this. This is my birth certificate from my mother, and you can tell it's real from how faded the paper is. Hitoshi hesitantly took the envelope from Izuku and opened it up. Shota Aizawa is my father. I didn't know. Until last night, but the paper proves it. It's a government document, it can't be fake. Sure enough, right there on the paper was the underground hero's name where the father should be listed. Shota Aizawa. Quirk, Erasure. Izuku hadn't been lying. The kid really had done his research to find proof. Hitoshi was impressed. Holy shit. Does he know? Hitoshi was too caught up in Izuku's family drama to be worried about how he phrased his words now. He was too invested to care about the sports festival or his quirk anymore. I don't think so, Izuku said quietly as he took the paper back. He put it back into his book bag carefully, choosing to face Hitoshi again. Back to the original topic, you have other questions about the sports festival, right? Izuku asked, wringing his hands together excitedly. Yeah. The bone breaking, is that like normal? Hitoshi asked, noticing the layers of scars on the boy's hands and over the various parts of exposed skin. Oh no. That's because I couldn't control my original quirk that I fought with in the sports festival. Well, I still can't control it. It's too much power for my body, so it's very difficult for me to gauge the power correctly. Hence, the broken bones. Izuku hid his hands into his lap, obviously not proud of the scars on his hands. Hitoshi felt bad now. He hadn't meant his question in a bad way. Obviously the teen had no idea that the question would make Izuku so self-conscious. He panicked for a minute, not wanting to give the boy the wrong impression, especially after everything. That's not a bad thing, I swear, I was just curious. I'm sorry. He apologized in a rush, and Izuku found it slightly cute that Hitoshi had panicked over him hiding his hands like he had. The boy was going to say something when he heard the first bell go off. I should go, my classroom's across campus. Meet me here after school? We can hang out, I'll explain more. Hitoshi watched Izuku get up and followed his lead, a tiny smile on his face. No one had ever asked him that before. It had been such a long time since someone had asked him to hang out instead of it being the other way around. Yeah, I mean if that's okay. Izuku giggled. He wouldn't lie. Hitoshi was entertaining and cute to talk to. However, the Hero Corps student could only smile at the tiniest flush that covered Hitoshi's face when the noise escaped him. So, he walked off with plans after school, but stopped when he got a few feet away. Quickly he opened up his notebook to one of the first few pages, and pulled his pencil from his ear. Izuku wrote something down on the corner and ran back to the boy still starstruck under the tree. Here, he told him quietly as he ripped the page from the book. The teen had given him a picture, a nice sketch of Hitoshi on the center of the page. It looked old, the lead on the page looked faded, but there was a bit of new writing in the corner. Text me sometime, please. Izuku was jotted down in neat scribbles on the corner of the page with the teen's phone number underneath in the same faded lead as the drawing, but when Hitoshi looked back up, Izuku was gone. Had he just gotten the token cute guy of one as phone number, without asking for it? Hitoshi wasn't going to complain, but he had to hide this from quite literally the rest of the school. Why did he give this to me now? was all Hitoshi could ask as he smiled impossibly wide at the numbers in the corner. That was not how he'd expected his morning to go, but he wouldn't complain. He carefully slid the picture into his bag in a safe place and walked to class. The first person to walk into the room for class that morning was Izuku. Now Shota wasn't too surprised, but it was rare that he was the first person to be there. "Morning, Mr. Aizawa," he told the man as he went to his desk to set his bag down. "Problem child, no issues yesterday?" he asked. The huskies sat behind his desk, perking up at the familiar phrase and poking their heads out to see their first glimpse of their owner's source of stress. Izuku, however, hadn't noticed because he was unpacking his stuff for homeroom. Espresso and Sanka both decided to get a closer look and left from behind the desk to go up to Izuku while he unpacked his things. "No, not really, it activated twice, but I was in my room by myself, so no one saw it," he told his teacher before feeling something ghost past his leg. Looking down, the teen found 2 brown huskies at his feet, tails wagging with excitement at him. "Oh, hello. You two are adorable," he told them, taking note of the vests on their torsos. Shota, on the other hand, heard his students' greeting and peeked over his shoulder to see the situation. "You can pet them, they won't bite." Izuku took that chance to get down on his knees, ignoring the harsh pop that came from them, to pet both of the dogs at eye level. Sanka had given a glance to the boy's knees, head turning to look at Shota in what could only be a motion of worry before turning back to sniff and lick at the boy's knees through his jeans in worry. "What are their names?" Izuku had asked as he got affectionate licks on the face from Espresso. "The one liking you is Espresso, my ESA, and the one who is very much worried about the popping that just came from your knees is Sanka, my service dog. Though, while they are here, they will also be acting as your service animals as well." Izuku was stunned. His father had 2 trained animals, and he was directing them to pay attention to him while he was in class. "Oh," was all he could say as he kissed the top of Espresso's head. He took the next few minutes to pet them in a relaxing silence, resorting to sitting on the floor instead of crouching like he had. When Tenya had come into the classroom, seeing as he was normally the first person into the room on most days, and saw the dogs with Izuku, he'd understandably freaked out. "Midoriya, you know that animals are not allowed in the classroom, let alone on the school grounds. Please remove them from the classroom and call your mother to come and pick them up." Shota had been irritated at that. Yes, Tenya was the class president, but the teacher was obviously in the room. Why had he insisted on speaking like that? But Ida," Izuku tried to explain. He was shot down, Tenya walking forward to try and take the dogs from the classroom. When they barked at him angrily for attempting to touch their vests, the kid freaked out. Service animals knew when they were allowed to be touched while on duty. Sanka was especially protective of her vest. It was not unusual for the dog to get angry when strangers attempted to pet her or touch her vest while she was working. "Midoriya, get them under control." "Ida." Shota spoke calmly, turning from what he was doing on the blackboard to face him. "Sir." "Midoriya has dash." Shota held up his hand to stop the class president from speaking. "Sanka and Espresso are my service animals. As you can see from their vests, they are on duty, and I've entrusted Midoriya to watch them while they are in class with me for the rest of the year. I know that you thought you were doing what was right, but you saw me in the room. Touch my dogs or speak to them like that again, and I'll have you expelled." His tone was cold, seeing as how Espresso was actively trying to distract Izuku from his obviously shaking hands. "Sir, I'm so sorry." He shook his head. "You should be apologizing to Midoriya, not me." Tenya quickly corrected his mistake, doing his best to keep his distance from the animals as the rest of the class filed into the room. Many people had wanted to pet Espresso and Sanka, but Izuku had dutifully kept them away from the dogs. After the bell rang, Shota turned from the blackboard, revealing the lesson for the PRD as he cleared his throat. "You've all noticed the 2 dogs in the room. The one in the black vest is Espresso. She is my emotional support animal and Midoriya's new service dog. Sanka, the dog in the red vest, is my own service dog. You'll do well to remember that. They will be under Midoriya's care during school hours or whenever they are with him, so don't touch them unless he gives you permission to. Next person to touch my dogs without asking is getting expelled, and I mean that very seriously." His announcement brought a bit of concern to Izuku's face. He hadn't known that Espresso would be his service animal, just that she would be under his care. Shota smiled as he watched the boy pet Espresso, who was lying dutifully between Izuku's desk and the wall. "Sir, why does Deku need a service dog? And why do you need one?" Bachako asked, but the man could only sigh. Izuku was tense in his chair now. That was no good. Espresso was peeking an eye up at his son. "Uraraka, I understand why you asked, but my medical history is none of your concern. Frankly, neither is Midoriya's, so if I see anyone pressuring answers out of him, I will take action as I see fit. You will not question why he needs a service animal, nor how he came to be the co-owner of my dog. She is none of your concern, and you should treat her as if she doesn't exist." The man explained, allowing Izuku to relax. Espresso gave a thankful nudge to the boy's ankle, and without any more stupid questions being asked, Shota was allowed to begin class. Though, that wasn't before he saw Izuku sneak a look down at his phone and smile like he'd won the lottery. His son was happy about something, that was for sure, and Shota couldn't find the will to yell at him about using his phone in class. When class ended and the PRD change came, Izuku had watched as Shota called for Sanka, but not Espresso. "Mr. Aizawa, what about Espresso?" The teen was obviously worried about how the rest of the teachers would react to the dog. "All of the staff are aware that Espresso won't be leaving your side during school hours, and even then, they know she's my animal and know she wouldn't be somewhere she's not supposed to be. So, she'll be by your side unless you're doing active training. You'll both come to the teacher's lounge during lunch and she'll go home with me. Understood, problem child?" Shota's words made the teen feel a little better about the dog being left with him and gave a short nod when the man stared at him for confirmation that he'd heard him. Sanka, however, was pawing at Shota's pant leg eagerly, and the man sighed, leaving the room quickly with the service dog in tow. It had been a weird interaction to say the least, but Izuku left it alone to give Espresso a gentle scratch behind one of her ears as he checked his phone. Hitoshi had been texting him since the beginning of class, and it had been cute. Though, they had been on the topic of class and Izuku's health issues all class, so the boy was just now asking about Espresso. "Shinso, so, like he just gave you a service dog? Pro-father move if you ask me. Midoriya, I guess? Espresso is mine during school, but she goes home with him. I think I just became an older brother to my service dog. Shinso, do you want to be a dad to my dog? I have a German shepherd named Alistair." When Izuku looked at the picture, it was a puppy. Hitoshi had a German shepherd puppy and hadn't told him until now. Izuku was learning to like the boy's company more and more as he talked to him. "Midoriya, holy if you have a puppy? Why didn't you tell me earlier? We're going to your house after school now." In the general studies classroom, Hitoshi couldn't help the chuckle that left his lips. Izuku was adorable when he was excited. He knew he'd probably get beaten 10 times over if anyone ever saw his conversations with Izuku, but it would be worth it to see the teen cuddled up in his living room with his dog. Though it would have to wait. His dad was out of the country for a conference on neuroscience, and his mom was on a week-long self-care retreat that Hitoshi had honestly wanted to join her on. "Shinso, not today, my parents are out of town so he's at a pet sitter's house. You can meet him next week, okay? Midoriya, okay double frowny face. But you better promise. I want to meet Alistair." The two teens had to set down their phones though, seeing as Izuku had heroics training next and would be away from the device anyway. It left Hitoshi with a bit more resolve to get into the hero course than before. He wanted to sit with Izuku and be able to talk to him in person during class. Honestly, it made him more excited to get into the course than anything. Izuku liked him, liked his quirk, and for now that was enough for Hitoshi. When the bell rang for lunch, Shota was at the door, Sanka sitting patiently at his heels as he watched Izuku pack up his things. He'd made sure Espresso wasn't touched and even gave her a loving kiss of affection for working so hard during the day. There'd been several instances where she'd alerted the underground hero when Izuku was having trouble hearing or paying attention. Honestly, Izuku found it cute how she'd put a paw on his thigh to get him back down to the present and force him to focus. He really wished he could afford a service dog of his own. However, Izuku knew that his mom was struggling with bills as it was. That was why the principal had often offered to play chess with him. Izuku did it twice a month and his tuition was cut in half mysteriously. The teen had a feeling Nizu had something to do with that, but simply let it slide as it gave him more time to learn from the chimera. So, he stood in front of his teacher, bag on his back with espresso happily at his feet and smiled. You said she was going to the teacher's lounge for lunch with you, right? He'd apparently forgotten what the man had told him at the end of the homeroom, because he'd wanted to try and catch Hitoshi during lunch and talk to him more. No, Espresso is a service dog, and she is on duty for you for the entire day. She needs to eat too and can't eat what Lunch Rush serves in the cafeteria. You're coming with me for the PRD, Shota explains with a small smile hidden behind his scarf. Izuku frowns a little at his words, but then smiles as he sees Espresso is excited to stay with the teenager longer. The teacher swears she's attached herself to the kid far more than she'd done to him. Shota almost felt jealous. Deku, you coming? Ochako asked as she got to the door of the classroom, a smile on her face. No, sorry. I have to go feed Espresso. Shota was sure that Ochako had given a hidden glare of jealousy at his dog, and he didn't know if he was embarrassed for her or entertained at her petty feelings. Come on, problem child, let's go. He told the kid, ruffling his hair only to shove him out the classroom fully. Izuku couldn't help but smile, starting his way to the teacher's lounge as Espresso and Senka trailed behind the boy excitedly. Shota did his best to walk beside him, hiding his smile behind his capture weapon. This would be the first time he actually saw Izuku outside of a classroom setting, and it made him feel excited. He hoped his son could at least relax, though knowing his own habits, he doubted Izuku had a relaxed bone in his body. Lunch Rush will be up with food for you as well as the dogs in a few minutes, so go sit down and get comfortable somewhere. I have grading to do, he told the teen as he pulled out a key ring from his utility belt. He opened the door with a key and let Izuku and the dogs in first. Hizashi and Higuri were there, but they hadn't been expecting Izuku to show up, so they'd taken off some of their suits. Higuri had almost scrambled to put his helmet back on, but Izuku hadn't even noticed he was there. The teen had simply followed Espresso to an empty couch and sat down, pulling out his homework and then his phone, all while petting the dog as she laid her snout on his thigh. She gave a huff at him when Izuku flinched as he wrung his hands together harshly, and the teen frowned at her. Oh, be quiet, you. He commented to her quietly as he scratched her behind the ear. Shota was surprised. He'd listened to her huffing and pulled out a bottle to help him with the pain, as well as earbuds. Slowly he sat down beside Izuku, who swallowed one of the pills from the bottle dry and rubbed his hands together again. Can I see those? He'd asked quietly, and the boy handed him the bottle easily. Tramadol? Midoriya, you're on a narcotic drag? He asked as he looked over the label on the bottle. Yeah, for my chronic pain due to all of the bone breaking. It's been prescribed by Recovery Girl, and I only take it when it's a severe flare-up. I tried not to take it today, but Espresso has been bothering me about my hands all day. The only reason I'm not on medication for nerve damage is because I told her no. Tried prescribing me medical cannabis, Izuku told his teacher as he pulled out a pencil to focus on his homework. Cannabis seems a lot less dangerous than a narcotic, kid. His comment didn't fall upon deaf ears though, or well they had, but Izuku had heard it somehow. Asthma. I can't smoke cannabis or cigarettes. Honestly, it's probably a good thing. Hizashi could only chuckle from behind his coffee mug, no longer worried about Izuku noticing he wasn't wearing his shades or his speakers and jacket. As long as you're taking it responsibly, I guess I can't get too mad at you. He handed the boy back the bottle, and in replacement of the pill bottle was a notepad. He opened it curiously, looking over the contents. Those are my medications and, well, everything that's supposedly wrong with me. He told him with a smile as he put his focus back to his homework, ignoring the way his phone screen lit up with the new message alert. Shota was honestly a little surprised. It was a long list. You had a cardiac arrhythmia as a kid? He asked, obviously shocked at the development. Yeah, it went away as I grew up. Something about a hole in my heart when I was born, that closed up naturally, and for the first few months I was a very delicate baby. You'd think it was funny, honestly. I was the most perfect and well-behaved kid. Nothing like the problem child that I am now. Izuku said as he circled the answer to one of his math questions. Shota felt like now would have been the worst time for him to mention that he'd met Izuku as a kid, or that he was the boy's father, probably, so he kept his mouth shut. I have like half of these myself, Midoriya. What the hell happened for you to have major clinical depression and anxiety at 15? Shota asked as he closed the notepad and put it on the coffee table next to Izuku's homework. I was violently harassed and discriminated against my entire life, and the one person who never saw me different from my quirk status was my mother, and even she tried gently crushing my dreams. That messes you up, Mr. Aizawa. The way that Izuku was so blunt had Hizashi choking on his coffee from across the room. He hadn't even taken his eyes off of his math homework, casually doing extreme mental math in his head and transcribing it onto paper. Well, Shota responded calmly. That was enough familial bonding for one class PRD. He really needed to figure out if Izuku was his or not, because at this rate, Shota was ready to just adopt Izuku even if he wasn't his blood. Yeah, if indeed. Shota almost wanted to scold the kid for swearing. It had almost felt like taboo to hear it come from the boy's mouth. The kid quickly went back to his work though, not bothering to continue the conversation as he put earbuds in and started listening to music. Shota could practically see Hizashi freaking out internally behind his piercing eyes. Swirls of dar red watched the underground hero with a sliver of humor and excitement in them as he got out papers to grade during the lunch PRD. When Lunch Rush came up to the teacher's lounge, finally able to slip away from the kitchens for a moment, he brought 2 dog bowls with him, a student dutifully holding 2 plates outside of the room to prevent them from seeing Izuku inside the room. He set down the bowls quietly, allowing the dogs to move and rush to their food of their own accord, and then left again to bring the plates into the room. He'd sent the student off back to the cafeteria, thanking them for the help. Izuku hadn't looked up when a plate was set in front of him, but not on top of his homework. An identical but slightly different plate set in front of Shota, who gave a glance and nod of thanks at him. Thanks, Dad. Izuku looked up, not realizing what he'd said to smile at Shota, but then realized it was very much not his father who'd set down the plate in front of him. He wasn't blinking anymore from the horror at what he'd just said, eyes turning an electric yellow as he paled, almost looking sick at the fact that he's just accidentally called Lunch Rush his dad, in front of his effing dad. He takes a quick look at Shota, seeing the man stunned and horrified at the words that had escaped the boy's mouth as he tugged his earbuds from his ears. Lunch Rush, on the other hand, simply chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck for a moment. You're welcome, Midoriya. The man sounded almost flustered at the fact that the student had called him dad. Izuku was horrified. Hizashi, on the other hand, had to put his coffee cup down, trying not to spit the hot drink out of his mouth as he held back from laughing. Shota had the funniest expression on his face, and Higuri couldn't help but cover his mouth to help prevent from snickering. Izuku finally felt himself come back down from his scare, blinking harshly to take away the dry eye before he thought about what to say. Oh my God, I am so sorry. I just assumed, I had no idea that was you. Oh my God, I will never live this down, Lunch Rush, I am so sorry. I don't even have a dad, I don't know why I said that. Holy hell, that is so embarrassing. Izuku told the chef from behind his hand, which came up to cover his mouth and face as it got a brighter and brighter shade of red. It's okay, it's a compliment. The chef ruffled Izuku's hair, blissfully unaware that Shota was the boy's father, let alone the fact that he was sitting right there. Enjoy your lunch, Midoriya. You too, Aizawa. The chef took his leave after that, and Izuku couldn't help but put his earbuds back in, trying to hide away in his homework again as he read over his English work from last night. Izuku was now painfully aware of Shota sitting next to him, even as he picked up his lunch and began eating as music rang from his earbuds at max volume. It helped with his tinnitus to drown out the noises his ears produced, and it helped him hear it clearer, but also, he was embarrassed. The birth certificate had made his book bag several pounds heavier on his back when he left the teacher's lounge at the end of the PRD. When the end of the day came, Izuku happily left espresso at the teacher's lounge, quickly thanking Shota for allowing him to take care of her for the school day, and rushed away. He was admittedly still a bit embarrassed about what had happened earlier. He happily slipped through the students, uniforms blending together so badly he hadn't even noticed when Ochako had tried to excitedly call out his name from behind him. Then again, he hadn't really been able to hear her, seeing as it was rare he ever heard someone when they tried to speak to him without facing him. He got outside when he'd actually heard her, turning to give her a questioning look as she stopped in front of him, out of breath. "I've been calling you for like 5 minutes. She told him, but the teen shrugged. "I'm sorry, I didn't hear you." Izuku anxiously rocked on his heels. He had to be meeting Hitoshi, but Ochako hadn't noticed the way he tried to lean out of the conversation. "So, why did you need a service dog? I mean, I get it if it's for like anxiety or whatever, but I haven't gotten to talk to you all day because of it." Was she jealous of a dog? Izuku couldn't believe it. Ochako was mad at a dog. It made him smile. "Espresso is for a lot of things, but Mr. Aizawa said you weren't supposed to ask me that. I'm not gonna tell you my medical history." His words were firm, and it made the girl in front of his frown impossibly more. "That's rude, you know. I just want to help," she commented as she sneered at the dog's name. "Well, I don't need it. Now, is there anything else?" Izuku asked her, causing her mood to immediately change. It was almost as if moving from the subject of the dog made her mood shift a lot easier. "Did you want to walk to the station together?" she asked excitedly, happy that she could finally make an attempt to hang out with him privately. "No, not today, sorry. I'm meeting a friend. We're gonna hang out at my house today." Izuku checked his phone, opening it to glance at the message he'd received. "Shinso, at the tree, be here or I'm leaving." Izuku panicked then, quickly shoving it back into his pocket and smiling at Ochako even if she was frowning. "I have to go, sorry. We'll walk together another time, yeah?" The boy hadn't waited for her response, and instead took a few bouncy steps backwards before turning to run to where he'd met Hitoshi that morning. Ochako had watched as Izuku stopped in front of Hitoshi and put a hand on his arm to catch his breath. It made her jealous. She huffed in annoyance and walked off to the train station alone. "Shinso, sorry, Uraraka wanted to talk to me." Hitoshi shrugged, smiling at Izuku as he undid his tie a little. "It's fine, wanna go?" he asked, and with a nod from the hero course student, they were off. The walk had been comfortable, small chatter every now and then, but it had mostly been Izuku spouting off facts or asking Hitoshi questions. After all, he hadn't gotten to ask the boy about his brainwashing quirk yet and the extent of its power, and Izuku really wanted to know. However, he held off, seeing as they were in public, and Hitoshi looked uncomfortable at the mention of Izuku asking about its specifics. The train ride was also comfortable, and Hitoshi was confused on why he was so at ease around the other boy. Izuku was supposed to be this entitled hero course kid, who refused to train his quirk before taking the entrance exam because he thought that he was too good for practice. Yet, he was the exact opposite. He refused to use his quirk or even speak about it really, and when Hitoshi had asked him quietly how he'd passed the entrance exam, Izuku had flat out told him, "I almost didn't." Izuku was a confusing boy and went against everything Hitoshi had thought about the hero course students. When they'd gotten off the train, Hitoshi had vaguely registered Katsuki Bakugo as well as Shota Todoroki getting off on the same stop, and even following them a little on the walk afterwards. Though, Katsuki had eventually turned into the more house-like area of the prefecture, while Shota walked towards the more expensive neighborhood. It was obvious that Izuku lived in an apartment. After all, the boy had told him so. "So, is anyone gonna be home when we get there?" Hitoshi asked quietly, toying with his school bag straps idly as Izuku thought about his question. "Maybe? My mom works as a nurse in the pediatric ward of Mizudafu General Hospital, so maybe? I don't have a dad, or at least I didn't, so it's just mom and me," Izuku explained as they turned down another street. "I see." Hitoshi knew that Shota Aizawa was Izuku's father, but he hadn't expected Izuku to have just gone his entire life with no father figure. Eventually they got to the apartment complex, and Izuku smiled. "Ready? This is your last chance to back out, once I start explaining. I can't stop, I'll tell you the whole truth." Hitoshi felt nervous now. It wasn't every day he went over to someone else's house, let alone learn top-secret information that he couldn't spill to anyone. He thought it over, he was already there, Might as well walk the extra mile and go the rest of the way. Ready, he told him with a small smile. There was a comfortable silence in the apartment complex. Hitoshi thought it was nice. While walking behind Izuku up to his apartment, he couldn't help but notice that the boy didn't take the elevator. It seemed Izuku enjoyed the walk because he was content in the silence that was between them. Do you have any pets or anything? Hitoshi asked offhandedly, seeing as Izuku knew he had a dog. My mom has a cat, but I don't have any pets. He's a ragdoll named Sora. He'll be skittish at first, but give him a little while and eventually he'll be making muffins on your lap or stomach. That sounded nice, Hitoshi thought to himself as they exited the stairwell. Him laying on Izuku's bed, teen tucked into his side as the cat made little muffins on his stomach. It sounded wonderful, and Hitoshi ignored the part of his thoughts that had Izuku cuddled into his side. He hadn't even noticed when they stopped in front of an apartment door, but Izuku had tried and succeeded in turning the doorknob, so he assumed that meant the boy's mom was home. Hitoshi followed him wordlessly, watching as Izuku took off his shoes and rang a bell that sat on a little table by the front door. So, not knowing why really, he followed along. He took off his own shoes and rang the little bell, causing Izuku to give him a smile. Izuku? You rang twice. A woman asked as she approached the front door, pausing as she saw a tuft of wild lavender hair behind her son. Who is that? She signed at Izuku, a smile still on her face. Friend, HIE, control. Izuku signed back as he looked to the boy behind him. But I'm Hitoshi Shinso, it's nice to meet you. He held out his hand to her, careful to avoid asking her any questions so that he could avoid using his quirk. While he had a great handle on it, there was always the off chance that he'd end up using it unintentionally. Inko Midoriya, but you can call me Mom. Inko's voice was full of excitement, and she shook his hand happily. He could feel the woman's excitement in her handshake, and he couldn't help but flush a little. No one had ever really paid so much attention to him. He didn't really tell me you spoke sign language. Izuku felt Hitoshi's gaze focused on him, making him blush out of embarrassment. I did forget that, didn't I? He asked the boy as he gave a smile to try and keep from getting into too much trouble with Hitoshi. If you told me I would have looked up or asked how to at least give your mom a simple greeting. He told the teen, elbowing him with a pout on his face. Don't worry about that, it's fine. I'm perfectly capable of hearing, it's Izuku who has the trouble. Let me get you guys something to eat, go hang out wherever you'd like. Inko was quick to shoo off her son and his friend, returning to the kitchen as they made their way to Izuku's room. It was quite bland, really, there wasn't much in it. The teen made sure to shut the door before he relaxed fully, putting his back on the desk chair and tossing his uniform jacket to the floor as he tugged his tie off his neck. There was a row of what had to be at least a dozen notebooks on a shelf that was attached to his bed frame, and then on a shelf hanging on his wall sat an array of sketchbooks. Of course, there was a hero figurine here or there, but other than that, there wasn't much to be shown. He had a desk that looked well used, but in all reality the room was pretty much unused. Sorry, I know I don't have much. I'm very minimalist, unlike what most people think. Apparently Izuku had a third quirk, mind reading, Hitoshi thought to himself as he set down his bag and tossed off his uniform jacket over the desk chair. Surprised me at first, but if you're really Aizawa's kid, I can see it. He took the chance to flop down on Izuku's bed, slowly stretching out with a smile. You're like a cat, Izuku told him as he watched the general studies student take over his bed. And you're like a puppy, get over it. The response was relaxed, as if he hadn't realized what he'd said. A puppy? I'm a little offended. I'm not that excitable and energetic. Izuku told him as he shoved Hitoshi over to lay on the bed beside him. Looks over personality. The student told the other, but Izuku gave him a look of insult. If any girl heard that come from your mouth, she'd punch you. Hitoshi could only shrug. Good, I'm not into girls anyway. Izuku couldn't explain that look that Hitoshi gave him, but his words were clear. You're gay? He asked, voice pitching higher as he spoke. Yeah, I mean, is there a problem with that? Hitoshi asked in response, voice anxious now. He hadn't even thought about how Izuku might feel about, well, gay people. It had just slipped from his mouth without a thought from his brain. No, no. Well, I'm gay, so I mean, there kind of can't really be a problem with it. Just shocked me a little, Izuku said with a smile. So, it was a good kind of shock? That was fine, he could work with that. He tried to say something, only to be interrupted by a knock at the door. Izuku called for the person to open the door, and Inko walked in with a small plate of snacks. She set it down on the desk. Here, just to snack on until dinner. Are you allergic to anything, dear? Inko asked Hitoshi, who leaned over Izuku to grab a grape from the plate. No, I'm not picky either, so please make anything you'd like. Hitoshi told the woman, charming her with a smile. Izuku could feel himself blush at the teen as he let himself drape over him while he spoke to his mother. God, how embarrassing was that? A cute boy had draped himself over him to talk to his mom and he's blushing. Goody. Enjoy you too, I'll call you when dinner is ready. Inko said as she shut the door behind her, leaving the two in peace. Hitoshi hadn't bothered moving, seeing as Izuku was rather comfortable, and simply turned his head to look at him. So, you have some explaining to do. Izuku tried to shove the boy off of him, but he was denied. Hitoshi was planted on him and wasn't moving. Great. Where do you want me to start? Izuku asked, not really knowing where to start. The beginning. I want full disclosure of what the hell seems to be going on with you. His words were sharp, even if he looked far too relaxed for how he spoke. I guess I should start off by saying that I was originally diagnosed as quirkless. I was well regulated in my emotions as a child, so somehow it led to me never unveiling my quirk, which is erasure. I spent 14 years bullied and harassed with really one person in my corner outside of my mom and well, even he left me. Then again, he was running from something, and when you start running you can never stop. Hitoshi stilled. That was already a ton of information. Quirkless? Wait, so you haven't had that ridiculously strong quirk this entire time? Hitoshi finally moved off of Izuku, only to lean in to look him in the eyes. Izuku had never noticed his pupils were white. Yeah, I was quirkless up until about 3 hours before the entrance exam. My dad doesn't know that yet, neither does my mom, so let's not talk about it around them. Hitoshi gave a shocked nod, still confused about how Izuku had 2 quirks when he hadn't had one as a child. So, when I was 14, I went to school with Kakin. Hitoshi interrupted him. The Bakugo guy, right? The asshat who won the sports festival, he commented bluntly. Izuku gave a curt nod. Really, Hitoshi wasn't wrong, so he couldn't really disagree. I had gone to school with him for quite a long time. He'd been my bully since we were kids, Izuku said as he shifted slightly to sit up on his bed. Hitoshi moved with him, sitting close to him still, and Izuku vaguely wondered why. Anyway, I went to school with Kakin for a long time, and a lot of the time he was bullying me. The notebooks are quirk analysis books, they're pretty detailed, and a lot of the time my middle school classmates found them weird. One day Kakin saw it while he was bullying me, and he exploded it in my face. I already had hearing loss, and I have tinnitus from his explosions, but seeing him destroy my notebook hurt. He'd never hurt anything important to me, just me, and in all honesty, I deserved it. So, he tossed the partly destroyed book out of the classroom window, Izuku explained, leaning off the bed to fetch his bag. He got Hero Analysis for the Future Volume 13 out from his bag and showed Hitoshi, who was shocked at the damage the notebook had endured. Then he told me to jump off a roof and hope for a quirk in my next life. Honestly, I thought about it for a minute, but then decided it wasn't worth it. Went and got my notebook and left school. That definitely got Hitoshi's attention. Midoriya, that's harassment. He could have gotten expelled. Did you say anything? He asked in a hurry, yet all Izuku did was shake his head. Why? My middle school was full of quirkless discrimination, and by that point it had been 3 years. I'd lost all faith in teachers or figures of authority. All Might had been the only exception for a while. Then again, Izuku hadn't finished his sentence, and that worried Hitoshi. Then again? He questioned angrily. Now of course Izuku couldn't see that, but he was. When I left school I was attacked by the sludge villain, the one Kakin got on the news for. The one I got scolded for saving Kakin from. All Might had saved me, and like an idiot I'd grabbed hold of him when he prepared to jump off to the police station. Hitoshi felt himself pale. What had All Might done to Izuku? Okay? What then? Izuku took a moment, taking a deep breath in and then letting it go. He tried to shake me off in midair before remembering that I would die if I let go. We landed on a roof, I learned a few secrets, and then I asked him if a quirkless person had any chance at becoming a hero. Izuku looked uncomfortable even talking about what had happened. Thinking about the interaction seemed to make him nervous. Hitoshi swore he'd punch the hero if he said anything bad about quirkless people. He told me no, that I should be realistic, and then left me on the roof by myself. Izuku looked ashamed to finish talking about the encounter, and honestly, Hitoshi hadn't blamed him. Though, it seemed that he was going to be punching the #1 pro hero next time he saw him. Right after Bakugo told you to, Hitoshi hadn't bothered to finish his sentence. Midoriya, that's wrong. All Might should have had his hero license suspended. He didn't call to get you checked out by a doctor, he didn't follow protocol at all. The words had been full of emotion for the first time since Izuku had talked with him. I know. For a minute I had thought about what Kakin had said again, and I'd taken off my shoes. Hitoshi's heart stopped in his chest. He had a feeling he knew where this was going, and he didn't like it. You took off your shoes? He asked, even though he knew the answer. Yeah. Izuku hadn't looked proud to admit it, but he had. He'd never told anyone. No one wanted to help a quirkless person in the first place. He wouldn't have gotten help. Midoriya, who have you told about this? You. Oh, Hitoshi thought to himself. His heart was in pieces inside his chest. Izuku had never told anyone about his suffering. Then he remembered his words from the sports festival. Hitoshi had assumed Izuku had let everything be handed to him, that he hadn't suffered as he had. He'd told Izuku that his chances were handed to him on a silver platter when really his chances hadn't been handed to him at all. I'm taking you to Hound Dog tomorrow, whether you like it or not. Hitoshi remembered the feeling Izuku must have had. The feeling that everything would get better if you took off your shoes and listened to what everyone was telling you. What? No, Shinso, I'm fine. Izuku tried to protest, but Hitoshi had none of it. He hadn't listened to a single argument Izuku gave him. No, Izuku. You're going to see him. You were quirkless for 14 years, with no one wanting to help you because they were discriminative. Izuku, that's illegal. All those people violated the law. You were harassed and assaulted your entire childhood by a guy you call your best friend, and he made you think it was your fault. That's manipulation. Even worse, it's gaslighting. To top it all off, you suddenly get a quirk that causes you to break your bones, and then when you finally get into the hero course, your entire class is targeted by villains. The brainwasher tugged his hands through his hair for a moment, trying to process everything. Izuku, you've never been to therapy. From what I heard, you watched your FING dad almost die to a thing that the villain group created. You need to see someone. He told the other team, almost desperately. I don't. You do. Don't make me tell Aizawa. He knew that it was a low blow, bringing Izuku's father into it, but if it would get Izuku into therapy, he'd do it. That's low, Hitoshi. He gnawed at his lip for a moment. Fine, you can take me to Hound Dog tomorrow. Why do you even care so much anyway? Izuku asked, a little upset at the boy. That was a great question. Why had Hitoshi cared so much? Honestly, somewhere deep down he knew that it was because he'd been in the same experience, that he deserved a chance to work through his issues and give Izuku a chance to not feel like he had to hide everything he felt behind the smile that he'd often seen on his face through the halls and in pictures. Hitoshi always felt Izuku was straining himself. He'd even thrown his fight in the sports festival to help Shota. Because I do. Okay? Someone has to. Izuku knew it was bullshit. Hitoshi was the one person who personified the don't care about anyone attitude. Keep going. You put your shoes back on, right? What happened after that? Hitoshi asked, crossing his arms over his chest tightly. Izuku would have been lying if he said he hadn't seen the difference in muscle. After all he'd tossed the guy over his shoulder during their fight without a quirk, he had felt and seen his arm up close. Hitoshi had been filling out his uniform. I tried walking home. I'd ended up witnessing a villain attack. The same villain that had attacked me had gotten Kakin. None of the heroes had wanted to step in, claiming they were waiting for someone with the right quirk. My body just moved on its own really. I'd run into an on-fire alleyway and thought, why not, I'll fight the villain myself. Seriously? Hitoshi knew why Aizawa had taken a tendency to keep a close eye on the kid. Teachers talk. He'd heard from a teacher about how Izuku had been getting on the underground hero's nerves. You're a dumbass. It had slipped out of his mouth before he could stop it. Honestly, he hadn't meant to insult the kid. However, Izuku just chuckled, nodding his head. I really am, because somehow All Might saw it. Afterwards, I'd been scolded while Kakin had been praised. I took my time going home, and then the #1 hero showed up again. He told me he'd underestimated me and offered to pass down his quirk to me. Izuku paused. He knew that Hitoshi was going to question that. Pass down? My quirk came from him, which came from his mentor and so on. I'm the 9th holder of One for All, which is the name of the power. What I didn't know was that it meant everyone wanted to kill me. Once All Might is done for and I take over completely, well, all the targets on his back are mine. They kind of already are, but that's not important right now. Seriously, how was Izuku still alive? It was a genuine question filtering through Hitoshi's mind as he sat and listened to the boy's story, his history, his past. It was a lot. So, anyway, back to the story. I accepted his offer, and then I was put on a strict training and eating regimen for 10 months. I built up muscle mass and ate the strict food choices I was given as much as I could. It was only 3 hours before the entrance exam for UA that I'd actually gotten my quirk. So, in reality, I've had a quirk for less than 6 months, and a second quirk for 2 days. He wanted to choke on his own spit? Izuku had a quirk for less than 6 months? What the actual hell? You know, it feels really good to actually talk about this. It's been weighing me down for a while. The comment had Hitoshi stumped, and then he was laughing. Weighing you down? Izuku, how have you not had a psychotic break? How the hell are you not mentally fed? Hitoshi asked quite rudely, but there hadn't been any other way to ask. After getting a nuclear bomb of a secret dropped on him, Hitoshi felt like internally combusting. How was Izuku still sane? Look dude, I have no idea. So, if you got All Might's quirk, how the hell does that work? Hitoshi asked, making Izuku blanch. He remembered the day of the entrance exam, being told to eat a hair from Toshinori's head. I had to eat his hair. Hitoshi scrunched his nose. That wasn't appealing. You had to eat his what? Izuku honestly hadn't blamed Hitoshi for not believing him. One for All is passed down through DNA. I had to eat his hair in order to inherit his power. I didn't know if he was lying at first, but he was dead serious. I thought I was gonna die in the entrance exam before I actually felt the power turn on in my head, Izuku told him with a vague look of worry on his face. Die? What the hell? I know there were robots in the entrance exam, but I got out with a few cuts and bruises. You almost died? Hitoshi asked incredulously. The 0-pointer, I tried to fight it. I won, but I broke like every bone in my body. The bashfulness that was on Izuku's face could not compare to the absolute horror on Hitoshi's, and honestly it made him giggle. I don't believe you. Those things were taller than the buildings. He watched as Izuku undid the top button of his uniform and went to his dresser. I know, I punched it and broke most of the bones in my body. Are we even really supposed to be talking about this? Hitoshi asked, turning away from Izuku as the boy pulled out a shirt and undid the rest of his uniform shirt. He felt weird, sitting in the room while Izuku changed. We can just not in front of my mom. You signed the NDA just like I did. He tossed his uniform shirt into his laundry bin and sat back down on the bed. Hey, wait a minute, don't you have hearing problems? How can you still understand me when you're not looking at me? Hitoshi asked, turning back to the boy without realizing he was still shirtless. There were scars everywhere. His chest, his sides, his arms. There were even a few on his shoulders and neck, and if he looked at the hero's back, he was sure there would be more. Izuku was covered in scars and he hadn't seemed bothered by Hitoshi looking. I can hear normal voices, but anything like a whisper or even a shout gives me trouble. I can't afford hearing aids, so I try to face people as much as possible when I speak to them. He noticed Hitoshi staring and smiled. They're nice, right? His question came with a flex. and Hitoshi turned away to hide his blush. Izuku had muscle. What, the scars or the muscles? He asked as he hesitantly looked at him again. Well, both? I mean, both kinda make me look a lot more intimidating than I am. He slowly shrugged on his shirt and Hitoshi vaguely registered Izuku's words. Too focused on the shirt he was wearing. Why did it say sweater on it in kanji? It was just a plain white shirt. Izuku, you tossed me over your shoulder like a leaf in the wind, and that was without using your chaotically overpowered quirk. You're intimidating, he assured as he loosened his own uniform tie. Not really, after all you never got to know me. The boy was stupidly oblivious to the fact that he was intimidating, almost scary, to strangers who could see his quirk. In fact, Hitoshi had been terrified after watching the fight between Izuku and Shota Todoroki. The guy had held his own against him for several minutes, and in the end he'd still lost, completely shattering his arm from what he'd learned through the whispers of the school's hallways. You can borrow a shirt if you want, I know the uniform can be uncomfortable after a while. Izuku was holding out a black long-sleeve shirt to him, and his uniform collar was starting to rub at his neck very weirdly. So, he slowly took it and undid his tie completely. So, wait, does that mean you share DNA with All Might? Or are you just like his protege? Hitoshi asked as he unbuttoned his uniform shirt. Izuku had wanted to turn around, he really had, but Hitoshi hadn't seemed to notice that he was still watching. Well, I mean I didn't technically get any of his DNA into my bloodstream or anything like that simply because all I did was swallow a hair. I'm assuming that I'm not related to him in any way. Hitoshi shrugged his dress shirt off and put on the black one he'd been handed. It was a bit tight on him seeing as Izuku was smaller than him, but it fit. Izuku almost blushed, seeing Hitoshi fit into his clothes better than he had. He'd been tempted between a long sleeve and a short sleeve, but in the end he was happy he'd gone with the long sleeve. Hitoshi had in fact put on some weight and filled out, and if he had to look at bare forearms during the entire visit, then he was going to lose it. Really, he had to sit down with himself and figure out his sexuality. It was getting out of hand. You look good, he commented quietly as the boy laid back down on the bed. Thanks, was the response he got. A light red covered his cheeks and he turned to hide it away. That was when a knock came at the door. Izuku opened it with a smile, knowing that it was his mother, but not before a cat rubbed against his pant leg. Dinner's ready, I made tonkatsu for you both. Hitoshi perked up at the way Inko signed and spoke to them both, but also at the cat that seemed to hesitantly jump onto the bed and approach him. Be a minute, know how Sora is with people. Izuku signed to the woman with a smile as he watched the ball of fur sniff at an idle hand. It took a little while, but eventually the cat moved up further, sniffing up Hitoshi's arm as it trotted to his face. There was little resistance from Hitoshi as Sora took his time to adjust to his presence, and eventually he was petting the cat as he shifted onto the teen's chest. No, don't trap him now. Izuku complained with a smile, but it was still nice. There was little complaint from all three people even if Izuku was slightly jealous of the cat. Hitoshi scratched behind Sora's ear gently as he smiled at Izuku. Mihoko, his mother, was allergic to cats, so he couldn't have one in the house even if he'd always loved them. It was nice to get to sit with one. Inko slowly slipped out of the room. Her son and his friend looked really comfortable just sitting and talking. She made 2 plates and grabbed 2 sets of chopsticks before going back to her son's room. Here, eat in your room tonight. You've got a lovely friend, she told Izuku as she set the plates down on the desk carefully. Hitoshi, where do you live? Is it far from here? Inko asked, seeing as it was getting late. I was hoping you wouldn't ask. I live in Saitama Prefecture. I hadn't expected to come all the way out here this morning. He spoke quietly, not wanting to startle the cat on his chest. That's hours from here. She told the boy with a shocked look. Drag control 3 hours from home. You ask first, right? She signed to her son angrily, but he could only smile and chuckle when she hit him on the shoulder angrily. No idea. Asked to hang out, Control said yes. Izuku seemed to be very amused at his mother's actions, especially because she was shorter than him. He sleep here? She demanded, but Izuku rolled his eyes. Ask Control first? He nodded to the boy on his bed as he signed, And Hitoshi definitely felt a bit out of place without knowing what the two were saying. Hitoshi, dear, it's 3 hours, longer by train. You're staying here tonight. You'll go to school with Izuku in the morning. Her demand had Hitoshi sputtering, sitting up and disturbing Sora on his chest as he tried to argue. No, really you don't have to worry, ma'am. I can get home safely on my own. Then she gave him that look, that determined look that Izuku had given him at the sports festival. You're staying the night. Your parents would have my behind if they learned I let you take an almost 4-hour-long train ride home after dark. He held up his hands in defeat, a little embarrassed that Inko had managed to intimidate him like that. She was by all means a good 6 inches shorter than him, and she was very good at scaring people. He just silently agreed, muttering out a thanks for letting him stay over. When she left the room and shut the door, he let out a long breath that he'd been holding. I see where you get your persistence from, he told Izuku quietly as the boy handed him a plate and some chopsticks. Izuku sat down next to him, giggling at the comment. Yeah, I got that and my height from her side of the family. Everything else seems to be all Aizawa. He put his hands together and smiled, giving his thanks before digging in. Hitoshi took the time to give his own thanks, smiling as he took his first bite. So how does the whole Aizawa thing work anyway? Is your last name still gonna Midoriya, or are you gonna change your name when he figures it out? Hitoshi asked, covering his mouth with his hand as he chewed. Izuku took a second to swallow his food, thinking about it. I mean, I'd like it if I could change my name, but I wouldn't force him to let me. After all, I'd be taking on his last name. I'd at least like to ask permission before I legally change it. He paused for a minute to think. He has to figure out I'm his kid first though. I mean yeah, but what are people gonna call you? You aren't exactly just a Midoriya anymore. That was true. He had always believed he was a Midoriya through and through. Sure, in his childhood he slept in a few too many trees and had just a little too small of a social battery as he got older, but that hadn't meant that he was an Aizawa. Aizawa was a big name in the underground hero world. It had taken months to get any intel on Erasure, let alone other underground heroes that he really shouldn't have any knowledge on. In fact, his underground hero notebook was so important that it was kept in a safe in his closet. He hadn't wanted anyone getting to the book just in case it was a villain. The risk of exposing a spy or underground hero was too great. I'd have to think about it. Aizawa is a big name in the underground. It took me months to get any information on Erasure from my notebooks, let alone anyone else. Underground heroes are so important and hushed up that I keep the notebook in a safe to be careful with it. Hell, I was hesitant to put his phone number in my phone because it's so important. The teen told him, eating his food up as he gave a glance to his shelf of notebooks. Hitoshi took a glance at them. There were 12 of them lined up neatly on some shelves, and it had intrigued him. He'd seen Izuku writing in them several times, but he'd never bothered to ask what was inside of them. What's in those anyway? He asked, smiling as Sora curled up beside Izuku on the bed. They're analysis notebooks, 13 notebooks of comprehensive hero and quirk analysis. When I was quirkless it became some kind of therapeutic coping mechanism. I really need to rewrite them though. Izuku commented as he glared at the first book. Why? I wrote the first one in elementary school. I was always a little too smart for my own good, but Nizu wants to keep all of them in his office. The only one he wouldn't get is 13, so my unnumbered underground hero book would go to him as well. Apparently, they're a little too good. He doesn't want them getting into the wrong hands. The fact that Izuku had mentioned their principal gave him the shivers. His homeroom teacher was Cementos. Really the guy was nice, but Nizu had never made an appearance for anything. Nizu? Principal Nizu? You've seen him? He asked, a look of astonishment clear on his face. Yeah, I play chess with him twice a month. He told him simply, a smile on his face as he continued eating. Wait, rewind for a minute. You have Erase's personal phone number? You have your dad's phone number and you're worried about it being in your phone? Why do you even have that? Hitoshi asked, worried now. I'm his problem child, he told Hitoshi as he did bad air quotations. After everything that happened in Hosu, he decided that it just wasn't worth it for me to not have his number. Seems I'm the only one who gets into trouble, so I have it for emergencies. Hitoshi was still skeptical, but he ate quietly as he watched Izuku eat. They had ended up finishing their food in a comfortable silence, and Hitoshi was kind of grateful for it. There'd been so much information and chaos since he'd gotten there, the quiet was nice. "Hey, Izuku," he called out quietly, nudging him with his foot as he laid back down. "You should call him," he said absent-mindedly. Izuku pet an eyebrow at him, confused as he scooped Sora up and onto Hitoshi. The cat hadn't minded one bit, and began gently kneading her paws on his chest, claws pricking his skin through the shirt every so often. "Aizawa, you should call him. He's your dad, he's gonna have to get used to you calling him without it being an emergency someday," he told him as he curled a hand through Sora's fur gently. "No, I can't. He doesn't even know I'm his kid. He'll think I'm in trouble or ignore my call. I can't just call my teacher whenever I want." Izuku tried to keep his phone out of Hitoshi's reach, but seeing as he had paid no mind to Sora and instead reached for the device anyway, it was hopeless. The guy was at least a head taller than Izuku, it wasn't a fair fight. Then again, when had any of their fights been fair? Call him, he's your dad. Ask him about his quirk, like if it can cause migraines or insomnia. Dry eyes can't be the only problem. Plus, the weird hair thing, ask him about that. I want to see that you actually have his phone number. The teen had been hoping to start training with the man anyway, but seeing as he was hanging out with Izuku, Shota's son, he would have to be careful about how he treated both of them. "I won't do it." Hitoshi groaned, still reaching for the phone anyway. He wouldn't use his quirk on Izuku, not unless the boy asked him, but still. He really did kind of want to see if Izuku was telling the truth. "Come on, live a little," he told the teen, wrapping an arm around him to stop him from moving. Izuku dropped the phone, squirming now as Hitoshi pressed against a ticklish spot on his side. "No, no, no. Don't. Wait, move your hand." He squealed as laughter bubbled in his throat. He hadn't noticed that Sora had gone to his phone, batting at the screen a few times as the two boys were distracted. Neither of them had heard the ringing of the phone. The cat had FaceTimed Shota instead of a call. "Midoriya?" the teacher asked, hearing the squeals from the other end of the line. "Wait, what was that?" A voice that wasn't Izuku's had asked from the other end of the line. "Midoriya, are you okay?" he asked, a little concerned over the way it went quiet. "Sora dash. Get away from my phone." "Oh shit," Izuku cursed as he untangled himself from Hitoshi, eyes bright yellow and hair gently raised as he came into camera view. He looked disheveled and flushed, picking up the phone with a nervous smile. "Hi, Mr. Aizawa. I am so sorry, my cat got to my phone, and I forgot to lock it. I am so sorry." He apologized quickly, blinking heavily as he tried to shut off his quirk and prevent his dry eye. "Take a few deep breaths, it's fine. It happens when you get overwhelmed. You okay?" he asked, shoving away his grating as he took a final sip from his coffee mug. Izuku nodded, taking a deep breath as he relaxed. The erasure flicked off and he could blink away the feeling of irritation in his eyes. "Yeah, I am so sorry, sir. Someone happened to be an a-hole to me today," he told his dad as he shoved Hitoshi to keep him from camera view. "At least I'm a cute a-hole," Hitoshi muttered under his breath as he took Sora back into his arms. "Yeah, keep telling yourself that, cat boy," he commented offhandedly before returning his focus to his father. He watched as Shota tied his hair up into a ponytail. Sanka and Espresso both perked up from the couch to see Izuku on the phone. "I don't mind, it's good that you have my number in your phone. After all, you get into more trouble than anyone else in the hero course. Now, how has your hearing been?" he asked, turning to a blank page on his curriculum notebook as he wrote down a few things. "It's okay, but it could be better. Though there's really nothing I can do about it." Shota kept writing as he nodded his head. "Alright, I need you to bring a spare change of clothes to school tomorrow. I need to learn about quite a bit from you and we need to talk about accommodations for class. Are you comfortable coming to my apartment? I'd like to have the dogs with me while I talk to you, but Espresso doesn't like cats." If Shota had looked up, he'd have seen lavender hair being shoved out of frame, a look of shock on both faces. It seemed he'd completely forgotten about Izuku having another person in the room with him. "Yeah, I can. I'm sorry." It's really weird talking to you like this, he told the teacher as he covered a hand on Hitoshi's mouth. Izuku could tell the hero was in his element, and if Hitoshi said anything, they were both getting chewed out. Don't feel weird. If anything, this is going to happen more often until I know you can control your quirk. Izuku could practically feel Hitoshi begging him to tell Shota about their connection. His eyes were stern, and how had Izuku never realized Hitoshi's pupils were white? While I have you on the phone. What's with the whole hair floaty thing? Like, what side effects am I going to be dealing with? He asked, smiling innocently as Shota turned his focus from the paper onto the screen. He'd never realized Hitoshi was there, being AD, and liking Izuku's hand. The hair floating thing, I'm not quite sure. If we're related, it would have come from my mother's side of the family. Other than that, dry eyes and excessive tiredness are really it. Now, your eyesight should improve, but I wouldn't count on it. I had glasses until I got my quirk, so if you needed any kind of help from your vision before, then you definitely don't need it anymore. That's really it though, he explained to Izuku as he stood up and grabbed his coffee cup. He trailed through his apartment to his kitchen to refill his cup. That was when he'd noticed it. Izuku had let go of Hitoshi's face and had a shoulder full of lavender hair, even if Izuku had been giving the teen a sign or two, trying to communicate silently so Hitoshi wouldn't be seen. Who is that? He asked, knowing fully well he'd revealed sensitive information over the call. Hitoshi Shinso, General Studies, Class 1C. Your kid is with me tonight, he told the man from Izuku's shoulder, admittedly tired from the eventful day. Shota had wanted to say something. He had wanted to deny that Izuku was his kid, but he couldn't. Izuku's black roots peeked through in the light and his yellow eyes were too familiar, but everything about the background of the call said it all. The kid's room was empty, bare of almost anything. I told you to lay down, Izuku told him flatly, a frown on his face. I don't know sign language, so no you didn't. Shota could only sigh as he watched Izuku shove Hitoshi into laying down on his bed. Be lucky my mom wants you spending the night, or you'd be kicked out by now. Shota couldn't help the chuckle that had left his mouth. Izuku really was like him, annoyed and drained of a social battery when he wasn't in front of the rest of his peers. He's sleeping there? He questioned as he sipped his coffee cup, propping his phone up to lean against the counter behind him. Yes sir, he is. Izuku sounded like he wanted to roll over and never wake up. Sounds wonderful, he replied, matching his son's tone. Just bring an extra pair of clothes and get to school a little earlier. I would like to try and get a few things filed for you and we need to go over them. The nod that Izuku gave him made it obvious that he wasn't paying attention, glaring down at Hitoshi instead. It was fine, really. Shota couldn't help but smile. Izuku being his kid made it all the easier to smile and laugh at his antics. The kid was obviously done with Hitoshi, though was too polite to kick the guy out or get off the phone with him. I'll see you tomorrow morning then. Make sure to come in early, and please don't get into any more trouble tonight. Izuku gave him another nod, but now he'd been fully paying attention. Yes, Mr. Aizawa. See you tomorrow. The kid was the one to disconnect the call, and it let Shota stare at the screen for a moment. Hitoshi Shinso, he'd have to look into the kid more thoroughly. He knew he'd done it for the people that Izuku went up against in the sports festival, but it never hurt to go back and look, right? The phone call had been the weirdest thing since meeting All Might, in Izuku's opinion. Shota hadn't chewed either of them out for the fact that Hitoshi had heard their entire conversation, and Hitoshi hadn't fully embarrassed him on camera. Though, the hand-liking thing had been kind of weird. Izuku rubbed off his wet hand on Hitoshi's shirt, locking his phone and tossing it onto the floor by his bed as he laid down. That was funny. He looked like he wanted to kill me when he saw me, Hitoshi told Izuku as Sora cuddled back up onto the bed with them. I cannot believe that happened. That's embarrassing. My teacher just heard me get tickled to hell and back and then get cuddled by you on camera. I think he wanted to kill us both. Izuku hid his face into his pillow. How could Hitoshi just be so cool with what just happened? I'm pretty sure your dad doesn't like me, Hitoshi said quietly, a smile on his face. It was kind of funny, watching as Shota Aizawa, Erasure head, top underground hero, went from smiling at Izuku to giving Hitoshi a glare that could kill. He was sure that the man's eyes had flashed yellow for a moment. Please, Don't get on my dad's bad side before he even knows that I'm his kid. I really don't need that happening, Izuku begged quietly. He twisted his head to face Hitoshi as he frowned. The taller one noticed that Izuku seemed tired, exhausted even. No promises now, shush. Go to sleep, you need it. He told him, running a hand through his hair gently. Gotta change my pants and brush my teeth first. He whined, eyes struggling to stay open. Hitoshi just kept toying with Izuku's curls, smiling as he drifted to sleep even as he fought to stay up. It was pretty early in the night, but that was fine. Izuku looked like he needed a year's worth of rest. When he was sure that Izuku was asleep, he snuck off the bed and left the bedroom quietly, taking Sora with him. Inko was sitting at the couch, knitting idly as she watched a rom-com on the TV. The cat jumped from his grasp to rub up on Inko, and Hitoshi smiled at her when she noticed him. Hitoshi, hi. Where's Izuku? She asked as she paused her movie. He sat down beside her and smiled. Asleep, I hope I'm not interrupting. He told her, even as she shook her head gently. No, you're fine. It's rare Izuku brings friends over. In fact, I don't think he's had someone over in years, not since Katsuki came over in elementary school. She set down her knitting project and smiled at the teen. He's talked about you quite a bit, you know. He's always gone on and on over your quirk and your resolve. I think he finds you quite admirable, though he does also find you quite cute. Hitoshi couldn't help the light blush, hand going to his neck as he tried to ignore the way Inko spoke so easily about how Izuku felt towards him. Some days, she started with a sad smile, it's like he's not even there. It's like the world has stopped spinning and he's stuck in place, and some days, like today, he's so full of emotion that it almost blinds me. She can't help the pause she gave herself as she regained her composure. More often than not, I'd see him stuck in place, trying to find a way to move forward. Then the sports festival came around and he got home that night with a wide smile as he talked about you and your quirk. Just like that, the next day it was gone. Today was a blessing for me, you are a blessing to me. I haven't heard him laugh like that in far too long, thank you. She wiped at her eyes quickly to prevent from crying, and Hitoshi could only smile. I'm glad I could help, he replied idly, hand going to pet the feline beside him. You should get some sleep, dear. You have school in the morning. Hitoshi let a yawn slip past him, even if he knew he wouldn't sleep anytime soon. My quirk keeps me up a lot at night, so I don't sleep much. Izuku and I will be leaving early in the morning as well. I'm gonna treat him to breakfast as a thank you. Inko ruffled at his hair, even if it was a gentle reach due to the difference in their height. I swear, you younger generations keep getting taller and taller. Alright, no more chit-chat, at least try to lay down and get some sleep. Quirk side effect or not, I want you laying down. Inko urged him off the couch, but he couldn't understand why. About that, where am I sleeping? He asked as he rubbed the back of his neck again. The couch is definitely too small for you, and we don't have a spare room. Just go lay down with Izuku, he's a cuddler though, so be careful. Honestly, her words shouldn't have embarrassed him that much. He knew exactly how fit Izuku was, but unlike Izuku, Hitoshi was very confident in his sexuality. Inko either ignored how embarrassed he was or she hadn't seen it, but either way he bid her a good night and made his way back to his friend's room. Were they friends? Hitoshi felt like with how the day went, that he was friends with the boy. Obviously, their social tolerances were a bit different, but that most definitely meant that they needed to find their limits with each other. So, he shut the door behind him, not wanting the cat to get into the room in the middle of the night, and watched Izuku shift to cuddle into his pillow again. He picked up Izuku's phone, shoving it on the charger by his bed before hesitating. Getting into bed with Izuku, especially after everything that had happened during the course of the day, well, it was weird. He felt like he knew so much about Izuku, but he was still such a stranger that sleeping beside him seemed almost taboo. Shaking his head, he quietly undid his belt, not wanting to deal with it digging into his stomach in his sleep, and slid back into the bed with Izuku. He was overthinking the whole situation, a habit he'd built up over the years of his childhood. Though could anyone blame him? He was a hormonal 15-year-old gay kid crawling in bed with the cutest boy in his entire academy. When he settled, he hadn't accounted for how cuddly Izuku was. Of course, Inko had warned him, but it was an immediate reaction. Izuku had abandoned cuddling his pillow in favor of burying himself into Hitoshi's side, face nuzzled into his neck. "Wow, she wasn't lying when she said you were a cuddler," he commented to himself softly. Still, he took a minute to weigh his options before slowly wrapping Izuku up in his arms and hiding his face in green and black hair. He'd have to ask Izuku about that in the morning, because he was sure that the boy's roots were black. After that, it didn't take long for him to fall asleep. On a normal night when he was in his own bed at home, it would take hours, but something about being next to Izuku had him lulling into sleep easier than he had in years. When Hitoshi woke up the next morning, Izuku was not in bed with him. In fact, the boy was actually crawling back into bed with damp hair. His brain hadn't turned on, it wasn't functioning yet, so he ignored the damp hair and dragged Izuku back into his chest after glancing at the alarm clock on the dresser. For in the morning, why Izuku was awake at such an ungodly hour, Hitoshi would never know, but all the same he shut his eyes again. "Did I wake you?" the boy asked from his chest, hyper-aware of how Hitoshi's grip got tighter on him. He gave a simple nod, muttering something that Izuku couldn't hear before nuzzling his way back into Izuku's hair, falling back asleep easily. The shorter couldn't help but relax into his grip and fall back asleep with him. It was 2 hours later when Izuku had woken up again, still stuck in Hitoshi's grip as he let his brain boot up. Glancing at his clock, he saw the time and sighed. He had to get up, his diet plan wouldn't stick to itself. Really, he hated the thought of leaving bed. He was comfortably cuddled into the other boy's arms, but he still had to get up. So, he nuzzled against him one more time before slowly slipping from his grip and going out to the kitchen. "Good morning," his mother signed when she saw him. He gave her back a wave as he pulled down 2 coffee mugs from the cabinet, setting them down at the coffee maker. Izuku leant down just a tad to let Inko give him a gentle kiss on the forehead as a greeting before he returned to his coffee pot and filled both mugs liberally. He left enough room for if Hitoshi wanted cream or sugar, his own cup filled with an ungodly amount of both, but otherwise walked back to his room with 2 mugs in hand. Sora followed him, hopping on the bed with a meow, voicing his need for affection so early in the morning. Izuku put both mugs on the desk, sitting on the bed as Sora began to rub against Hitoshi's arm, meowing in his face to get love from the lavender-haired boy. He tried to shoo the cat away, feeling around the bed for Izuku, but giving in and opening his eyes to lazily pet Sora. "Toshi, I brought coffee." The boy perked up at that, lifting himself up in the bed on an elbow as Izuku handed him a galaxy-colored mug. "Thanks," he muttered as he took a sip of the hot liquid. Izuku took his own mug, black with green zeros and ones covering the sides, and took a sip of his own liquid. It was a nice sight, Hitoshi laying in his bed with his cat as he drank coffee while half asleep. A smile found its way to Izuku's face as he sipped his own coffee, his mug hiding it from the other teen. "How'd you sleep?" Izuku asked from behind his mug as he cradled the warm object in his hands. "Much better with you in bed with me, that's for sure." The comment was rather blunt. The boy's filter hadn't really kicked in yet. He was still half asleep, and when that happened, he was rather blunt. Hitoshi hadn't even realized what he'd said and continued to sip at his coffee. "Where'd you go?" "I wake up at 4 a.m. to you crawling back into bed with wet hair." "I really didn't appreciate you leaving," he told him as he watched Izuku flush from behind the ceramic. "I went on a run," he muttered in response. "At the butt crack of dawn?" he asked with a smile, scratching behind Sora's ear gently. "Yes," he replied quietly, avoiding the other's eyes as he let himself fully wake up. There was really no need to rush out the door. Shota had said to get to the school early, but he'd never said how early. So Izuku was going to take his time and enjoy the fact that he had just cuddled a cute boy in his sleep, and that said cute boy was still in his bed. "Why?" Hitoshi asked, sitting up fully on the bed now. His phone was probably dead, but it wasn't like he used his phone during the day anyway. He'd just charge it when they got to the school, seeing as they were going to be there before most of the student body. "I can't go to Hound Dog with you in the morning since I have to see Mr. Aizawa, so we'll have to go another day." The change in subject made him curious, but he ignored it in favor of leaning his head on top of Izuku's. "You're going during lunch, I don't care what you say." "You're not putting off talking about your trauma?" Hitoshi demanded of the boy as he situated himself comfortably. Izuku hadn't wanted to, really he was positive that he was fine, but Hitoshi was insistent about it for some reason. That includes telling him about your dad, the taller added as he finished his coffee. No, I'm not telling Hound Dog, my dad's coworker, about how he's my father. You have to be crazy, I already told you and Kaken, too many people know about it already. Izuku couldn't help but frown as he finished his own coffee. Hitoshi was really pushing things now. Inko hadn't even been made aware that he knew his father was a famous underground hero. Why the hell would he tell Hound Dog? He worked with Shota, spoke with him frequently, and it was very clear that Shota knew everything, whether his students told him or another teacher. Plus, it had only been 3 days since Izuku found out. He had to figure out how to really process the information, seeing as it hadn't really hit him that his mom had well banged his teacher who he'd looked up to as a father figure before knowing the truth. That father figure wasn't just a figure, and Izuku was sure that he was still in shock from the fact that he had both a quirk and a dad. It seemed his life was looking up, All Might had given him one for all, he'd gotten into, at the school of his dreams, he had a quirk, a dad, and a cute guy who he was pretty sure he was crushing on. Life was working out for him, really. Izuku was jittery from the excitement of it all. Well, that and the coffee. Yes, you are, and I'm gonna make sure you do. Up, we gotta go. Hitoshi told Izuku as he checked the clock. He got up and stretched, rolling his neck to release the tension in it before grabbing his belt from the floor. He slipped it on easily and smiled at Izuku as he got up to put on a fresh uniform shirt. It had been getting colder out lately, so as he glanced at his half-dead phone, he checked the weather. It's cold out, can I wear this to school? I'll give it back tomorrow, he asked as Izuku changed his t-shirt for his own black long sleeve. Sure, I mean it fits you better than it does me, keep it if you want. Shrugging, he silently told himself that he would be keeping Izuku's shirt, after all Izuku had seemed to like him in it. Tossed on his uniform shirt and then did his tie, all the while Izuku had watched him do it without a mirror. Hey, Toshi, would you mind doing mine? Izuku asked, pointing to his tie. Hitoshi could only chuckle, happy to take the chance to see what the other would look like without that goofily knotted tie. He took the sides and tugged Izuku towards him, straightening the fabric out as he did, then expertly tied the red tie around Izuku's neck and adjusted it carefully before folding down the collar of his shirt. Taking a step back, he smiled. Izuku looked a lot more mature with a properly done tie. You look good, should let me tie your tie every morning. The comment hadn't helped Izuku's red face, but he still ignored it in favor of grabbing his book bag and packing a pair of sweatpants into it. Can I tell my mom I'm sleeping at your house tonight? He asked, shoving his phone charger into the bag with it. Izuku glared at the birth certificate that was still in his bag, slightly annoyed with it, but still shutting it easily. Yeah, I'll text you the address so if she asks you can give it to her. The way Hitoshi was so comfortable with lying, agreeing so easily, it made Izuku a little more relaxed. He was gonna be spending time with his dad, not like Shota knew that this was a father-son bonding time, but it was still something for Izuku. Thanks, he told the boy with a smile and walked out of the room to go shove his toothbrush and toothpaste into his bag, needing to brush his hair while he was in there. Hitoshi took the time to go to the kitchen, his own school bag on his back as he carried the 2 empty mugs to the sink. Morning, ma'am. How'd you sleep? He asked, seeing as she was making a cup of tea, as well as breakfast for herself. I slept well, Hitoshi, and didn't I tell you to call me Mom? She asked, giving him a playful glare as he set his bag down on the table. He washed the 2 mugs with a smile, even at the insistence from Inko that she would wash them. He simply waved her off. Yes, he was an only child like Izuku, but that didn't mean he didn't do chores. Drying his hands, Izuku walked into the kitchen, waving to his mother as he brushed his teeth. Can I sleep control house? He signed to his mother, toothbrush still in his mouth as he put his school bag next to Hitoshi's on the table. Ask him, she signed back, a smile on her face as he pointed to his toothbrush-filled mouth. He wants to know if he can spend the night at your house tonight? She asked Hitoshi for her son, smiling when the boy wandered back to the bathroom without hearing the answer. Yeah, I was gonna ask him to at some point. He's been wanting to meet my dog, he told her as he grabbed both of their bags. You have a dog? She asked with a smile, making him nod his head. He opened up his phone to his home screen, showing her the picture of Alistair. She cooed at the picture, which happened to be an older one. He really had to update his phone wallpaper soon. Izuku came back into the room and smiled at him, then smiled wider at his phone screen. Control kiss. Home Friday night, okay? Inko signed to her son, who gave her a nod and an okay in response as he noticed Hitoshi carrying his bag. He tried to grab it, but the other kept it out of his reach, insisting silently that he carried it for Izuku. We'll be off then, thanks for having me over. Oh no, it's my pleasure. Come over again soon, hun. She told the boy as he led Izuku to the front door with his free hand. They slipped on their shoes, then left for UA, making quiet chatter so that they wouldn't disturb the morning silence. It had bothered him all night long, the way Hitoshi Shinso called Izuku his kid so easily. Shota had graded the rest of his papers while he thought about it. It had seemed like Izuku had been trying to keep Hitoshi from being in the camera view last night. Were they dating? Shota shook his head as he brushed his teeth. Surprisingly enough, the hero kept up on the drama that his class went through. He knew which students liked which, even if it was sometimes the stupidest of crushes, and what generally went on in their lives. All the times he was asleep, he wasn't really sleeping, but it had been a test. How open were his students? How unguarded did they speak in public? Izuku had generally always been wary about what he spoke about. It seemed he was aware that Shota wasn't actually sleeping when he said he was, but still was open enough to satisfy the teacher's ears when it came to his personal life. Not once had Hitoshi come up, the sports festival had come and gone, and he'd never heard Izuku speak about him. It was weird. Shota thought he knew Izuku fairly well, all things considered. He knew that Izuku was the only child of a single mom who had done a wide variety of sports and hobbies as a kid. According to the teen, Inko had put him through gymnastics, ballet, even self-defense and theater programs when he was younger. Though, it hadn't made the kid's widespread anxiety any better as he grew up. It wasn't just general anxiety, it was social as well, and at times, the teacher could tell that it was crippling to the boy. Some days, he could see Izuku forcing himself to speak, to act like he was fine. He could tell that there were just some days where Izuku had trouble keeping up understanding or hearing his peers, and it made him self-conscious. So, if he was a little less strict on him those days, sending small glances of encouragement to close into his shell, then that was just how the day went. That hadn't even been the last of it though, because he had major depression. Shota was rightfully concerned. His student had so many problems, and now he was getting ready to print out much more paperwork than he should have had to on a Thursday morning. So, when he got to UA with Sanka and espresso on his tail, coffee thermos and files in hand, there really was no reason for him to dress up during the day, seeing as he changed into his hero suit before classes began, so he showed up in his pajamas most days. It was comfortable, sue him. Anyone could have imagined his surprise when Izuku was walking there with Hitoshi, who was holding Izuku's bag for him. The general studies student paid full attention to Izuku as he spoke, talking excitedly about something or the other. Problem child, he greeted as the two got to the entrance gate. Morning, Mr. Aizawa. He greeted in response as he crouched down to pet espresso and Sanka. Hitoshi waved at him quietly, his phone being pulled out of his pocket now that Izuku's attention was on the animals and not him. Are you ready? This is going to be quite a bit of paperwork. Izuku nodded his head with a smile, standing up straight again. As long as it gets me away from him, he joked as Hitoshi gave an offended look. Izuku could only chuckle, and it was obvious that the other hadn't taken any offense as he rolled his eyes playfully. He was given his signature yellow bag back, and then the two were off, dogs trailing behind two tired people as they made their way up to the school. Shota had noticed though, Izuku's tie had been done up properly. How was your night, Mr. Aizawa? The teen asked as he opened the door for the student. He took his time to listen to the response he got while he changed from his red shoes and into his in-school ones. He'd always wondered why Izuku had favored red. The color really hadn't matched his hair color nor his personality. It was boring mostly. I have a training plan set out for you now, but you called while I was grading last night. It reminded me I needed to take a break from it. The boy smiled as he put his shoes in his locker and shut the door quietly. He'd always been like that, eerily quiet unless he was muttering, especially around teachers and Katsuki. That was concerning. He'd really have to bring that up eventually. It hadn't felt like a rivalry the more he'd looked at how they acted to each other. "Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Aizawa. I hadn't meant to interrupt your grading." He shrugged the kid off, a gentle movement of his shoulders showing the kid so as he walked Izuku through the hallways of UA so they could discuss what Shota had to say in a conference room connected to the teacher's lounge. "You're fine, kid, I needed the break." He would never admit that sometimes he got a little too invested in his work, far too dedicated to separate from it unless an outside force urged him out of that haze. The hyperfixation that came with his work and his seriousness with his job had been there since childhood and had only seemed to get worse as he got older. The only way he was really able to shut himself out of that haze of paperwork and knowledge was when he was sleeping or busy with his classes. Even his underground hero work had been affected by his urge to sit and file papers meticulously for hours at a time without rest or pause. "Do you get lost in your work a lot?" Izuku asked hesitantly, the tone clear that he hadn't wanted to intrude on the man's private life too much. It had always been a childhood habit of Shota's to read and write everything he knew, and as he'd grown up that habit had turned into a coping mechanism, which he could say was borderline obsession now. "I do. And while my desk in the teacher's office is clean, you'll figure out very quickly that my office at home is nothing like that. I'm very meticulous with note-taking," he told the boy as they walked up their first set of stairs. Finally, he took a sip from his thermos, seeing as he really was relying heavily on coffee that day. He'd lost so much sleep due to how in-depth he'd tossed himself into his paperwork and searching from the past few days. Izuku really had been what kicked him from that foggy haze of his workload. "Sounds a lot like me," the student told him as he pulled out a notebook from his bag. He held it close to his chest, a smile on his face as they walked together. What Shota said had made Izuku happy. His note-taking hadn't just been a hobby he'd picked up. Somehow it was a trait that he'd gotten from his father. Shota was certainly a meticulous and by-the-book type of guy unless the situation called for otherwise. "How so?" he inquired behind his thermos, attempting to be subtle at the prying question. Izuku glanced down at his notebook for only a moment before he looked back at Shota. "Oh, I write analysis on heroes, their success rates, and their quirks. Well, quirks in general, they've always fascinated me since I was a kid. The heroes that came along with them were just a bonus study. Though note-taking in general has been a big part of my life since I was a kid, it just ended up appearing in the form of analysis after I was around 5 or 6. Oh, so that was what the notebooks were for. He'd always wondered why he always had them on him. "Since you were 5? What exactly do your analyses include?" Izuku perked up at the question, shock evident on his face at how Shota responded to his habit. Honestly, he'd expected a negative reaction from his teacher, seeing as his entire life he'd gotten bad reactions about his writing habit. "Oh, well, mostly strengths and weaknesses. I identify the most vital points of a person's quirk or a hero's fighting ability, and then I pick it apart to figure out the easiest, hardest, or most simple to complex ways of beating them in a fight or helping them improve." Shota felt that wasn't the only thing Izuku had thought of, seeing as he had notes and such on how to incapacitate the entire class almost permanently. It was a sad, but harsh reality of being a teacher at UA High School. Nizu had made it mandatory that all students have a way to be stopped if they were to turn to villainy while under the care of the school, hero course student or not. It was a sad but sick reality, and Shota hated it. He hated that Nizu had a sick sense of cruelty, a nauseous lack of empathy or human connection. He sounded as they exited the stairwell and began their trek to the teacher's lounge. "I think that's a good thing." Izuku had seemed just a tad shocked, but then Shota saw some sort of recognition flash past his eyes, before smiling at him. "Of course, you would, but other people? I'm just surprised the class hasn't turned on me yet," he spoke quietly, hands gripping his notebook tighter to his chest. Shota wondered what that meant. Of course he had noticed the signs, the wariness of teachers, the urge to never ask for help or assistance from adult figures, the meek nature that he hid himself in while in the presence of an adult he wasn't familiar with, nor comfortable enough with. He hadn't trusted them, let alone his classmates at first. He'd seen how the first person he was truly comfortable around was Katsuki Bakugo, his childhood tormentor and abuser, and even then, the man was sure that Izuku was only comfortable due to how long they'd known each other. Shota really had to do something about that. He knew that Nizu was planning something in regard to Aldera, the boys' middle school, but he wanted his own little petty revenge on the explosive blonde who had dared to hurt Izuku and continue the cycle into UA's walls. Keeping an abuser and a victim near each other, no matter how close they seemed, was a horrible idea. He knew that there was no plausible reason for Katsuki to get booted from the hero course, and if he expelled him, he couldn't use his first death excuse. He had to wait until he hurt Izuku or another student again, even if the video footage from that morning should have been enough right from the start. The stoat was a weird creature, that was for sure. I don't think the class could turn on you if they tried, problem child. The comment was off-handed at Izuku's obvious low view on himself and his peers. Had he really believed his classmates would turn on him that easily? Shota made the mental note to ask Hound Dog about a meeting with Izuku as they got to the teacher's lounge. Wordlessly, Izuku walked in first, and sat down on the same couch as he had the day before. Shota followed behind him, setting the files he'd brought with him down before going over to the coffee maker in the lounge. Espresso stuck to Izuku's side like glue, excited to see him as he pulled out his phone and pet behind her ear. He set the coffee pot to start running, knowing that the rest of the staff would be thankful for it when they all slowly made their way into the room half asleep and in their pajamas. Sitting down next to Izuku, he opened up his folder to pull out several documents. Now, I should be waiting for Inui for this file, but I'm gonna make the necessary changes now and have him confirm them later. He handed over the teen's slightly edited 504 paperwork. Your mother's on there as the emergency contact, but since you now have my quirk, it needed to be marked. I took the liberty of making myself one of your emergency contacts while I was at it. I know how your mother can be from the few times that I've met her, and while she seems like a wonderful woman, there are just some things that her heart cannot handle you doing. So, when you inevitably get into trouble, I'd like you to call me. I'll figure out if you got into a mess in the end anyway, so I may as well be there to help you through it. Izuku was very surprised, seeing that his teacher really had put himself down as an emergency contact. I also took the liberty of getting your medical file from Recovery Girl. All of your medical issues are on your 504 plan now, not just your ADHD. I know sign, but I'm a bit rusty cause I haven't used JSL in a long time, but until I can get a sign interpreter in the classroom for you, I'll sign anything you might not hear properly. The next thing the man did was pull out the medical form he'd mentioned. This will be kept in the classroom at all times. Seeing as teachers switch rooms and not students, it'll be a lot easier to access. It'll sit in a locked drawer that only the teachers have a key to, he told Izuku with a small smile as he laid out all the files he'd talked about so far. The school makes us sign off on training regimens for our students. You signed and agreed to your old one, which honestly wasn't suited for your body type. This is your new training regimen. I need you to sign off on this. Izuku took the paper from him and read it over as he opened up his bag to fish out a pen. It was an even workout. There was a healthy middle in the regimen that Shota had made for Izuku, unlike what Toshinori had given him. There's no food restrictions here, he commented quietly, looking to Shota for a confirmation. No, there's not. The fact that All Might had you on such a strict diet was bad. Not to mention, you have Erasure now. There are 9 important vitamins that are needed to keep the eyes healthy, and most of those weren't in your previous diet regimen. Our quirk relies harshly on those vitamins. If your eyes are bad, the quirk malfunctions. Shota took a minute to let Izuku process his words before he continued. Plus, UA is a place for learning. The intention was to never purposely change your eating habits or routines, but it seemed the number 1 hero couldn't even follow a rule as simple as that. Do you have any more questions? Shota asked, glancing at the boy as he relaxed his shoulders more. Izuku seemed a lot more relaxed and comfortable with his training regimen than before. Every time he would look at the one Toshinori had made him, he would get tense, concerned for his body. Shota would refuse to let that happen with the new regimen. He took the old routine, which he would be giving Toshinori a new but for, and took the lightest parts, flaring them out. He fleshed out the need for core strength and overall flexibility. He knew that Izuku could handle the new sheet because he'd confessed to his experience with gymnastics as well as ballet to his friends and had even demonstrated said flexible prowess one day while they were in their gym uniforms. He also added in annual hearing tests and encouraged Izuku to challenge how long he could keep his eyes open on the paper. "Why is your capture weapon on here?" Shota smiled at that part, taking a sip from his thermos before handing the boy an abundance of fabric that was on his neck. "That was my first scarf. You're gonna learn how to use it. Now, I know you have whatever it is that All Might gave you, but that won't always help you. A support item, even as simple as a capture scarf, can be useful. Your first quirk is designed for close combat. This will help you have an advantage when it comes to long-range combat." Izuku put the scarf around his neck carefully, shifting his shoulders to adjust to the weight it brought him. "You know all your problems would be solved if you got rid of the scarf and were given a gun, right?" The question had left Izuku's lips before he could stop himself, and Shota couldn't help the smile that appeared on his face. "The Hero Commission won't let me have a gun, but thanks for the idea, kid." He handed the teen a second form. "What's this? I assume you have no questions about your training regimen, so we're moving on. This is a form that will allow you to legally have Espresso as your service dog inside the school. Normally she'd be brought with me or she'd stay at home, but she's being put to good use by your side, so I've filled out the form for you. All you need to do is read it and sign it. She's had all the training to be a service dog, and I take her to extra courses to refresh her training often." Izuku glanced down at the dog, and then to his teacher, his father, his mind supplied, before looking at the sheet he'd been handed. "This sounds like you're giving me espresso," he told the man as he felt the husky rub against his leg affectionately, settling down to lay on his feet. "That's because I am. Senka takes care of me very well. You need her more than I do right now." He took the time to give Espresso a loving scratch behind her ear, the appendage twitching as he let himself enjoy the soft fur under his fingers. "Can I ask why you started bringing them with you into school in the first place?" Izuku asked gently, knowing that sometimes the subject could be too personal for Shota. He'd never really learned too much about his teacher father, his brain reminded him again, due to him avoiding personal questions. "I take a lot of naps that aren't actually naps," he told his student as he watched Izuku sign off on the forms he'd given him. He had to point to a few spots that the boy had to initial, but that was really it. "What does that mean?" he asked with a glance as he put the papers into a neat file. "I have a cardiac arrhythmia. It can cause extreme vertigo and fainting. My naps are me ensuring that I don't pass out while standing. Just dropping to the floor hurts," he explained as he took the signed papers from Izuku's hands and put them to the side. "I had that as a kid. It went away fairly quickly though. I still had an uneven blood flow while I was a kid, so I had to go through the issues of vertigo. Not fun, especially when Kakin felt it necessary to use his quirk on me. It didn't truly go away until I was 10 or so," Izuku explained as he ran a hand through his still somewhat tangled hair. Truly, where he got his massive curls from, he'd never know. Shota had a mass of wavy hair, that was obvious, but his mom had naturally straight hair. "Yeah, Senka is trained to identify my vertigo and fainting. Espresso was mostly brought in for emotional support. Teaching took a lot out of me in the beginning. Yuzje and your incident at Hosu had ended up leading me to bring them back into school with me, even if they were mostly for you." There was an understanding silence between the two of them. It seemed they understood each other. "Trust me, I don't blame you. If you hadn't had Espresso before my class, you'd have definitely needed her for me alone." The comment had Shota chuckling in his spot on the couch. It wasn't as if Izuku was wrong. Shota had never liked mornings, but if he could sit with Izuku and just talk, make jokes and sit in silence, he might have begun to like mornings. After all, it was too early for people, but then again Izuku wasn't people. Izuku was a problem child, his problem child. That was different. When Nemuri had walked into the teacher's lounge that morning, graphic tee haphazardly cut into a crop top under a size too large zip-up, while wearing sweatpants and sneakers, she had not expected to see Izuku Midoriya sitting with Shota Aizawa while they talked over coffee. It was weird seeing Izuku so relaxed. His uniform jacket was off, tie laying on top of his jacket on the couch arm, top 2 buttons of his dress shirt undone. How long had they been sitting there talking? And why did Izuku have Shota's old capture scarf around his neck? You sure have a hell of a lot of medical problems, kid. Your mom knows about the hearing loss, right? Shota questioned as Namuri moved silently through the lounge to make her own cup of coffee. Yeah, we mainly use sign language at home. I'm fluent in that as well as American Sign Language and English. I had a lot of free time as a kid, he told his teacher quietly as he toyed with the end of his scarf. So she's aware of all of this? Including your quirk? Shota's question was vague, and Namuri knew she'd been caught. The man could catch an eavesdropper from blocks away. It's what had made him such a good underground hero right from the start. Ah, no, she doesn't know about that. She just thinks I'm a really late bloomer, Izuku explained quietly, face pushed into the fabric of the old scarf. Namuri could hear the tenseness in her student's voice. Okay, and does she know about Erasure? Have you told her? The R-rated hero could hear the way Shota's voice wavered for just a moment, but she continued stirring her coffee as Izuku gave a response. No. No. She'd pull me from UA in a heartbeat if she knew I had Erasure. Look, to her it's impossible for me to have gotten a quirk so late in life, but if she knew about Erasure. The silence was palpitating for a moment, and Namuri was sure she could cut it with a knife. She'd ship me off to America, Mr. Aizawa. I know she would, she almost had at the beginning of the year. His mind raced. He'd been looking to avoid telling Shota the real reason he'd be pulled from UA if she knew he had the teacher's quirk, but he held his tongue. It wasn't a lie. His mother had truly threatened to ship him off to the States after he'd come back from school wrapped in bandages from Katsuki's gauntlets. Inko had tried convincing him to move out to America with Hizashi and join an American hero school near the man. Izuku had to talk to her for hours to convince him to stay in UA. Why? Namuri made her way to the couch quietly. If she knew her student, then she knew that Izuku was already aware that she was there. I used to get bullied in school, and when Kakin used his gauntlet on me during heroics class, I went home in bandages. She really freaked out and was worried I was still being bullied. It took hours to convince her that it was an accident from class and that there was no need to transfer me to a hero boarding school in America. She's so used to everyone being against me, she's just being overbearing as a precaution. Izuku took a sip of his excessively sugared coffee, which Shota noted was more creamer and sugar than it was actual coffee. A drink that matched the man's equally as bad coffee order. Yeah, I know you were, Shota said as he took a sip of his own coffee. Namuri knew to stay silent, even as she watched the two while she drank her own hot beverage, simply because it was rare to see Shota look like he did. His eyes filled with anger, the frown on his face directed at what must have been his thoughts. The woman had never seen him like that. I want you to see Hound Dog, not only for quirk counseling but for regular therapy sessions. It's not a request, okay? As your teacher, I won't let you continue in the hero course if you don't go through both. Behind her mug, Namuri could only smirk. She knew that Shota wasn't doing it as a teacher. Quirk counselors often outlisted patients to people with similar quirks who could teach young children about their own and help them gain control. All Rio would do was suggest that Izuku ask the underground hero for help with Erasure. Now, whatever was going on with the boy's other quirk, it seemed he was learning control on his own, but maybe if he'd had help sooner he wouldn't be left with the twitching in his fingers, the pain in his wrist, the spasms that went up his entire arm. Some days Namuri regretted not ending the fight between Izuku and Shota when Ken suggested it, but then she remembers the blinding selflessness and persistence in Izuku's eyes. There was someone inside that boy that just wanted to sprout free in that fight, but he hadn't. Namuri hoped that she would get to watch Izuku turn into the man she was beginning to see him become. I knew that was coming, the boy muttered angrily under his breath as he pulled out his phone. Izuku, don't bother worrying about me going to Hound Dog, Aizawa is forcing me to go, sad face. Hitoshi, fucking good, he'd be a bad teacher and dad if he didn't man. Izuku quickly locked his phone. He wasn't gonna deal with Hitoshi right now. How could a guy he only really knew for 2 days be so persistent about how he should dictate his life? Well, it wasn't that bad. Hitoshi really just wanted him to be okay. Therapy might not be that bad, But he also knew the brainwasher wanted him to tell his dad about them being related, and he needed to finish processing that first. He needed to know how Shota would feel about having a kid before he moved on to showing him the birth certificate. What was that for? Namuri piped in quietly, attempting to not scare the boy out of his quiet glare at his phone as it buzzed on the table with text notifications from Hitoshi. I thought I could get out of it with Hitoshi, but now I'm still being forced to go to therapy. This is, the teen commented as he dutifully ignored his phone. That kid was trying to get you to go to therapy? Shota asked, and Namuri swore she could see the look of offense in the man's eyes. Who are we talking about? Namuri asked, obviously confused about who the two tired men were talking about. Hitoshi Shinso from the general course. I fought him in the sports festival. He stayed at my house last night and made me accidentally call Mr. Aizawa while he was grading, Izuku told her with a groan. Oh, you had a boy over, I didn't know you swung that way, Midoriya. I hope you used protection. She teased with a smile as the freckled boy's face turned a dark red. He toyed with the end of the capture scarf nervously as he tried spitting out excuses. No, it's not like that. I mean it is like that, but it's not. He took a deep breath to try and calm himself. I'm gay, I am, that part's right, but the other part isn't. We're not together. That seemed to put a bit of relief into Shota's shoulders. Namuri thought it was funny how her friend was so worried about his maybe son's love life. She could see the gears turning in his head as he preemptively prepared a shovel talk for when Izuku finally got a boyfriend now that he knew the teen's sexuality. So that's why you never returned Uraraka's flirting, Namuri commented as she sipped her coffee. Yeah, I'm not out to anyone yet, not even my mom. So, you two are really the first people I've told. Please, don't say anything. It nearly broke her heart how he asked for them to not mention his sexuality to anyone. Izuku was grateful that he hadn't mentioned that he told Hitoshi about his gayness first, because Shota had looked at him like he was ready for murder when he brought the boy up. We won't, but I recommend quietly letting her down at some point. She's been gossiping about how she's been getting more and more of your attention. She even asked me for advice on how to ask you out the other day, so I apologize in advance for that. Izuku scrunched his nose up gently, but waved her off. I know, but I'm not ready to come out yet, so I'm just gonna have to tell her I'm not in the mood for a relationship. The room went silent after that. Shota was proud of Izuku though, really he was. He knew that he was uncomfortable with coming out to his peers, and so he made sure to find a different solution. Yes, he'd come out to Namuri and him, but Shota knew that Izuku wouldn't have done that if he wasn't comfortable with it. I'm proud of you, kid, he told him as he ruffled Izuku's hair absent-mindedly. Izuku thought to himself, who knew he would be so deprived of fatherly affection that a hair ruffle would relieve months of stress from his shoulders. Not him, obviously. Senka espresso, Shota called softly. The dogs raised their heads from where they were laying at Izuku's feet. Vests, he commanded. The dogs left and moved through the teacher's lounge, picking up their respective vests before handing them over to the man. Setting down his thermos, he handed Izuku Espresso's black vest onto her torso as he watched Shota put Senka's on. Hey, Aizawa. There's this kid outside the door, saying he's here for Midoriya? I told him the boy wasn't in here, but he... Hello, Midoriya. Hizashi said as he walked through the door. Izuku groaned at how Hitoshi had come to the teacher's lounge to get him, but he knew that he'd brought it upon himself. After all, he'd blatantly ignored the boy's messages. Hitoshi walked in behind Hizashi, a frown on his face as he held up his phone. You need to answer me next time, there's far too much drama for me to not get a reply out of you. I need to be here for your big reveals and all that shit, he told the teen as he approached Izuku grumpily. Espresso gave a huff at the approaching boy, but ignored him otherwise so that she could continue to get attention from Izuku. The dog was sorely mistaken when Izuku never gave her attention, far too focused on Hitoshi considering the look of offense on his face. Will you please be quiet? Right in front of everyone, really? Izuku asked as he stood up from his seat on the couch, covering Hitoshi's mouth with one hand. The boy could only smirk behind the hand, yet again deciding that liking Izuku's palm was the only way of getting back at him for covering up his mouth. EW. Stop doing that. He complained as he tore his hand away from Hitoshi, using the inside of the taller teen's uniform jacket to wipe off his hand. "Stop covering my mouth then," he replied with a smirk. "You missed a big reveal, Shinso. Our dear Midoriya has confided in his teachers, such a sweet thing." Nemuri tried to reach and pinch at the shorter boy's cheek, but he got out of her way. "Oh, got a girlfriend or something?" The brainwasher knew the answer to that. It was no, but he could tease. He watched as the other shook his head, hair shifting with the motion as he fiddled with the capture scarf again. No, nothing like that. Well, I'm gay." Izuku felt a lot more comfortable saying it to Hitoshi than he had his teachers. Granted, he'd accidentally spit out his sexuality to them. Man, he was coming out to a lot of people today. He watched as Hitoshi raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms over his chest. "Is that why you're always with that red and white kid? I thought you'd have a bit higher of a standard, but I understand where you're coming from." Izuku paled at his words, frantically shaking his head in response as he started rambling. "No. Todoroki and I are just friends. As much as I hang around him, I don't have any feelings for him. It's been far too long since I've made a real friend, so I kind of got attached to him at first. That's all. He's not my type in the slightest. I'm not interested in a rich boy who had it easy from a societal standpoint. I'd much rather be with someone who has a tiny apartment with a cozy bed full of fluffy blankets and have movie nights with takeout. Not mansions and servants and all that. I don't need galas and hundreds of rooms or lack of social cues. He's a good guy, he really is, but I just can't be with someone like that. Yeah, I mean Todoroki has suffered greatly inside his family, but I still can see his privilege, and I'd rather be with someone who feeds strays on the street and hands out his umbrella to a stranger to walk in the rain than be with someone who gets private cars. Plus, I'm single. I've never had a boyfriend before, but the idea and thought of kissing a girl just makes me want to GG, and I can't do it. I'd rather someone who's had experience in a relationship or even a little bit of an understanding on how one is supposed to work before I decide to date them. I mean, come on, Todoroki? No, I could never." That was a lot to unpack. Hitoshi was positive about it, but the takeaway that he'd gotten from it was that Izuku was gay, single, and looking to mingle with a boy who understood him. Hitoshi was standing right there, and Shota was sitting on the couch. So what? His flirty side may have kicked in. It wasn't like he was heartless. He saw the way Izuku blushed at him. He had the common sense to see what good things were in front of him. Hitoshi knew when a chance was there, and after a really long pep talk to himself after Izuku had left with his teacher for the lounge to now, he'd decided he wanted to try and woo the shorter boy. Admittedly, he'd had a crush on Izuku since the sports festival. Seeing him give up himself, his body, and break it to pieces to help a friend move past his negative history and fully embrace his quirk had tricked something in his mind. "Oh?" Hitoshi inquired, hand moving from his chest to rest on Izuku's cheek as he invaded the boy's space. He crowded him, looking down at his little hellion friend, smirking as he threw a glance to Shota, who had Erasure activated. "So what you're saying is that you're single and gay? Good to know. Maybe I do still have a chance at winning you over." From an outside perspective, it looked like a romantic pose. Hitoshi was practically towering over Izuku, and the boy was flushed red to hell and back at the taller's advances with yellow glowing eyes. Izuku had easily become putty in Hitoshi's hand, stuttering out a reply that no one really understood. Honestly, Nemuri hadn't remembered Hitoshi when Shota's kid mentioned him, and then he'd walked into the teacher's lounge. The tall drink of indigo tea had made Nemuri remember just why she had been happy Izuku had advanced to the next round. He would have been killed by Shoto's quirk, and Izuku almost had, and that was with a crazy strong quirk. She hadn't remembered him because he hadn't been too outstanding, but Izuku apparently had, and she could see why. She saw the way he looked at Fumikage, who sat alone with Dark Shadow in his journals because he had socialization issues, how he eagerly made friends with Nito after the festival, a boy who had severe self-esteem problems and a god complex. Izuku was attracted to the imperfections of a person, and she found it honorable that he wanted someone who society had turned against. Chuckling, Hitoshi took his other hand to put it through Izuku's curls, and the shorter followed the movement as he enjoyed the hand in his hair. He ignored how espresso pawed at his leg, Unhappy the indigo-haired teen had so much of Izuku's attention. Alright, no more bothering people, I'll walk you to class. The three teachers in the lounge watched in shock as Izuku nodded, too flustered to speak, and gave a shy and embarrassed wave at the adults before leaving the room. Espresso followed the boy out, and Hitoshi liked his lip before turning to the three. It's nice seeing him like that, sorry he bothered you all. I'll take him to class, have a nice day. None of them could even get a word in before the boy was sliding the door closed, cutting off the embarrassed face of Izuku with a smirking Hitoshi. Hizashi hesitated for a minute. Did he just brainwash Midoriya? Or was that all game? Shota grumbled, angry at the blonde as he rolled his eyes. It was him, I had Erasure active. Hizashi and Namuri were only that more impressed with Hitoshi. Izuku had never been flustered to the point of being speechless. It seemed the boy had a different effect on the future symbol of peace. Holy shit, I thought I had game, he's mastered the craft. The voice hero said with shock, eyes glued to the door. I could cut the tension with a knife, he's got Midoriya wrapped around his finger. Namuri exclaimed with a horrified look. She radiated SXL tension. She knew that it was her entire brand, not one she'd chosen, but it seemed Hitoshi was a natural flirt when he put his mind to it. Stop talking about them like that, my students aren't allowed to date till they're married. Shota told the two with a scowl, picking up Izuku's mug to put it in the sink. The chuckle that Namuri let out at Shota's comment got her a glare, but she just smiled. You mean Midoriya can't date until he's married? Is it because he might be your kid, or because he just got totally emotionally wrecked in front of us by a lanky insomniac? Shota ignored her question to wash the mug. The two heroes cooed at their best friend for his fatherly emotions and got up, leaving their mugs on the coffee table so that they could go and change into their uniforms. Dazed, Izuku followed Hitoshi blindly through the school hallways. Really, how couldn't he? The boy was holding his hand and speaking to him softly, and he'd already held him close like that. Maybe Izuku was in the middle of a gay panic, but that was something that he would deal with later. All he could think about was purple eyes with wide white pupils and a hand threading through his hair. Espresso seemed a little concerned for Izuku's behavior, but hadn't sensed any sort of distress, so she'd kept to the teen's side as they walked through the halls. Hitoshi still was walking him and Izuku wasn't paying attention to where they were going, so when they appeared in front of the 1A classroom, Izuku attempted to blink away his erasure. Even blinking wasn't working. Hitoshi really had flustered him. The teen led him to sit down and slowly he looked up at Hitoshi, still flustered and yellow-eyed. Izuku? He couldn't activate his brainwashing, not while Izuku had a line of sight on him. Shut your eyes, you're using erasure. Your eyes are gonna be super dry if you don't, he told Izuku as the boy blinked out of his haze. He took a minute to shut his eyes, and let his shoulders relax. That's it, just relax. He pushed his fingers through Izuku's curls again, seeing as it had helped him relax and fall asleep last night. Hitoshi stood there for a few minutes, enjoying the peace of threading his fingers through Izuku's hair, getting rid of any knots that he came across. It was wonderful, a kind of peace that Hitoshi hadn't felt in years, like a fresh drink of water. So, he stood there for as long as he could, wanting to envelope himself in that peace before being thrown into the chaos that was his school day. The last thing that Tenya had expected when he walked into the classroom on a Thursday morning was to see Izuku Midoriya sat at his desk, head tilted back looking like he'd fallen asleep if not for the gentle smile on his face. It was a smile Tenya had never seen before, and while that wasn't really new, Izuku was often early to class and fell asleep in the mornings before homeroom anyway. It was the boy in front of him that was out of the norm. A purple-haired teen was in front of him, white pupils trained on Izuku as he ran his hands through green curls. He kept quiet, obviously not wanting to disturb the peace that the two boys had created as he made his way to his desk. He could see when Hitoshi realized he was in the room, tensing for a moment as he locked eyes with the class representative, his hands stopping in Izuku's hair. Toshi, keep going. The whine that left Izuku's lips made it obvious the boy was using Hitoshi as a way to fall asleep, and Tenya could only chuckle under his breath. Yeah, just relax. I'm not leaving yet, Hitoshi told the teen as he continued his previous action. The two again shared a stare, and this time Tenya nodded his head in approval. It made the other smile, knowing that the class representative had found it okay that he was there to soothe Izuku instead of hurting him from the classroom. No. You're staying here all day, Izuku could only mutter as he nudged his cheek against Hitoshi's other hand. It was nice, and yet Tenya felt he was intruding on a private moment. The two looked so peaceful with each other, so comfortable in each other's presence. It was the most relaxed the engine quirk user had seen the boy the entire time he'd known him. Outside of battles, outside of the USJ, and that time he beat the zero-pointer, there had been this tense feeling to him. Izuku was always tense, on guard. It was scary, but it was an observation that Tenya had hesitated to act on. He'd always thought that Izuku was being abused at home, but after hearing about how wonderful Inko was and how he'd have to bring the glasses-clad teen home for her to dote on one day, Tenya had forcefully put that worry to rest. Inko Midoriya was anything but abusive, and he'd have to go over for dinner sometime. I can't stay all day, I have class too, you know. You'll have to live without me after school anyways, you're going for a sleepover with your dad, remember? That? Izuku had never mentioned having a dad, Tenya thought as he pulled out his schoolwork to begin the day. Then again, he'd noticed that Izuku had always loved talking, but never said anything too NTMT about himself. The recklessly selfless boy doted on his mother, never slipping anything past her first name out, never her age or anything other than a simple, "oh she looks like me," kind of, to their classmates. He had talked Ian's over how he learned to cook from a young age and did a lot of different clubs to try and be social, but never did most of them past a few weeks. Tenya knew Izuku had stopped his gymnastics lessons a little while before the start of the school year, and that he was also still in ballet lessons that he did on the weekend and any time he could outside of school with his busy schedule. Izuku was a good listener, but Tenya knew that you had to sit on the teen's right side to really get him to hear you, and that if you paid close enough attention anyone could see him moving his hands beneath his desk. Sign language. The class representative knew that if you watched Izuku Midoriya close enough, you could see the crippling anxiety that hid behind his eyes, that he hid away into a schooled blank slate with a trained frown whenever Katsuki Bakugo started yelling or set off explosions. It was how he'd move his hands in front of him if he didn't have a notebook to write down quirk analysis notes in, because writing things down helped him memorize them. If anyone paid close enough attention, they'd see Izuku Midoriya come into the school exceedingly early on a Monday morning once a week and make his way to Principal Nizu's office with a sketchbook in hand, or how he'd leave lunch early every Wednesday with the excuse that he needed the bathroom to go out to the empty courtyard and sit under a tree with the same sketchbook from those Monday mornings. Yet, Tenya wasn't aware of what Izuku's favorite color was, what his favorite food was, what his family dynamic was like, what his parents' quirks were, or how his school life before UA was like. Tenya knew nothing about Izuku that mattered. He didn't know the boy's birthday. He had no idea what the boy's middle name was. He couldn't tell you what size shirt Izuku wore or how he got all those scars on his arms and back. Tenya could tell you nothing about Izuku that mattered as a friend, an ally, or even an enemy. The boy hid himself well, hid everything about himself that mattered so well that he wasn't even sure if Shota knew anything more than the other students did. "Screw it, you'll come with me," he heard Izuku mutter in response. Hitoshi could only shake his head, watching as Izuku opened his eyes and smiled up at his friend. The answer was a no, and Izuku only smiled wider at him, before giving Tenya an appreciative wave. Tenya had known Shota for years. Their families had been close, seeing as Shota had been Tensei's upperclassman while the two were at UA together. The man babysat him and changed his diapers at some point. He was positive that he knew the teacher more than well enough, and the way Izuku looked now, he looked like a morning in the Ida household when Shota would be there. The man would be drinking an energy drink of some kind as he walked through the front door, capture scarf tossed onto a hook as he tossed all his dirty patrol clothes into a dirty laundry bin in his brother's room. He'd drink a cup of coffee that was filled with more cream and sugar than actual coffee, and then with a gentle smile and a pleasant wave, would greet the Ida parents as he passed through the kitchen to wash his mug and go to Tensei's room to pass out for at least 6 hours. So, to see Izuku with the teacher's old capture scarf around his neck, because he played with it as a kid, of course he knew what it looked like, and looking exhausted out of his mind but content with where he was sat, the boy was a mirror image of Shota Aizawa. Sure, Izuku had green hair, which for some reason had roots of black every so often before promptly disappearing on a weekend free of school. Totally he had his mother's eyes. Izuku had told him himself that Inko and him shared the same eye color, but he could see the similarities. The way they both grimaced when Katsuki was on the verge of beating another student up, the way that he would instinctively duck his head to hide his face in something that wasn't there when he was complimented or was showing possibly vulnerable emotions, the bags under his eyes and the sharp glare he'd give someone if they F'd up. Tenya was positive the glare was the same. After all, he'd been on the receiving end of both Izuku's and Shota's glare at the same time during the Hosu incident nearly a month ago. It was truly a frightening sight, and it had forced clarity to his mind so he could realize what he had done was stupid and selfish. Tenya knew Shota Aizawa too well to know that something was up. The man brought in his service dogs for Izuku, and Tenya had completely forgotten about them if he was being honest. It had been so long since Shota had brought the dogs out to the Ida yard or even to the school, so he'd profusely apologized later after school ended for how he'd treated the dogs. Shota had seemed to understand, and Espresso and Sanka hadn't been offended at all, still approaching him for affectionate pets. "I gotta get going, don't need your entire class to see me here petting your hair like some kind of idiot." "See ya," Hitoshi told the boy lazily. Izuku had made sure to get a final hug out of the general studies student before he could leave his proximity. The boy only hesitated for a moment before hugging back. That was when he left the room. After the door shut behind Hitoshi, Izuku took off the capture scarf, stashing it away in his yellow bag before the rest of the class could see him with it on. The students at UA were nosy, especially some of the girls in 1A, and both Tenya and Izuku knew that if you wanted to survive the drama the girls spilled, then you had to hide the important things. Waiting as the rest of the students filed in, the two could make out a vague glare from Ochako as she passed by Espresso and Izuku. It was clear that she was jealous over a dog taking precedence in Izuku's life rather than her. The class talked. Izuku kept mostly to himself, Tenya noticed, as the hero course students mingled. It was rare he didn't participate in the morning socialization, but when he did, Tenya found it fascinating to watch Izuku. The boy had this whole little world of his own, and to view that from an outsider's point of view was always a sight to see. However, he was quickly knocked from his trance when Shota stepped through the classroom door. No one had noticed him. Really, you'd think that they would know by now that you can't be relaxed inside UA's walls. "Everyone, sit down, it's taken you far too long to notice me." Only Ida and Midoriya were the ones to succeed in detecting my approach to the classroom. The command for silence and order was sharp behind his observations, and Tenya could only glance at Izuku with a curious look as the boy ducked his head down from their teacher to give Espresso a reassuring pat on the head. Shota was carrying a uniform jacket, a familiar jacket that Izuku Midoriya wasn't wearing. He left it on the podium before glaring at the students who scrambled to return to their desks. "You'd think after weeks, no months, of being my students that you would know to never let your guard down. I'm disappointed in all of you." Shota could tell that Izuku had shrunk in on himself, and he sighed inwardly at himself from behind his scarf. Had he gone too far? The fact that his father was disappointed in him hit a spot in Izuku's heart and head that had never been hit before. Shota was mad at him. "Get on your gym clothes, and then find me at PE grounds," he told them before grabbing the UA jacket he'd brought in with him and left for his destination as Sanka trailed behind him. Izuku and Tenya were the first to bolt from the classroom, making their way to the locker room quickly to avoid being late. Espresso sat outside of the locker room as both boys changed with haste, then followed her human out to the PE grounds. Izuku kept to a relative pace so that the dog wasn't running to keep up with him and Tenya, but he still jogged with his class representative to get to the grounds first. When the two got there, Izuku saw Shota sipping on a jelly pouch, eyes on his phone as he held his uniform jacket in his hand with the jelly pouch. There was a nice silence for a moment as Izuku watched how relaxed the man looked with supposedly no one watching. "Mr. Aizawa, what are we doing today?" Tenya asked, breaking that peace Shota had. The man hadn't even heard the Ida air approach, but when he glanced at his student he also saw Izuku standing beside him, Espresso at his heels obediently. "Quirkless fighting," he said bluntly as he locked his phone and hid it away from his students. Izuku had tensed for a moment. He knew that he was a good fighter without his quirk, if his self-defense classes had given him any insight into the world of fighting. In fact, the boy had his own style, an elegant form of fighting that incorporated gymnastics and ballet. Being flexible and light on the feet was a huge advantage in a fight, and he knew that it could save his life or another person's life one day. He hadn't shown off that fighting style to anyone else. He'd never had to outside of his defense classes, but he knew his classmates' styles well and knew that he'd easily dominate the playing field. Quirks were tools after all, and if his classmates relied too heavily on them, then they would become dependent on those tools. Quirkless fighting? Tenya asked, not noticing the smirk underneath the capture scarf around his neck. Yes, I'll explain more when your classmates arrive, but for now start stretching. You're gonna need it, he told the two as he watched Aijiro, Momo, and Kyoka approach and immediately join their two other classmates in their stretches. When everyone had arrived, Shota let them all take a moment to really stretch out their muscles before clearing his throat. Today, you'll be practicing quirkless fighting. Any quirk usage will result in a detention after school on Monday. He looked at Mashireo with a nod of his head. Ojiro, you'll use your tail as little as possible due to your quirk being a physical mutation, but I will allow usage of it. Hagakure will wear gloves to show the area of her hands, and Shoji will be able to use all his limbs. Dark Shadow is forbidden from being used, as well as Ajui's tongue. It's hand-to-hand combat, you'd learn it at some point in the future, but considering the school year, I've pushed this lesson up. Izuku was jittery in his spot. He loved the idea of fighting without a quirk. It had been a childhood dream to become the first quirkless hero, and he'd finally get to prove himself. You'll group into pairs, I don't care how they get done, just get them done. The social cue that they were dismissed from their teacher's gaze had everyone parting off into pairs, and Izuku felt a sense of dread fill him when Mashiroa approached him. He'd been very blunt about his mastery in the martial arts. He probably felt that Izuku was an easy target. I would like to fight you, he said as he held out a hand. Izuku knew what that was, an invitation to get yourself tossed on your back. He gave him a smile and patted the back of his hand onto the blonde's, smiling as the boy froze up. Mashireo hadn't known what he was getting into when he went up to Izuku. He'd heard rumors that the teen had done some self-defense training as a kid, but people didn't learn to not accept handshakes like that in self-defense training. He was shocked when Izuku patted the back of his hand with his own, and then backed up a few steps to get into a fighting stance, a pep in his step. Mashireo had done the same, and took the time to make the first move, a well-aimed punch to the head. It was when Izuku had grabbed his wrist and twisted it with a renowned vigor that he realized he had no idea who he'd put himself up against. Izuku took that hold and tightened, aiming a kick to his thighs to bring the martial artist down to his knees. Mashireo had no idea what he was doing now. He'd never been brought to his knees that quickly, and it was only made worse when Izuku let go of his arm, tugging it forward as he did, and sitting on his back. He was wary of the tail, and it made Mashireo grateful that he'd been gentle with the appendage, but still squirmed underneath the shorter boy's weight. How the hell was this scrawny kid so heavy? Mashireo thought as he struggled to get up. Holy F-Midoriya! Hanta shouted from a few feet away, his foot grinding into Minoru's face as the class watched their tired-looking ray of sunshine bring the martial artist to his knees, then force down. Language. Ojiro, can you move? Shota asked as he approached the two, causing the blonde to shake his head. No, sir. I don't even know what happened. 1 minute I was throwing a punch and the next I was being tossed from my knees to get a mouthful of dirt. It didn't even hurt me. Izuku took the time to let Mashireo up off the floor as he dusted off his uniform, pointedly ignoring the searing pain from his right arm. Where'd you learn that, Deku? Ochako asked, scared of the answer she would receive. I've told you all that I was given self-defense training as a kid, that's all. You aren't getting anything else out of me, he told his classmates with a stern glare. He really hated when people were privy to his life. After all, it wasn't their business. Will you teach me how to do that, Deku? She pushed, now excited to try and mooch her way into Izuku's free time. Her expression was all smiles and excitement, but Izuku's was nothing but a neutral glare. Really, most of the class had wanted to ask the same thing, but they were secretly happy that Ochako had asked him first to avoid the reaction he gave her. No. I will not teach anyone, that's final. You'll learn combat in heroics, just like we do every time we have a heroics lesson. If you don't want to pay attention to your heroics class, then leave the hero course and make way for the students who actually want to succeed. None of you noticed this before because I never bothered to show you. If you'd actually taken in anything I told you, you'd have known that I'm a skilled fighter. He took a deep breath, rolling his eyes as he crossed his arms over his chest. I'm not answering questions, or teaching anyone, or bothering with your pestering about it. It's not cool, it's survival. My skill wasn't made for flattery, it was so I didn't get killed. Remember that, because your skill with combat, quirkless or not, could save or kill someone one day. A quirk is a tool, not a social standard, and if you think that way, leave the hero course. Quirkless discrimination is bullshit and is not something a hero should spread to the world. The scolding had been long overdue, and Shota was proud that Izuku had finally snapped. He saw that the teen was getting upset over repeating himself and being underestimated over and over again every day. There was only so much that a person could take. There was a murmur from the back of the grounds about how Izuku's glare felt a lot like their tired teachers, but both Shota and Izuku pointedly ignored it. I might as well mention it since I have all of the class's attention. Don't call me Deku. I'm changing my hero name. Deku was an insult thrown at me my entire life, and hearing it every day isn't good for my mental health. You'll call me Midoriya unless I ask otherwise of you. Now, go back to your quirkless sparring, he told the class as they gave him this incredulous look. Izuku didn't want to be called Deku anymore. He'd never had a problem with it before. Why was it a problem all of a sudden? Ochako had wanted to say something, to refuse his request because she'd made that nickname a good thing for Izuku, but he was already walking away to calm down a pestering espresso on the sidelines before she could say anything. That dog, Ochako thought, was a pain in her butt. You guys are effing idiots, Katsuki told them all as he cracked his knuckles. Especially you, Tail. Deku knows what he's doing, he's a smart little sheet and he can dance around you in a fight as much as he wants to. Just be lucky he didn't break your FING bones or fracture your tail. The comment about Izuku breaking Mashireo's tail had the blonde stiff in his place. Break my tail? Yeah, he'll break your tail if it comes down to it. You better, Angie, hope he never gets set to play the villain in a spar, or he's told to not hold back and pull out all the stops. Dek'll ruin every single one of you. That had the entire class shivering. Izuku was none the wiser in his place at the sidelines as he talked to Class 1 as homeroom teacher quietly. I understand that, but he just said not to call him that. You should call him Midoriya, Bakugo. Kirishima could only frown when Katsuki gave a shrug of protest. I've been calling him that since we were kids. He's used to it from me, and the day he stops calling me Inkaken is the day I'll call him by his shitty name, but until then, he gave a glance to Izuku, he'll live with being called a shitty nerd and a effing Deku. The class could only watch as Izuku ignored the ash blonde's words, eyes trained on Shota's as they spoke in hushed whispers about something. It was only when Izuku glanced at them with an eyebrow pointedly raised at his classmates, did people realize they hadn't been sparring and quickly went back to their lesson. Shota was proud of Izuku for standing up to himself and taking that mask of pleasantry off his face. The real Izuku Midoriya was cold, stern, and had a glare that could kill. His words were sharper than knives and his presence was gone, as if it wasn't there at all. The sparring had gone relatively well after the whole debacle. Izuku was left without a spar partner due to the others refusing to try and go against him, and Mineta effectively wrapped in tape at Shota's permission. If Mashireo hadn't stood a chance against Izuku, then how could they? The class had collectively thought, and Shota hated their mindset. He was left to the sidelines to watch his classmates spar, and when someone finally injured themselves enough to need Chio, he offered to walk with them to the nurse's office. That person had been Hanta, and while he was upset that he'd been injured, he was happy he'd get to walk with Izuku. How does your head feel? Do you think you have a concussion at all? Izuku asked as he carried a limping Hanta through the halls of UA. No, I think I'm okay. I was just distracted when Kirishima punched me. I hadn't expected my head to bounce off the ground like it had. It only made it worse that he stepped on my ankle that hard, he confessed as he rubbed the back of his neck quietly. There were a few minutes of silence between the two boys until Hanta spoke up again. Thank you, by the way. Izuku couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at his classmate's words. For what? Hanta took a deep breath as he leaned his weight onto Izuku a little more. For what you said about quirks and quirkless discrimination, he told the boy quietly. Izuku slowed down his strides quietly. I just said what was right. Can I ask why this is so important to you? Izuku knew that this was important. No one had ever agreed with him on his views about the quirkless before, let alone someone in their class. Quirkless discrimination was something that was so normal that it was almost painful for Izuku to sit through listening every day. My little sister is quirkless, Hanta told Izuku quietly. We just found out a month ago and the whole family seems to be struggling with her quirk status outside of me. His words were blunt and quiet, but they meant something. Izuku was being trusted with a little girl's quirk status. Hanta, a boy that Izuku barely spoke to, was trusting him with sensitive information about his little sister. Struggling in a good way or in a bad way? He asked quietly, stopping Hanta from continuing down the hall as he looked the taller boy in the eyes. I can't really tell, you know. We were all shocked, yeah, but my older brother and I seem to be taking it better than the rest of the family. I'm just worried about how she'll be treated. You sounded like you spoke from experience, he admitted quietly as he looked to the floor instead of at Izuku. He wasn't ashamed to admit that his sister was quirkless, because he loved his sister. Her quirk or lack thereof never bothered him, but it was his family he was ashamed of. They'd begun brushing off her needs, and they were giving her a little more of a cold shoulder. Hanta was ashamed he'd felt the need to ask his classmate for help on making his family see reason. I do, he told Hanta, making the other bolt up to look into his eyes. You do. I was like your sister, Siro, I was quirkless. I am quirkless. Hearing it from his mouth, it made Hanta feel the gravity of the conversation. This was Izuku Midoriya, a kid with a crazy strong quirk and still powerful enough to take a martial artist down without said quirk. He was quirkless. But you have dash, he was quickly interrupted. How I gained a quirk is none of your concern, but your sister, what's her name? She has to wear special shoes, right? He asked as Hanta gave a nod. Her name is Nozomi, but yeah, she has to wear special shoes. My family has been trying to save up the money to buy them for her, he told the other as he toyed with his gym shirt. I took up a job after school to help pay for them, he mentioned quietly, hoping Izuku wouldn't hear him. I can't come over tomorrow or tonight. When's your family free? Izuku asked kindly, a smile gracing his face as he put a hand on Hanta's upper arm. Saturday, I think. Why? He asked, putting his hand over Izuku's. Really, he hadn't expected the conversation to go the way it had, but Hanta wouldn't argue over how positive he was being. Tell Nozomi that I'm gonna come over with a present for her, and while you're at it tell your family that I'd like to meet them on Saturday. He told Hanta with a smile, his thumb creating gentle circles on the boy's arm. Hanta couldn't believe it really. Izuku wanted to talk to his family about Nozomi. He'd thought about asking on a whim, but it had made him happy to know that the boy really wanted to help. Let's get you to recovery, girl. I can't keep holding you up forever, you know. Izuku smiled happily as they continued their walk, taking their time to ensure Hanta wouldn't get even more injured on the way there. After he dropped Hanta off, he made the mental note to text his mother about getting his old shoes out of the storage closet and made his way back to the training ground. Did he make it okay? Shota asked, face hiding behind his scarf. Yep. He gave the teacher a smile as he stood beside him anxiously. The feeling of standing next to his father, even when the man didn't know it, felt right in a way. He finally got a father figure to stand next to. He had a person to stand beside and lead him. It felt nice. He crossed his arms absent-mindedly, head tilted as he stared at the fight between Katsuki and Tsuyu. The girl was nowhere near as experienced as himself, Shota, Mashireo, or even Shoto, but he was beating Katsuki easily. He supposed it was due to the innate reflexes that came with her quirk that she couldn't really control. They're reliant. Shota could only give a hum of approval. You can see it too then. Can you identify them? Shota asked, deciding to test the boy's observation skills. Numbers 20, 4, 5, 19. There was an almost silent huff of agreement. 9, 17, and 14. He watched from his peripheral as Shota gave an approving nod. It was the safest way to call out his classmates who needed improvement without them noticing they were speaking about them. Distracting them from their fighting could throw them off and make them use their quirks by accident, and both Izuku and Shota didn't want that. Good, you can identify the numbers. Do you have them all memorized? He asked, making Izuku nod his head silently. Most proficient? 15, 3, 2, and surprisingly 7. The affirming nod was a good sign. Izuku was making the same connections as Shota. Good, go get dressed. I'm going to send them to the lockers in a minute, Shota told him as he rolled his shoulders. Izuku took the time to walk away with espresso as his father called for them to stop fighting, calling most of his classmates out for their quirk reliance. He took the time to change into his uniform quickly, ignoring the still searing pain in his arm. It was quite easy to forget the pain when he was helping others or in the moment. He'd just need to ignore it a little longer. The pain was from when he shattered his arm during the sports festival against Shoto. It was phantom pains. When he got back to the training grounds, his classmates had finally been relieved of their scolding and he could only feel slightly bad for them when he walked past and heard their grumbling. His slight remorse was gone when he realized most of them had been speaking ill will of the exercise, of quirkless fighting, of quirkless people in general. He suddenly had not felt bad about their scolding anymore. All changed? He asked, making Izuku nod with a smile. He hadn't tied his tie, the pain in his arm too much for him to bother with tying it correctly. Shota took notice of the undone red fabric and took the liberty of tying it for him. Remind me to teach you how to tie a tie tonight, he muttered to his son as he adjusted it on his neck. Izuku gave an absent-minded nod, ignoring how espresso nudged her nose against his pant leg. There was no need for her to warn him of his pain, he was used to it by now. Espresso, it's fine, girl. Relax, he told her, slouching a bit to pet her with his bad arm. The dog shied away from the touch, going to the other side to demand pets from his left arm. Shota gave him an unimpressed look, and he sighed. I pulled something in my right arm, she's freaking out over nothing. The way that Espresso barked at him did not go unnoticed. You pulled something in your right arm? The one you shattered the bone in at the sports festival and needed surgery to fix. Izuku shrugged his shoulders at his father's questioning tone. With a heavy sigh, he took something out of one of the pockets on his belt and gave them to Izuku. Take them. The demanding tone was obvious, and when he looked in his hand it was 4 small white pills. What are they? He asked, worried about what they were. Of course, he trusted Shota as his teacher, pro-hero, and his father, but he was allowed to question it. Pain meds, you're taking 4 because I heard from Shizenji at the beginning of the year about how your body processes too quickly. It's why healing takes so much out of you. In fact, she struggles to heal you because your body absorbs her healing quirk but doesn't work on your injuries like they should. Speaking of, have you taken your meds today? Did you bring them with you? Izuku didn't respond. He looked down at his book bag, glancing inside as he finally took in the sight of the plastic bag. His medication, his mom must have put them in his bag when he'd asked to sleep over at Hitoshi's. So, he grabbed the bag, opened it and handed it to him. I need one of each except for the tramadol, he told him as he waited patiently for his father to open up his prescriptions and hand him his gathered pills. It was supposed to be 3, but he was given 4. I only need 3 pills, he told the man as the teacher closed up the bag of medication and grabbed a random water bottle that was lying around. You're taking your tramadol, don't make me tell you twice. It was a bit of a surprise how Shota was making Izuku take his meds responsibly. Why? Shota rolled his eyes now, even as the kid agreed and took all his medications, sipping on the water bottle afterwards. Because I read the label, you're supposed to be taking it 3 times a day with breakfast, lunch, and dinner as prescribed by Recovery Girl. She wouldn't have instructed that if it wasn't important. I'm going to make you take these every day when you're on campus. If you don't take them, I'll make you take them. But I just took 4 of those pain meds, why would I take my tramadol? Because I told you to, it's over-the-counter meds. If they mess with your tramadol then you'll see Recovery Girl. Shota crossed his arms, staring at Izuku until the boy took his medications. The man had to have a serious chat with Chio about maybe moving the boy off of the high-risk medication. Izuku's body was strong, resilient, and processed medication far too quickly, but he wanted Izuku off as many controlled substances as possible. If that meant he was going to convince the kid to smoke a bit of cannabis, then so be it. That's the least worrisome drag he could think of that would help with his pain. Then there was also the underlying concern behind why he wanted Izuku off as many controlled substances as possible. The Aizawa family had a long line of addiction issues. From alcohol to heroin to gambling to spice, and even SEC, there was always an addiction problem. Shota had been wary of his habits from very early on in his childhood due to his awareness of his family's issues, and he liked to say that he was good at keeping himself from becoming overly addicted or attached to anything. If Izuku really was his kid, then he needed to be warned of the issues regarding his genetic addiction issues. He was at a high risk being his son, and really Shota knew that Chio and Nizu knew more than they were letting him know. I'm going to talk with Shizenji about putting you on lighter meds, something that isn't nearly as harsh as the meds you're on now. Hound Dog can prescribe you something that's less than a controlled substance for your other medications. He led Izuku inside, walking beside him at the boy's pace as the dogs trotted behind them. He noted that they'd kicked their feet to avoid dragging dirt through the school and made a mental note to reward them with treats for it later. "Why are you doing that?" he asked, his medication bag going back into the familiar yellow school bag he took everywhere. "Because those are heavily controlled substances, and addiction is a problem." Izuku couldn't help but huff, his eyes itching behind their lids. "They're the only medications that my mom would approve of. A controlled substance is better than a drag I get from a sketchy guy on the street, you know." Shota wasn't listening. "Look, problem child, addiction problem can be a serious issue, especially if it's genetic. You need to weigh off some of the controlled substances. It's dangerous," he told the boy as they walked through the halls. "Did you have a problem with it?" Izuku asked quietly, wanting to know more, but not wanting to pry. "My family has problems with addiction, and it comes in many forms. My dad used to have an alcohol problem, my aunt used to be addicted to her work, and I am addicted to my hero work along with some other nasty habits, but there are also more members that have drag problems." Izuku hadn't expected Shota to open up to him, he really hadn't. The man had no idea about their blood relation, so it seemed that he was humoring his student about his personal life. He hadn't expected a response at all, let alone something so insightful. "Your work? You can be addicted to stuff outside of drags?" he asked gently as he looked down at his scarred hands. "You can be addicted to more than just drags and alcohol, you can also be addicted to activities. My aunt was addicted to her hero work, and it got her killed, while my father was addicted to a very particular brand of whiskey, and it almost ruined his career and marriage. There's a few distant cousins and aunts or uncles with addiction relating to drags as well. It's important you know your family history so that you can be aware of what could possibly hurt you." That sounded more like a comment than a lecture, so Izuku was gonna take it as a win. He was learning more about not only himself, but his dad. When does something like that become an addiction? It's a harmful need to do what you're addicted to, at least that's what the definition is when I last read about it. Izuku nodded his head, that was important to know. Limitations, boundaries with not only yourself but with the things you do or put in your body. It was a surprisingly informative talk. The two walked silently to the classroom after that, only breaking that silence after they got into the room and took notice of the empty desks. The students weren't there yet. "Is something bothering you?" Shota asked as he went over to the podium and began writing on the board. "Not really," was all he could give the man as he went back to his desk and sat down pulling a few things from his bag. His stuff for class, a new pencil, his analysis notebook, and even the birth certificate he still had yet to return to his mother. She had to have noticed he'd neglected to return it to her, right? He left it at that though, glancing at the enveloped paper, then his teacher, his father, and then back down at the paper. It was slowly setting in. He knew it was. Shota Aizawa was his father. He dated Inko Izuku's mother while they were at UA and she'd lied to him about it. Hizashi was not his dad, that was for sure. While he'd always been a little skeptical, he'd never really questioned why Hizashi looked nothing like him. As perceptive as he was when he was little, he'd still been just a kid. He'd always told Inko that it was okay if he didn't have a dad, that he didn't have to have a father because she did amazing on her own. She'd always turned him down though, insisting Hizashi was his father, that the boy had a dad and that the man was proud of him. Was it really a lie? A lie to him, or one she was telling herself? Izuku couldn't tell, but really, he hadn't blamed her. The teen had looked into underground hero agencies and their policies, and no matter how different the agencies were, from joke company to freelance incorporated, there was one rule that stayed the same. No connections. The rule was made so that if an underground hero got hurt on the job, that there wouldn't be a fuss in the public eye over them suing for injuries. It was so that the heroes weren't exposed and ambushed. Izuku knew the rule well, due to having written it down in a marginal note on his analysis pages on Shota. There was supposed to be no one, no family, no friends, no children. Erasure Head was a special case because he worked with UA and was forced into a spotlight sometimes, but that was it. He was a ghost, a shadow, a rumor you would.